Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Was Stain's perfect successor? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku is almost 5, and people have started noticing that he does not have a quirk yet. There is a doctor's appointment set up for a few months down the line, one to confirm that he is just a late bloomer, or that his is one of millions of invisible quirks. In the meantime, though, the kids from around the neighborhood and at school still taunt him. It has made him a target more times than he can count, and his mother has noticed that the scrapes and bruises and burns don't line up with the explanations he gives her. She begs him to tell her the truth and watches the children waiting for him to come out to play with wet green eyes that glisten like steel, waiting for one of them to step out of line so she can correct their actions and lecture them until their own eyes shine with tears. They never do though. Even at such a young age, they all know better than to push Izuku around where his mother can see. Izuku is relieved, even if they're not always very nice. These are the only friends he has. He doesn't want to see Kaken get in trouble. Izuku is almost 5 and he stands before bullies that he calls friends. His fists are trembling. His cheeks are wet. The girl crouched behind him has a hole burned in her skirt and her blonde hair is mussed up from falling to the ground. She sniffles, shielding her face as Izuku throws his arms out and yells that they are being mean, that he will stop them no matter what. Kaken sneers. The others laugh. The girl he was trying to protect runs away as her bullies turn their sights on Izuku instead. Even so, he still feels a sense of accomplishment welling up inside him, right alongside the bruises that litter his skin. He limps his way to a park bench as the sun is disappearing from the sky, the world around him awash in shades of orange and stretching shadows. His bullies and his friends have wandered off, on their way home after a long day of play. His shoulder is burned and bleeding and the scrape on his chin is going to be hard to hide. Izuku is left alone, hoping that if he stays out long enough his mother won't notice when he sneaks in covered in dirt and patches of dried blood. Of course she'll notice. She always does. That won't stop him from telling her that it's nothing though. He will smile and protect his friends. It's what a hero would do after all. The streetlights have just begun to flicker on when someone approaches Izuku. He turns, wide-eyed, to look the stranger over. The man just stares back with an unnervingly stoic gaze. "Can I, help you?" Izuku tries, doing his best to be polite. As he speaks, he stands and takes a step away from the stranger, looking him up and down, trying to decide what to do. "I saw what you did earlier," the man says. His eyes catch the last few rays of the setting sun. They glow like dying embers among the shadows of his face. What? I don't really know." The girl. "You protected her. It was very impressive for a child your age." Izuku finds himself beaming at the praise, cheeks flushing with pleasure. He ducks his head and mumbles a shy thank you. The man rasps out what he thinks is a laugh. "What is your name, child?" "Midoriya Izuku," he says, then adds, "I'm 4. "Who are you?" The man rasps again, and this time Izuku is sure that it is laughter. His smile loses its shy edge as he directs it back towards the man that is not quite a stranger anymore. "You can call me Stendhal." Izuku hums, taking another step backwards in order to crane his neck back and take in all the details of the man. His hair is tied back and out of the way. His clothes are dark and practical, and if Izuku looks carefully he can see the glint of weapons amongst the folds of fabric. Izuku's eyes go wide as he notices the mask clipped to the man's belt and his smile drops into an expression of open awe. "Are you a hero?" "Perhaps a few might call me that," Stendhal says. "Do you know All Might? He's my favorite hero ever." Stendhal's mouth is too wide as a smile breaks over his face. Izuku feels a creeping unease at the hunger in the man's eyes, but the excitement over meeting a real hero drowns it out quickly. He crouches down to look Izuku in the eye, blood red and bright green meeting, and Izuku can't seem to pull his gaze away no matter how much he wants to. "You know what, Izuku-kun? All Might is my favorite hero too." Izuku is almost 5 when he meets the man who will one day become known as Hero Killer, Stain. He is almost 5 when he never makes it home from the playground. Katsuki has never seen his mom cry before. It's not much, just a few silent tears that she wipes away quickly with a furious look upon her face, but it is enough to rattle him to his core. He watches as she hangs up the phone, then stares at it blankly for a moment, as if expecting it to ring again. He is almost surprised when it doesn't, considering the fact that his mom has been on it all day. Deku's mom had called the night before, right as Katsuki was getting ready to go to bed, and then his mom had been on the phone ever since. Katsuki scowls, fingers curling to form white-knuckled fists and eyes trained on his mom's weird expression. This is all Deku's fault somehow, he just knows it. Katsuki. His mother's voice is scratchier than usual, and so low that he has to strain to hear it. What? His voice is quiet too, but he doesn't know why. Something about the way his mom's eyes are still glossy makes him worried, makes him scared to be too loud or too mean. What was Izuku doing when you left the park last night? His scowl deepens at the mention of Deku, but he feels a bit of a smug thrill when he realizes he had been right. Whatever is going on is Deku's fault. He shrugs when he realizes his mom is waiting for an answer. I dunno. He was just sitting there being useless, I guess. He didn't want to go home. His mom's lip curls, but she doesn't scold him like she usually would. Instead, she breathes deeply and scrubs a hand through her hair until it sticks up almost as badly as his own. Do you remember seeing anyone else there with him? Katsuki shrugs again. There's always somebody at the park. That's why Deku's mom lets him play there, 'cause that means that there's gonna be a grown-up nearby. He scoffs. He's such a baby. His mom's fist comes down, striking the table hard enough to knock the phone off its receiver. Whatever he might have said next dies on his tongue at the look on her face. His mom is always yelling and making faces, usually because of him. He's used to anger and frustration and amusement and pride, all flashing across her face whenever the moment strikes, because his mom is the kind of grown-up that doesn't hide how she feels. He thought that he had known all the faces she could make, but the one she's making now is new. New and horrible. Mom. His voice shakes. His mom's lower lip trembles, and she clenches and unclenches her jaw. Katsuki swallows around the lump that he can feel forming in his throat. He tells himself that he has to be brave, like All Might, and asks, "What's wrong?" She moves so fast that for one awful second, Katsuki thinks that she's going to hit him. He flinches back and squeezes his eyes shut, and he thinks, is this how Deku feels? She doesn't hit him. Instead, he finds himself enveloped in a hug so tight, he thinks he might have bruises by the time she lets him go. Her face is all screwed up and ugly, and it makes his tummy hurt to see her like that. "Let go of me, you old hag," he says without any venom. He doesn't push her away or try to squirm out of her grip. His palms ache. His eyes prickle with heat. "Shut up, brat," she growls back, squeezing him harder. They stay like that until his nerves get the better of him and the ache in his hands becomes too much. She doesn't scold him beyond a sharp hiss of his name, pulling back to swat at the fire he's set. She grumbles about having to buy a new shirt, but it's subdued and distant. She doesn't yell or throw a tantrum or tell him that she's going to make him practice until he cries. Somehow, that's what sets him over the edge. He feels heat spill down his cheeks and his nose start to run. She gathers him close once again and Katsuki can feel the way her entire body shakes. "What's wrong, Mama?" he sobs, scared of how she's been acting and desperate for it to be over. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" It's more of a mantra than a real question. He can't seem to stop crying, sobbing so hard that his words are barely understandable around his hiccups and gasps for breath. She shushes him, rubbing gently at his back and ignoring the tiny explosions going off in the tiny hands that are pressed tightly to her back, clutching at the ruined ashes of her blouse. She waits until he has calmed down before she says anything. "Katsuki," she whispers, pulling back to look him in the eye. Her voice is gentle. He hates the way it sounds. His mom takes a deep breath and says, "It's about Izuku." It's been 3 weeks, and Izuku has finally run out of tears. The man who took him is unsympathetic and is barely around anyway. When he leaves, he makes sure that Izuku's room is locked from the outside. The windows are bricked over and the room is bare aside from his blanket and sleeping roll, probably to stop him from finding any way to get out. That doesn't stop him from trying to. Stendhal comes back to find the broken handle of the plastic spoon Izuku had been given with his lunch jammed into the doorframe, like he had been trying to lever it open. The boy himself is asleep, curled up on the floor nearby with his blanket draped around his shoulders. The tray is held loosely in his hand, like he had been planning an ambush. The sight makes the man smile. He toes at the boy, heavy boot nudging him awake. Izuku startles, jerking up and staring at Stendhal with sleepy eyes for a second. Then, those eyes go wide and alert. He scrabbles for the tray, fingers wrapping around the edge with a white-knuckled grip. Before he can swing, Stendhal grabs his arm and wrenches the tray from his hands with ease. Izuku stares at the fingers encircling his arm. He's trembling, but there is steel in his spine. Stendhal smiles, wide and unsettling, and throws the tray. Izuku flinches at the sound it makes as it hits the brick wall, trying in vain to pull his arm from the man's strong grip. The almost healed burn on his shoulder stings as he looks his captor in the face, and though his eyes ache, the tears don't fall. "Why?" he asks. It is not the first time. He's stopped expecting an answer at this point, so he is shocked when the man speaks, expression becoming grave. "You have the potential to become a true hero," Stendhal tells him. From anyone else, the words would have thrilled Izuku beyond belief. Now they just confuse him. What? You can become the kind of hero that the world needs. You have the heart and the compassion for it, but this world will squander your gifts. You need guidance, Midoriya Izuku. Stendhal grins, tongue lolling out for a second, too big for his mouth. Izuku shudders but can't seem to tear his gaze away. "I thought you were a hero," he whispers, breath hitching as he stumbles over his words. "You said you were, but you lied." "I didn't lie," Stendhal says, shaking his head. His grip on Izuku's arm loosens, and Izuku pulls away, clutching it close to his chest. He scrambles backwards until his back hits the wall, never taking his eyes off of Stendhal. "Heroes don't do this." Izuku spits, still shaking, still terrified, but angry enough that there's a sharp edge to his words despite his fear. He has been ignored for so long, left alone in the quiet and the emptiness of his cell, that he can't seem to stop himself from babbling now that there is someone around to listen. "You're not a real hero. They don't trick kids and steal them. Heroes don't lie and hurt and keep people in cages. You took me away from my mama, but if you were a real hero you would take me back. I want to go back. I want to go home." "Why would you want to go back?" the man asks. "I saw how you were treated." Izuku flinches, burn scars aching at the reminder. "That's nothing," he defends, voice pitched higher than normal. He is loud and angry in a way that he hasn't been able to maintain for the past few weeks while his kidnapper was ignoring him. "My friends don't have anything to do with it. I want to go home." "They have everything to do with it." Stendhal roars back. Izuku gapes at him, stunned into silence. Stendhal has done bad and scary things, but he has never raised his voice at Izuku before. "Those people you call friends will drag you down and beat all the good from you. If they have their way, you will never become anything more than another bully or a sniveling coward." Izuku shakes his head, lips trembling as he tries to find words. He flaps his hands a few times, distressed and searching for some outlet for it. Much to his shame, when he tries to speak, nothing comes out but a soft whine. Stendhal's eyes soften. "Don't you see?" the man asks, his voice low and gentle. It's like he's trying to make up for his outburst by being overly gentle. He takes a step closer and kneels, looking Izuku in the eye. "I know all too well what can happen to the kind people in this world. You could be great, but in order for that to happen, you cannot be left to the mercies of those that would tear you down. This was all I could think of to save you from that fate." Izuku stares, wide-eyed and trembling all over. He finds, looking into his captor's sad eyes, that he has more tears to shed after all. Izuku is breathing hard, limbs trembling so violently that he is barely able to hold the wooden staff up. Stendhal watches him, head pegged curiously to the side and hair hanging limply over his shoulder. He hasn't broken a sweat yet, but that is to be expected. "You're not trying," he says, not quite an accusation, but not as gentle as he had been when these lessons started a month before. Izuku does not meet his eyes. "I don't want to learn this," Izuku tells him. It isn't quite the truth. If things were different, Izuku would have loved these lessons. He would have taken any chance he was given to learn more about how to be a hero. Instead, each lesson he is made to endure just feels empty, like a mockery of his dreams. He doesn't like it. "You want to be a hero, don't you?" Izuku shrugs, eyes on the floor. "I just want to go home." Stendhal frowns, brow creasing in thought. His nose whistles a little as he breathes deeply, settling agitation and sorting through his thoughts. Izuku inches away, chewing his bleeding bottom lip. In the time he's been here, Stendhal hasn't hurt him outside of their lessons, but he still gets nervous when the man begins to get angry. After all, he is a bad guy. He took Izuku and he still won't let him go, even if he says that it's for Izuku's own good. Stendhal watches Izuku drift further away, and he thinks. Then he smiles. "If you can become good enough, then there will be nothing that can stop you from going home." Izuku's head snaps up. For the first time in weeks, Izuku looks his captor in the face. He stares at Stendhal, wide eyes wet with tears and tiny fists trembling. "What?" he asks, hardly believing his own ears. Stendhal's red eyes shine in the flickering lights of the gutted apartment. "If you become strong, then I won't need to protect you anymore and you can go back to your mother. You wouldn't need to be afraid of those bullies anymore. Your mama won't ever have to worry about you again. Think of how proud she'll be if her son can come back to her a hero." "Really?" Izuku asks. His voice is high and startled, achingly full of emotion. "If I become a hero, I can go back to my mama?" Stendhal nods and the boy's face lights up. It is the first smile since he had been taken. Izuku accepts the man's words as truth and holds them close to his chest, any shred of hope that he can find hoarded desperately. In his mind, Stendhal's words have become a promise, something to dream about and to work towards. If he is not strong enough now to escape and go home, then he will just have to become stronger. Stendhal smiles at the sudden change in demeanor. His tongue is still too big for his mouth, but the expression does not disgust Izuku this time. Instead, it fascinates him. "What's your quirk?" The words come out before he can stop them. It has been on his mind for some time, but he has never had the courage to ask before now. Stendhal's smile doesn't drop, and he instead moves closer and kneels down to Izuku's level. Izuku doesn't notice that the action cages him in. "I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours," the man says. Izuku adjusts his grip on the wooden staff, which has dropped to rest at his side. The tip drags on the ground. He chews at his lip, tasting the blood, and looks away. "I don't know," he admits, feeling a flush of shame. He had been teased so much for not having a flashy quirk like his friends. He doesn't want to see what kind of expression Stendhal will have. "Me and my mama were going to see a doctor about it, but—" Stendhal huffs out a breath. Izuku flinches when the man's heavy hand comes to rest on his shoulder. "Don't look so worried, kid. Lots of people have quirks that they don't discover until later." Izuku forces himself to look up, stopping just short of meeting the man's eyes. He swallows hard around the lump in his throat, tries to force back the fear and the hurt, tries to keep the wetness gathering on his eyelashes from spilling over. "They do?" he asks. Stendhal nods. "Yeah, they do. I didn't figure out mine until I was almost in middle school." "What is it?" Izuku asks, blinking away the tears. His mind is spinning, curious, and it works well to distract him from his own worries. "Take a guess." Izuku frowns, considering the man in front of him. He takes a deep breath. Then, the words begin to spill out, theories he's kept bottled up inside his own mind since the question of Stendhal's quirk had first occurred to him. "I think it has something to do with your senses. Your tongue is shaped kind of funny. It's longer than most of the people's I've seen, and your mouth is so big it makes the rest of your face small. I used to think that maybe your quirk was focused on your sense of taste, but your eyes are funny too. So it makes sense that your quirk would have something to do with more of your senses than just your mouth." He takes a deep breath, brow furrowed in thought. "But now that I'm thinking about it, a lot of people have quirks that affect how they look but don't really have anything to do with their powers, so maybe that's not right. You're really strong and faster than anybody else I've seen. Even faster than Kaken. You would need to have a really strong quirk if you wanted to work as a hero or dot or anything like that. Izuku trails off as a new suspicion takes root in his mind, though there are words and theories still spinning through his thoughts. Stendhal's smile only grows, and he tips his head back and laughs. Stendhal comes back to the apartment with a cake and a package wrapped with green ribbons. He sets them down in front of Izuku, who is in the process of bandaging his bruised knuckles from a day of training, and smiles. Izuku looks at the gifts, then back to Stendhal, his tiny brow wrinkling with confusion. "Sorry it's late," Stendhal says. "Happy birthday." Izuku's eyes go wide, then fill with tears. He offers the man a shaky little smile, though his fists tremble where they have gone tight around the roll of bandages. A scab on his knuckle splits and begins bleeding. "Thank you," Izuku says, and waits silently while Stendhal goes to get a knife to cut the cake with. He holds the present loosely in his lap, staring down at the ribbons without really seeing them. He thinks about the party he and his mom had talked about having when he turned 5. It's probably a good thing that they never got to throw it, since he is pretty sure that no one would have come, anyways. "Here, I'll get you a piece," Stendhal says, making Izuku jump. He hadn't noticed the man return. He waits quietly while Stendhal cuts him a piece that is way too big. Izuku doesn't bother to say that he can't eat that much and accepts the paper plate. The frosting is red and blue, drowning the white cake beneath it. He hasn't had this much sugar since Stendhal started training him. "How did you know about my birthday?" he asks, dragging the tip of his plastic spoon through a glob of icing on his plate. Stendhal settles cross-legged in front of him and takes a bite of his own piece. Izuku notes that there are dark stains on the sleeves of the man's ragged shirt. It wasn't too hard to find the information. "I just checked the public registry." "Oh." Izuku takes a bite of the cake and can't help but giggle at the way the sugar makes his taste buds tingle. He ignores the creeping feeling of Stendhal watching him as he takes another bite. He has gotten used to the man's strange interest, the way his dark eyes will track every movement. He makes it through half of his slice before Stendhal says, with thinly veiled enthusiasm, "Are you ready to open your gift?" Izuku nods, and despite his uncertainty and the lingering sadness that he didn't get to spend his birthday with his mom, he can't help but feel a little excited at the prospect of a present. He sets his plate aside and starts in on the gift, careful with the ribbons but tearing the wrapping paper apart with childish excitement. He hears Stendhal huff out his strange laugh as he watches. Izuku's eyes go wide as he sees the flash of yellow inside. Almost reverently, he pulls out the contents of the package. An All Might hoodie, just a couple sizes too big, sits in his lap. Its vibrant colors seem to light up the dark, colorless room. A huge smile spreads across Izuku's face. "Thank you," he says, and he means it this time. "I thought a future hero like yourself might like it," Stendhal says, leaning back with a satisfied smile on his face. Izuku blushes, still pleased and a little surprised every time Stendhal says such things with such casual confidence. After almost a year of all his friends saying that he would never be a hero, it was nice to have someone who believed so full-heartedly that he would. "We don't even know what my quirk is," he mumbles, ducking his head to hide his smile. "I have a pretty good idea what it might be," Stendhal says. Izuku's head shoots up so fast his neck cracks. His eyes are wide, his mouth agape, and Stendhal wheezes out another laugh. "You want to know?" he asks, eyes glittering. Izuku nods, leaning forward eagerly. His heart is hammering inside his chest, so loud he worries he might not be able to hear what Stendhal might say. The man's grin is far too wide for his narrow face, but Izuku no longer finds it strange. "My best guess is that you have an analysis quirk." "Analysis?" Izuku asks, lips pursing with thought as he tries to remember what the word means. He frowns. "How do you know? You think I haven't seen those notes you're keeping on me?" Stendhal asks, arching one thin brow. Izuku blushes, mouth opening to apologize, but Stendhal waves his words away before they can make it from his mouth. "It's fine for now, but things like that can be dangerous. Make sure you destroy them when you're done." Sorry." Izuku chews his lip, then asks, How am I supposed to be a hero with something like that, though? Don't look so disappointed, kid. If you can be taught how to use it properly, then analysis can be extremely useful in pretty much any situation. But how? Stendhal rolls his eyes. You're a smart kid, Izuku. If you can read an opponent's movements, if you know what their strengths and weaknesses are and know how to combat them, you will have a good chance of winning or at least surviving a fight with that opponent, no matter how powerful they might be. Izuku considers the man's words. It makes sense, and even if Stendhal is a bad person for what he did to Izuku, he can't deny that the man seems to know a lot about combat and heroes and villains. Something warm unfurls inside Izuku's chest, and even if he's not sure whether Stendhal is right or not, it's still exciting to think he might have a quirk that can be used to become a good hero, if he has the right training. Stendhal can give him the training he needs. Izuku takes a deep breath and smooths out the fabric of the hoodie. There is a single drop of blood on the white from where his knuckle had split open and bled. He stares at the familiar colors and wonders why All Might hasn't come to save him yet. It used to be that he would do anything to get attention. He loved the feeling of all eyes on him, of the awe and the praise and the way people were so quick to tell him that he is going to be great someday. Now, though, Katsuki hates the attention he gets. The other kids at school all croon and cry and ask him how it feels to lose his best friend. He scoffs and shouts and tells them they're all idiots, because he and Deku weren't even that close. It's not his fault that the nerd didn't have any other friends. The ones at the park avoid him, like being too close might mean that they'll disappear, too. He wouldn't care if they did. All the grown-ups hover and watch him with sad eyes. His dad tells him that that look is called pity, and Katsuki decides he hates that too. He hates a lot of things about grown-ups these days, like the way they treat him like glass or the creeping fear he gets when he sees one alone at the park when he passes by after school. His mom makes him go with her to visit Deku's mom on the weekends. They make posters with Deku's dumb smiling face plastered all over them. Sometimes he just waits in silence while his mom and Deku's mom read stuff on the internet about missing people. Usually though, they just sit together and talk. Katsuki bites his tongue whenever he wants to yell and answers questions about school and life and whether or not he has seen anyone suspicious lately. He looks away and pretends like he doesn't notice when Deku's mom cries. It seems like she is always crying. His mom says that Mrs. Midoriya needs friends more than anything else right now. He doesn't understand why he needs to be her friend, but he doesn't say anything. Partly it's because he knows that his mom would get angry, but mostly he stays quiet because seeing Deku's mom so sad makes something in his stomach twist uncomfortably. He holds his mom's hand when they walk home at night. She is telling him that he needs to smile more and be nicer to Mrs. Midoriya, to answer questions and say kind things. She isn't yelling yet, but her voice is loud and he sees an old lady on the street glance at her with pursed lips. He makes an ugly face at the lady, flames popping in his free hand, and grins when she turns and hurries on her way. His mom keeps talking oblivious. Or maybe she just doesn't care. Is Deku coming back? He asks when they are almost home, cutting into her tirade. She falters, and he hears her missed footstep echo on the empty street. Izuku is a smart kid, she says instead of answering. Katsuki frowns, loosening his grip on her hand. She stops walking, forcing him to come to a stop as well. I don't care if he's smart, Katsuki tells her, his voice gruff and low. Is he coming back or not? His mom gives him the kind of smile that grown-ups give when something is wrong but they don't want anyone to know. It makes his stomach hurt, and he hates his mom in that moment. He tries to pull away, but she won't let his hand go. Katsuki, Izuku is tough enough to hang out with you, isn't he? That's not an answer. She opens her mouth again, but he doesn't want to hear what she has to say. He hates the way she acts when anyone mentions Deku. He hates when she tries to be soft, tries to be nice in a way that she's never been before. He hates Deku for being the reason why his mom acts so strange sometimes, and for being the reason why he has to go and sit and listen while Deku's mom cries. He doesn't understand why Deku is ruining his life, even when he isn't around. Let go of me, he growls, trying to pull away from his mom's tight grip. She doesn't let go. He doesn't understand why sometimes he feels like crying when he thinks about Izuku. Katsuki sets off an explosion. His mom pulls away with a hoarse yell, cradling her singed hand to her chest. He scowls at her and takes off running. He hears her yell for him to come back, curses spilling from her mouth and into the night air. He prefers that. It doesn't take her long to catch him. His legs are short and he doesn't have anywhere to go besides home, anyways. She grabs him by the wrist so he can't use his quirk on her, yanking him back so hard that he thinks she'll leave bruises. They're both yelling now, and he can't help but feel relieved. "Why would you do that, you little brat?" she snarls, and he can feel the heat of the burns on her hand as she holds him. "Why wouldn't you answer my question?" he shoots back. Explosions are popping angrily in his palms, illuminating their faces in bursts of hellfire. "I tried. You did not. You never said yes or no. You never answered. You never." She cuts him off with a roar, releasing her grip on his wrists so suddenly that he stumbles. "Because I don't know," she howls, and the earth beneath his feet seems to shift. He blinks up at her, and the fury and the satisfaction he felt has turned to uncertainty in the face of this shifting beast of rage and grief before him. His mom is staring back, and it seems as though she can't settle on a single emotion. This is the mother he knows. This is the one he has missed in those two quiet moments she sometimes has now. He is scared and overjoyed at once. "You don't know." She shakes her head, face red and eyes shimmering in the dim light. His palms tingle and the sparks die. He's not sure why he feels so sick. Although he does not know it, 6 months have passed. It is impossible to keep track of the time, after all, when there are no windows and your captor keeps odd hours. Izuku is breathing hard and the bandages around his hands have new spots of blood staining them. It isn't too bad, really. He's getting better with his practice sword. Stendhal's grin gets wider every time Izuku manages to almost hit him. On the day that he does finally hit him, hard enough to draw blood, the man cackles. He wipes the streak of red from his face and grabs Izuku to draw him nearer, staring at him with a crazed light in his eyes. Izuku's breath catches in his chest and he goes very still. He is waiting for something to happen, something bad that has surely been building since that first moment when he was snatched from the playground. Instead, he gets a light shake followed by a pat on the head. He stares up with wide green eyes, trying to figure out what could possibly be happening now. His eyes trace the red that Stendhal has streaked across his face. It isn't the first time he has seen blood on the man's face, but it is the first time that the blood is Stendhal's own. "You're getting good, kid." Izuku ducks his head and mumbles his thanks. He can feel his heart stuttering in his chest and his fingertips tingle. He doesn't know what will happen next, but he can sense that it will be big. "You want to hit the streets with me?" Stendhal asks, and the world around Izuku grinds to a halt. He can only stare, open-mouthed as he waits for the punchline. Stendhal just keeps grinning and it begins to occur to Izuku that maybe this isn't a joke after all. He manages to ask after several seconds of uncomfortable silence. "You want to be a hero, right? Then I'll show you how it's done." Izuku feels the blood drain from his face. The idea of leaving this apartment suddenly seems unbearably terrifying. Inside these walls, he knows what is expected of him. He has a routine of sorts and he has gotten used to it. Once they step outside, though, he won't know what Stendhal will want from him anymore. What do you want me to do?" he asks, his voice almost a whisper. He barely manages to keep himself from stuttering. Stendhal has told him before that it was unbecoming of a future hero, but Izuku just hasn't been able to break himself of the habit yet. Sensing his uncertainty, Stendhal ruffles his hair, trying to be comforting. Izuku's hair is overgrown and tangled by now, and he winces as the man's fingers catch in the knots and pull. He doesn't bother to say anything. "You don't have to do anything but watch and learn tonight. You can do that, right? It's what you're good at." The passing mention of what might be a quirk still makes Izuku's heart warm. He offers the man a tentative smile and nods. Then, with Stendhal's direction, he prepares himself to go out. He is blindfolded and slung over Stendhal's back while they make their way to wherever they are going. Izuku is amazed by the chill in the air, the smell of the breeze, the sounds of the city passing them by. He hears the sounds of other people, close enough to touch, for the first time in months. He wonders why no one thinks to look twice at the pair of them. He wonders why no heroes are coming to save him yet. Izuku keeps his mouth shut as he was instructed. He doesn't yell or ask for help. He doesn't fight or try to run away. He stays quiet and still, waiting for Stendhal to tell him what to do next. He is waiting because he knows that sometimes that is what has to be done. He remembers having to wait for Kaken to leave school first. Remembers waiting to go home until a time he knew his mom would be busy, cooking dinner or going through papers or cleaning up, so that she won't ask him about the dirt on his face or the ash on his clothes. He can wait now to... He doesn't have any other choice. They come to a stop long after Izuku's legs have begun to get sore. When the BLNDFLD is removed, he knows right away that if he tries to leave he'll just get himself lost. He doesn't know this place, doesn't recognize the street signs or the buildings. The alley they are in is dirty and the echoes of voices from somewhere on the streets meet his ears. He blinks a few times, trying to adjust to the contrast of neon lights and the heavy shadows. Then he looks to Stendhal. Stendhal isn't paying him any mind. His beady eyes dart across the entrance of the alley, following the people walking past, unaware of the man lurking in the shadows. Izuku waits. After a few moments, Stendhal seems to snap out of his thoughts. His lips split and curl, the strange approximation of a smile. He adjusts his bandages and scarf, then reaches a hand out for Izuku to take. They take a winding way, up fire escapes and across rooftops. Sometimes Izuku is carried. Other times he has to follow behind, panting for breath and sweat pooling beneath the fabric of his dirty all-might hoodie despite the chill. His muscles burn and his lungs cry out for air with each gasping breath, but he feels more alive now than he has in months. Even though he's trailing behind Stendhal like a lost puppy, he is reveling in the feeling of freedom that comes with seeing the city spread out in front of him. He gets breaks when Stendhal tells him to stay where he is, depositing him roughly on one rooftop or another and disappearing into the gloom of alleyways below. Izuku sits wherever he is placed, covers his ears, and waits for Stendhal to come back for him. It never takes too long, and before he has the chance to even fully catch his breath, they take off again. Stendhal is always on the lookout for the next fight. A scream echoes through the air and for the first time Stendhal comes to a stop so quickly that Izuku slams into his back. They stand still, listening to the sounds of a struggle below. Stendhal glances at Izuku, contemplative and maybe a little excited. His tongue lolls out as he grins. "You've been doing good tonight. You ready for some action, kid?" Izuku doesn't answer. He doesn't really have to, because the next second he is being swept off his feet and together they hurtle into the alley below. He's set down, his feet landing on a pile of garbage. Stendhal keeps a hand on his shoulder, pushing him back a little so he can hide behind the man's body. A can skitters out of a torn bag, the sound seeming too loud. Two heads swing to look his way. As Izuku takes in the scene, he feels his hands begin to tremble. The woman is bloodied, pushed against a wall of the dirty alleyway by a man with slicked back hair. He feels Stendhal go tense, fingers curling around Izuku's shoulder so hard it hurts. He can't bite back the whimper that fights to escape from between his clenched teeth. Stendhal releases his grip and says, "Maybe you shouldn't watch this one, Izuku." Izuku takes his advice. His eyes squeeze shut, but he can still hear everything that is going on. He hears the grunt of pain, the shriek and the scream. He hears the woman as she scrambles away, heels making unsteady staccato against the concrete. She is gasping, shuddering little breaths like she is fighting back sobs. Izuku opens his eyes, keeps them trained on the ground as he makes his way over to her. She stares up at him, confused. Blood stains her white hair and there is a tear in her dress. He offers her a shaky smile and holds his hand out for her to take. "I'm going to get you away from here," he tells her, his voice rough and soft to keep from attracting attention from the two men fighting just a few meters away. She looks for a second longer, her eyes glassy and a little unfocused. They shine even in the dim light of the alley, suspicious and scared. Then those icy eyes soften. She smiles at him and takes his hand in a gentle grip. Her skin is soft and cold against his rough palm, and tears cloud his vision. She reminds him of his mom. He pulls her to her feet and leads her out of the alley and into the street, skirting the walls to keep from drawing attention to them. He hears Stendhal yell, but it is muffled. Izuku doesn't look back, though the woman seems to hesitate. He urges her on, keeping his head down but his eyes trained on the entrance to the alley. We need to find somewhere safe to hide, he tells her. She doesn't let go of his hand even as they race through the streets, finding a quiet 24-hour store to duck into. It is almost empty, though the cashier glances up and gives them a concerned look as they pass. Are you okay? The woman asks him. Izuku blinks up at her, surprised by her concern. He nods. I'm fine, but what about you? You're hurt. He pulls his scarf off and offers it to her. She smiles and accepts, but her eyes trace the bruises that stand out in stark contrast to the pale skin of his neck. Stendhal had been teaching him how to escape different kinds of attacks. Sometimes the man forgot his own strength when he was teaching Izuku new things. Thank you, she says, pressing the fabric to her head to try to staunch the bleeding. What's your name? Izuku wants to answer. He really does. He wants this woman to know his name, to remember him, to find his mama to tell her he's okay, and to call someone to come and save him. He remembers the blood on Stendhal's weapon and the dangerous glint the man sometimes gets in his eye. Knows if he says anything that this woman could be in danger. The worries and the wants swirl in his mind, choking him and stilling his tongue. Hey, I called the hero that patrols this area, the cashier calls, saving Izuku from having to answer. He waves his cell phone at them vaguely, biting his lip. I'm glad you're safe, Izuku tells the woman, backing away. She frowns and steps forward, hand reaching out to take a hold of his arm. He freezes and looks up at her with wide eyes. She smiles at him and turns to the cashier. He can see the stiffness of her shoulders and the iciness in her eyes, as though a new threat has appeared that he doesn't know about yet. Thank you, but I don't think that will be necessary. I was just heading home anyways. Izuku can hear the frown in the cashier's voice as he asks her if she's sure, but he doesn't dare to look away from the woman. He has to wait for his chance to escape from her. If he can find police or a hero before Stendhal finds him, then he can make sure that nobody else gets in trouble with the man. She turns back to him and gives him a look that makes him freeze, stopping his attempt to sneak away while her back was turned. You're coming home with me, young man. We're going to get you some help. Why? He asks. She sighs, pulling the hem of her dress down further and ignoring the tear that exposes a hint of pale flesh. Then she kneels so that they are at eye level. I have a son, she tells him. He's probably about your age. I'm taking you with me because, even if it isn't always pleasant, my house is at least going to be safe until we can get you some help. Do you understand? Izuku nods and tears flood his eyes. The kindness of the woman is staggering and he doesn't know what to do in face of it. He cries because he knows that, no matter what she says or what he wants, she can't protect him from Stendhal. She smiles at him, soft and gentle and so much like his mom that it makes him just cry harder. Come on, she says, turning away to look out the store window, eyes scanning the street outside for any sign of danger. She fishes a cell phone from her purse, frowning down at the freshly cracked screen as she punches in a number. She holds her free hand out for him to take, just like he did for her. He wishes that he could accept it. Izuku shoves past her and runs. He ignores her as she calls after him. He can hear her heels clicking on the pavement behind him, but it isn't hard to lose her. Escape is something that he has been training to do, after all. He hides, waits for the sound of her voice and the clip of her shoes to fade to somewhere far away. He waits until Stendhal comes to get him, hauling him to his feet and shaking him a little. Izuku stares at him, tears streaming down his cheeks. I didn't tell, he says. Stendhal stares at him for a long moment, eyes narrow and glinting blood red. He nods once and takes Izuku back to the apartment. It doesn't take much effort to find information on the boy. She has access to records that few do, technology that does most of the work for her with just a few typed orders. She enters in approximate age, hair and eye color, and sets the program to look through both police and missing persons reports. She has to scroll through a few pages of results, eyes darting over each face and a sinking feeling in her stomach as she realizes just how many children are missing or abused. It makes her want to pull her own children closer, but she has been forbidden from seeing them during their training hours. It makes her heart feel hollow, but she knows she must endure. She's so lost in thought that she almost misses him. She has to scroll back up, eyes going wide as they land on the thumbnail of a smiling child. She clicks his picture, and the face of the child she lost fills the screen. She is directed to a site dedicated to missing children. She wishes it had been a police report. At least then she would have been able to do something to help him. Izuku, she reads aloud, eyes tracing the soft lines of his face, the freckles that dot his skin, the way his smile lights up his eyes. It doesn't match the one she had seen at all. She sighs, leaning back in her chair as she contemplates the screen in front of her. Now that she's found it, she isn't sure what to do with this information. She can't tell Enji. No matter how much she wants to help, that man can't know what happened to her. He would find some way to make the whole thing her fault, and she would feel the repercussions of his displeasure for months to come. She contemplates for a while longer, unmoving as she thinks. The shadows lengthen and warp, the only indication of the time passing by. When she makes her decision, there are still another few hours left of training, so she knows she will not be interrupted. She calls the police first, an anonymous tip about a vigilante and the kidnapped child he had with him. Then, after that task is finished, she finds another number. The line rings 4 times before a tired voice answers. She pauses, wondering for a split second if she is making the right choice. She shakes her doubts off quickly though. Midoriya Inko? Yes. The woman sounds wary, uncertain. Mostly, though, she just sounds defeated. My name is Todoroki Rei. Your son helped me the other night. There is a breath, like the woman is steadying herself. When she speaks, her voice wobbles. I'm sorry. You must have the wrong number. No, I don't believe I do. Might I be able to come over for a while to discuss? I'll bring tea. And this is how her first friendship since she had been married begins. They sit together for over an hour while Rei tells Inko of every minute detail she can recall. She silently offers a handkerchief as Inko sobs, loud and messy and undignified. She feels her heart ache with sorrow for this woman and her child, but also with envy. She is not allowed to cry like Midoriya Inko, but there are times when she wishes she could. Inko, in turn, tells her all about her son. She speaks in length of her son's intelligence and his favorite subjects in school. Her voice breaks a little when she tells Rei about Izuku's friends and the way they had begun to turn on him as soon as they began to suspect that he may be quirkless. She smiles, tearful but lovely, and says, his dream is to become the kind of hero who can help people with a smile on his face. Rei feels tears spring to her own eyes at that and quickly wipes them away. It wouldn't do to ruin her makeup. She takes a dainty sip of her tea to buy herself a moment before she is expected to respond. Despite her best efforts, her voice still cracks as she says, he achieved his dream, then. Inko's big green eyes dart up and lock with hers, surprise written all over her features. Rei clears her throat. What? When your son extended his hand to help guide me away from my attacker, he was smiling at me. Even though he was scared, he still did his best to smile. I think he was trying to tell me that everything would be all right. Midoriya-san, even with the circumstances he has found himself in, your son has still managed to achieve his dream. He is a real hero. More sobbing is the response. Rei waits for it to end, sitting silent and tense while the woman before her cries herself hoarse. 7 minutes in, and there is still no sign of the tears slowing down. She sighs, braces herself, and rises from her seat. Inko is shocked enough that she goes silent as Rei winds an arm around her shoulders, pulling her snugly against her side. She doesn't speak. Any words she might offer will be nothing more than hollow repetitions of comfort that Inko must have already heard 1,000 times over. She waits in silence for the woman's tears to stop, offering nothing more than an awkward attempt at a hug. Somehow, it is enough. Inko pulls back, sniffles and wipes her nose with the handkerchief Rei had given her. Then she looks Rei right in the eye and smiles, the brightest and most beautiful smile she has seen in years. Her heart stutters and her breath catches in her throat. That's what Izuku's smile should have looked like, she thinks. Thank you for being there for him when I couldn't, Inko says. Your children are very lucky to have a mom like you. Somehow, this is what pushes her over the edge. Her vision wavers, and the next thing she knows there are tears freezing on her cheeks. "Oh," she murmurs, lifting a hand to brush the tears away. Inko stops her, her fingers warm and dry as they wrap around Rei's hand. She gives the tiniest shake of her head, her smile turning into something a little more sad. A part of Rei wants to snap. She doesn't need this woman's pity. She wants to snatch her hand back and snarl, demand that the woman never touch her again with those calloused, dirty hands. A week ago, perhaps she would have. It is all she has known her whole life, after all, the cold expectation of perfection and the burn of disappointment when she failed to achieve it. A week ago, she would have torn this gently smiling woman to shreds with her words and her gaze alone. But a week ago, she hadn't been saved by a dirty child with the same smile as his mother. Somehow, she leaves with a promise to return. Somehow, one visit turns to 2 and then 5 and then 10. Somehow, she is allowed to take her children with her and she has to fight back tears as she watches Shoto play with the neighbor boy from next door. Somehow, for the first time in more than a decade, she is happy. But such things never last. The beeping of his watch isn't enough to distract him, though it does cause him to curse beneath his breath. He had promised himself that they would be home before midnight tonight. He ducks the burst of fire that lights up the alleyway, rolling and then jabbing upwards into the fleshy bits of the man he is fighting. It's just a quick swipe of his tongue and the taste of iron, and the man is on the ground. Kaizome grins down at the a-hole and gives him a solid kick to the ribs. He can feel when bone gives way beneath his steel-toed boot. If not for Izuku, who has surely been watching with rapt attention, he would have killed the lowlife while he lay like a worm in the dirt. If he's lucky, a rib pierced his lung and death will follow soon. Preferably once Izuku is out of eyesight. As it is, he goes the less bloody route and ties the unconscious man up and uses the man's own cell phone to call the police and describe in graphic detail the crimes this a-hole was guilty of. When he's done, he crushes the phone beneath his boot and scales the fire escape. As predicted, Izuku is waiting for him. He has his notebooks open and a medley of pens laying within easy reach so he can color code his thoughts as he scrawls them out. His handwriting and spelling are atrocious, but it's easy to see the genius behind his analysis notes. Multiple notebooks, each with a dedicated theme. There's the green one for Izuku's thoughts on heroes, a purple one for villains. The yellow one is dedicated to the quirks that Izuku has seen, the blue one for Izuku's notes on different fighting styles, things he's learned through lessons and by observing. The red notebook is dedicated to Kaizome. It is filled with the theories Izuku has about his quirk, notes on his fighting style and weaknesses, and a section dedicated to his likes and dislikes. It is going to have to be destroyed before anyone else can get to it, but for now, Kaizome just doesn't have the heart to take a single one of Izuku's notebooks away. He's never seen the kid smile more, now that his interests are being encouraged. "So, what did you learn tonight?" Kaizome asks, squatting down beside Izuku. "That guy's quirk was so cool." Izuku tells him, eyes shining. He points to a passage in the yellow book, the writing illegible to Kaizome unless he really tries really hard to decipher it. Even from up here it was easy to see how much trouble he gave you. Skin hardening and fire breathing, right? Every one of your attacks bounced right off of him. Kaizome ruffles Izuku's hair. There is the sound of sirens growing steadily closer, which is their cue to leave. He glances at his watch again. It is 13 minutes past midnight, but Izuku doesn't need to know that. "Let's get home before midnight so we can celebrate your birthday properly, all right? You can tell me more about it on the way." Izuku goes very still, something painful dimming the light in his eyes. He swallows hard and begins packing his supplies up in his little all-might backpack. Kaizome sighs, trying to hide his frown. "Tell you what, kiddo. When we get home you can tell me what you want for your birthday and I'll make it happen. Sound good?" "Anything I want?" Izuku asks, a calculating expression on his face. Kaizome knows that look far too well. He huffs out a laugh and resists the urge to ruffle the kid's messy curls again. "You know the rules," he says. Izuku hums, barely acknowledging Kaizome's mild admonishment. He finishes packing and holds up his arms to indicate that he's ready to go. Kaizome scoops him up in one smooth motion and shifts him to his back. Izuku's warm arms wrap around his neck, and even after months of their patrol routine it still feels strange to allow the child so close to such a vulnerable point. "Do you ever think about killing me?" he asks, preparing himself to make the leap to the next rooftop over. He feels Izuku's head tilt, wiry hair brushing his neck and rasping against his mask. "Of course not. Killing people is bad," Izuku answers, and the childish simplicity makes Kaizomi smile a little. It's as refreshing as ever to have Izuku's pure perspective of the world any time he asks for it. "You're right," Kaizomi replies, pretending for a moment like he doesn't have the blood of dozens of people on his hands. "It is bad. Not very heroic at all." By the time they get back to the apartment, Izuku is beginning to nod off against his shoulder. Kaizomi puts the boy to bed, telling him to think over his birthday wish and tell him in the morning. Izuku mumbles his sleepy agreement before turning over and burying himself further into the covers. Kaizomi waits around for a while, until he knows for sure that the kid is fast asleep and won't be stirring again for a while. He slides his mask back into place and creeps out of the apartment, careful not to wake Izuku up. Killing is bad, but sometimes it is the only way to clean up the stain that is their society. Izuku doesn't need to know that yet, though. He spends a few hours cleaning up the streets, reveling in the violence that he doesn't use when Izuku is around. The fighting isn't enough to keep his mind occupied, though. His thoughts keep straying back to Izuku, wondering what he'll ask for and hoping that it is something that he can provide. The night passes quickly and he returns home with the coming dawn, slipping in and heading straight for the shower. When he emerges from the steam-filled bathroom a while later, he is surprised to see Izuku sitting up in bed, rubbing his eyes and with his hair sticking up in every direction. He frowns when he realizes that this means he won't be getting any sleep for at least a few hours more. "Morning, kiddo," he says, rubbing his towel through his hair. Izuku returns the greeting, not bothering to hide his yawn. He rubs at his eyes again, blinking slowly, and for 1 second Kaizomi entertains the hope that maybe Izuku is tired enough that he will just go right back to sleep. Instead, out of nowhere, his eyes suddenly go bright and wide. "It's my birthday," he says, as though only now realizing it. "Happy birthday," Kaizomi grunts in return. His eyes are burning a little bit. He's gone much longer without sleep, but it is moments like this one where he is reminded just how much he misses not having a kid to take care of. "You said I could have anything I want for my birthday," Izuku slowly says, like he is testing the words. "Within reason," Kaizomi adds. Izuku nods, then meets Kaizomi's eyes with steel-set determination in his gaze. "I want to see my mom," he starts, and cuts Kaizomi's stern reprimand off before it can begin. "Let me finish." It is an order disguised as a plea, and though he loathes to admit it, Kaizomi finds himself a little impressed. Izuku has always had a backbone, no matter how gentle he may seem on the outside, but it is rare that Kaizomi gets to see it. He tilts his head, silent permission for Izuku to continue. The boy swallows hard and wets his lips before speaking. "I know I can't talk to her or let her see me. I just want to know that she's okay. That's all. That's the only thing I want for my birthday. If I can just see that she's okay, I promise I won't ask again. Please, Stendhal?" Kaizomi makes the mistake of meeting Izuku's big, sad eyes. They are wet with unshed tears. His lower lip is trembling ever so slightly. The sight shouldn't affect him at all, but "I'll see what I can do," he says with a sigh, and is rewarded with Izuku's bright smile. All things considered, it actually isn't that hard to grant Izuku's wish. He knows a guy with a surveillance quirk who owes him a favor. She bugs the house and a week later she hands Kaizomi a flash drive and tells him not to bother her again. Kaizomi scans through the footage, watches Midoriya Inko make breakfast for one and go to sleep in her son's bed. She leaves the lights on, as though hoping it will guide Izuku back to her. Kaizomi scoffs. If she hadn't wanted to lose her son, then maybe she should have done something about the nasty little sheets that were bullying him. She hadn't seen the potential in front of her and had almost allowed the world to ruin the child that would one day become a hero powerful enough to stop even Kaizomi himself. He's fast-forwarding through the videos of Midoriya Inko weeping and staring out windows and acting generally pathetic. He can feel his frustration mounting as he realizes that there's nothing here he can show Izuku without depressing the kid. He's about to call that a-hole again and demand more footage when the final day begins playing. Inko wakes up and actually looks alive. She does her hair and her makeup, takes her time picking out an outfit. Kaizome leans closer to the screen, wondering what the cause of her sudden liveliness could be. The timestamp reads 0945 when Inko perks up, smiling as she runs for the door. A woman and a small boy are waiting on the doorstep, and Inko embraces the woman. She wraps her arms around Inko in turn, pulling her tight, eyes slipping closed with an expression that seems strangely conflicted. It's gone by the time the embrace is over, replaced by a polite smile. Inko turns to the boy, ruffling his dual-colored hair with a little too much enthusiasm. The boy flushes, turning his face away to hide the pleased little smile that is beginning to twitch at the corners of his mouth. Inko laughs, and while there is no audio, it is easy to see that it is genuine. Kaizome's lips turn up into a wide smile, his tongue bumping at the backs of his teeth. Izuku watches the video with rapt attention, a hunger that Kaizome has not seen since those first weeks of captivity burning behind his eyes. He sees his mother laughing and playing little games with a strange child. He watches as she leans close to whisper things to the woman with long white hair, calloused thumb just barely brushing the back of the stranger's slender hand. Izuku sees how he has been replaced. The boy is sniffling. Kaizome almost feels bad, but he knows that this is a lesson that must be learned. He knows that the anger Izuku feels will fester, but with training it will become his strength. Kaizome knows the sting of betrayal all too well, but it is something that Izuku needs to see. It is the only way to move on and let go of the past. The video ends on the image of Inko pulling the boy and his mother into a hug, smile on her face. Izuku stares at the frozen picture. Kaizome can see his shoulders trembling. He sighs, muttering out a quiet, "Kid, listen." "I know." Izuku turns and Kaizome cuts himself off so quickly he nearly bites his tongue. He stares at Izuku, taking in the sight of fat tears rolling down his chubby little cheeks. He stares at the shine of his eyes and at the way the dull glow of the screen casts the bright smile that stretches across his face into sharp angles. "Thank you, Stendhal." He can only stare, silent and waiting. Izuku sniffles but does not wipe his tears away, unashamed of the clear display of emotion. Looking at it, Kaizome realizes that until this moment, the wavering little grins he had seen had been nothing but pale imitations of the boy's true smile. His eyes dart to the screen, and he recognizes the expression on Midoriya Inko's face. "I'm happy," Izuku says, and Kaizome is surprised to realize that the boy means it. "My mom isn't sad. She's found people she can be happy with. If she's okay, then I can be too." Kaizome nods and waits for Izuku to turn back to the screen before he allows a wide smile to creep across his face. Any doubts he may have had are gone. He will raise Izuku to be the hero the world needs, someone strong enough to stand beside All Might. He knows that he did the right thing by choosing Izuku. Shoto can hear his parents arguing in the kitchen. His father doesn't care about appearances here in the safety of their own home, so he makes no effort to keep his voice down. Even from his hiding spot in the room over, Shoto can feel the heat that rolls off his father in waves. Sweat is beading across his forehead. He creeps closer to the open doorway. He finds his curiosity about what could inspire such anger outweighing his fear. His mother's voice is soft and even, and much too low to make out any words. He takes another step forward, inching closer until he is pressed against the wall, hidden only by the doorframe. "I haven't," his mother is saying. "You're angry for nothing. You do this so often, NG, and I am tired of it." The words that spill from his father's mouth have Shoto slapping his hands over his ears, just like his sister had taught him to do. Those are very mean bad words. She said he doesn't need to listen to them when Dad wasn't shouting them at him. When he uncovers his ears, the shouting has stopped. His parents are speaking quietly, and he peeks around the corner of the door to check on his mom. She is standing tall instead of cowering before his father like she usually would. It makes Shoto want to stand a little taller too. "You can't stop me from leaving, NG." "Then go," his father hisses. There are flames that flicker and die around his shoulders and eyes with every breath he takes. His mother nods, short and sharp. She takes a deep, shuddering breath. Her fingers curl into fists to hide the way they tremble, though Shoto can't see that. I'm taking the children with me. The tea kettle begins to scream. Shoto whimpers as the room explodes into flames in a sudden blinding burst. They are extinguished just as quickly by a blast of cold wind. When he looks again, his mother's dress is singed and her hair is whipping about in the freezing eddies of air. His father advances a step, teeth bared in a snarl. "You don't scare me," his mother howls, but the wild-eyed stare and the way she stumbles backwards into the cabinets shows she is lying. Shoto's stomach hurts as he watches tears freeze on his mother's face. "You have no chance in hell of ever taking them," his father says as he advances, step by step, flames growing and wreathing his body as the icy blasts begin to taper off and die out. "You will leave, and once you step foot out that door, you will never see them again. They're my children, and you are hurting them," she whispers, hands scrabbling blindly over the counters behind her, unwilling to take her eyes off of her husband. Shoto takes a step forward, breaching the invisible barrier, the kitchen floor cold against his bare feet even as his father blazes just a yard ahead. For the first time, he sees his father's lips curl into a smile. It is not kind. "Prove it," he says, and raises his hand to strike her. His mother screams. "Don't hurt her!" Shoto cries, rushing forward. At the same moment, his mother's fingers wrap around the handle of the tea kettle and she throws it with a scream of desperate terror. There is the sensation of horrible pain, nothing like the bruises and cuts and tiny little burns he has experienced so far in his short life. This is all-consuming, and for that moment he forgets what it is like to not be in pain. From far away, he can hear his mother's sobbing and his father's roars of fury. Then, blissfully, his world goes dark. When he wakes up again, it is to the dim lights and pale walls of a hospital room. His mind is fuzzy, but even through that fuzziness he can feel the pain that consumes his left eye. The doctors arrive soon after. Shoto is 7 when he learns that his face will be forever scarred, that he may never regain vision in his eye, and that his mother will never be freed from her confinement. According to his father, she had simply snapped and thrown the boiling water over her youngest child. Better a wife gone tragically mad than a wife battered and desperate to flee. He is 7 when he learns that his father is worse than any monster or villain he can imagine. "Hey, Stendhal. What is it? You're not a real hero, are you?" It isn't a question. Kaizome looks away from the television to where Izuku is sitting. The boy has crayons and an All Might coloring book in front of him, and is so focused on making sure he doesn't go outside of the lines that Kaizome almost wonders if he imagined the kid speaking at all. He clears his throat. "What makes you say that?" he asks, attention on Izuku even as his hands work mindlessly to clean the blade of his sword. "Just a feeling," Izuku responds, tongue poking out just a little as he leans close to the paper and carefully fills in the yellow of All Might's hair. Kaizome knows the kid well enough to say with absolute certainty that Izuku's question did not come from just a feeling. It came from hours of observation and context clues and deep thought. The boy was far too smart for his own good. It was likely that he had suspected the truth for a long time. "How long have you had this feeling?" Izuku turned to look at him, green eyes sharp and mouth twisted in a way that told Kaizome that he was already thoroughly done with him. It was almost impressive how quickly Izuku had become annoyed, considering Kaizome had only gotten back from patrol 15 minutes ago. "A few years now," he says, and it is refreshing how not scared he is. Kaizome is glad that the days of the kid cowering anytime Kaizome is around are behind them. It is much more fun this way. He shrugs and pulls up a chair to sit at the table with the kid. Izuku frowns at the scraping noise the chair makes as it is dragged across the floor. He doesn't comment, though. He grabs a blue crayon and begins working on the number 1 hero's costume. "I'm not a registered hero," Kaizome says at last. Izuku's hand stills, but he does not look away from All Might's smiling cartoon visage. Kaizome waits a moment, giving Izuku time to talk if he wants. When the silence stretches on, he continues. "Sometimes registered heroes can't do everything that needs to be done to keep people safe. Can you imagine All Might or Best Jeanist saving people in back alleys late at night?" Izuku seems to seriously consider his question. Then he nods. "They would do it. Heroes will go anywhere and do anything to help people." Kaizome hums and reaches for a crayon of his own. He gestures vaguely and Izuku gets the message. He hands one of the coloring books over to Kaizome, who flips it open to a random page and begins to fill in the red of Endeavor's hair. There are some heroes who won't go to places like that, though. Some who are only interested in saving people during the day, when there are lots of people there to cheer for them. Good heroes, like All Might, can't be everywhere all the time. You know that, right? Izuku actually scoffs at that. His little mouth turns into a scowl and acidic green eyes dart up to steal a quick glance at Kaizome's unmasked face. His gaze is full of quiet accusations. He knows that the kid must be thinking of the night he was taken years ago. Of course I know that, Izuku says. But that's what underground heroes are for. Yes, Kaizome says slowly. His red crayon has moved on to the flames that lick at Endeavor's face, hiding his features behind a mask of his own making. But just like heroes that work in the daylight, underground heroes can't be everywhere at once either. So that means that people like me and people like you are needed to help fill the gaps. We help people that not even the heroes can. Izuku seems to consider this. The blue crayon is pressed hard into the paper, wrinkling the side of All Might's body like a wound. You don't always help people. Izuku's voice is quiet and quivering, like saying the words out loud hurts him. Sometimes you come back all bloody. But it isn't your blood. I know you leave again when you think I'm asleep. He swallows hard and meets Kaizome's eyes with a hard glare. You took me instead of taking me home to my mom. Yes, I did. And I do. But you know why I have to do the things I do, Izuku. The glare dissolves almost immediately and Izuku's eyes fill with tears. He nods, small and shrinking into himself more every second. You're trying to make the world better, he says. The words are robotic and rehearsed, nothing more than an echo. He hopes that, someday, the boy will see the truth of the matter and come to believe the words he speaks. Sometimes bad people can become heroes, and sometimes even the best heroes aren't enough. There are rules that society has in place, and registered heroes have to follow those rules, even if it means not helping people like they should. When I go out and help people, I'm making a difference in the world. To the people that I can save, I am a hero. It's the same for you, Izuku. To each and every person you save, you become their hero. Izuku is openly sobbing, not bothering to wipe away his tears. His hand is clenched hard around his crayon, which has scored a mark across his perfect picture, going far outside the lines he had been so carefully following. Kaizome smiles, though it is a little sad. He waits while Izuku lets his emotions out, lets the darkness and anger bleed through his eyes and drip to the table below, soaking through All Might's smile and into the pages below. This happens every so often. Izuku just needs to cry himself out, and when he is done, the happy child Kaizome knows so well is back. Finally, the sobbing subsides. It is replaced by a few pathetic little hiccups while Izuku wipes at his eyes and nose with his sleeve. When he's done, he looks back to Kaizome with puffy red eyes. In the background, the news drones on. How do you know if someone isn't a very good hero? Izuku asks, sniffling. I'll teach you how to spot them when you're older, Kaizome says, and his red crayon leaves a thin line across Endeavor's neck. For the first time in almost 3 years, Izuku is taken outside during the day. His eyes water at the brightness, so used to watching the world through boarded windows or under the thick cover of night. Stendhal notices, and silently hands him a pair of sunglasses. They are just a little too big. I don't understand, Izuku says, keeping his voice low so that the people around them can't hear. What don't you get? Stendhal asks. His fingers are wrapped tight around Izuku's wrist. Why now? The man shrugs. Izuku stares up at him, taking in his neatly styled hair and the clean, well-fitted clothes. He is wearing a medical mask to hide his identity, always wary of drawing attention. If Izuku hadn't seen him preparing for the day, he wouldn't have believed that the man leading him through the streets was the same one he has been living with the past few years. Stendhal would probably never be considered very attractive. His features are still too exaggerated, his skin scarred and his back slightly hunched. His eyes are still that chilling, glowing red. None of those things are out of place in their world of quicks and mutations, though. Dressed like this, With his hair pulled up into a neat bun, he can easily pass for a university student or a young businessman on his day off. In comparison, Izuku feels grimy and frumpy. He frowns. No real reason. I just figured you'd been cooped up inside the apartment for too long. I had errands to run today anyways. Izuku's frown deepens further, but he keeps his mouth tightly shut. He knows that if he behaves today, then there is a good chance that there will be future outings. He would like that. They weave through the city streets, sidestepping the crowds with ease. As he ducks out of the way of a group of children running past without a care, it occurs to Izuku that he would not have been able to do something like that before Stendhal had taken him. He had been clumsy and slow back then, always getting pushed around or stumbling as he tried to keep up with his friends. He smiles to himself, pleased that he has been keeping pace with Stendhal without any trouble. They arrive at the store. It is large and full of people, all packed tightly together. Izuku shuffles a little closer to Stendhal to avoid the overwhelming crush of the crowd. He hasn't been around this many people in years. Not since the last time his mom had taken him with her to go shipping. Stay close, Stendhal grunts, grabbing a shopping basket and heading deeper into the store. He moves like he is on a mission, and all Izuku can do is trail along as he scans the shelves with a hawk-like intensity and tosses item after item into the basket. Izuku finds his eyes wandering, scanning the faces around him to see if he recognizes anyone. Even if he does, though, they probably wouldn't know who he is. His beanie is pulled low over his dirty curls and the medical mask and sunglasses hide his features from view. If he cries out or tries to get someone's attention, Stendhal will hurt them. He will make Izuku regret trying to leave. Still, if he can somehow find a hero's face among the crowd, maybe they will have a better chance at taking him back home. Stendhal is still, and when Izuku looks back he realizes that the man is staring. Izuku meets his eye, trying not to look guilty, and the man smiles in a way that tells Izuku that he knows exactly what Izuku is thinking. His finger taps the blades that he hides beneath his jacket, a silent warning. Izuku nods, eyes dropping to the ground in shame. Stendhal goes back to browsing the shelves and Izuku stays beside him, silent and close as the man's own shadow. He wanders away only twice the rest of their trip. Once, to slip the newest issue of Heroes Weekly into Stendhal's basket, and the second time to find the shampoo whose smell reminds him of his mama. Stendhal's brows lift when he notices the extra items, but he doesn't say anything. He just pays and hands Izuku his own bag to carry back to the apartment. Izuku smiles up at him, excited to read the articles on All Might and all the new heroes that made their debuts since Stendhal took him. Stendhal smiles as he answers Izuku's eager questions, and on the train ride back to the apartment they pore over the new pictures of All Might's latest rescue after the collapse of a building. They spend the evening watching old videos of the hero's greatest hits, and Izuku's eyes shine bright with wonder. Izuku sobs silently during his bath that night, suds in his hair and the smell of home hanging heavy in the air. The knock comes at 10:03 a.m. Just a year ago the sound would have set her heart racing, a mixed bottle of anxiety and hope. Now, though, she simply stands from her seat and makes her way slowly to the door, her thoughts occupied only by the bland curiosity of who might be calling on her. She hopes it isn't a salesman. She can never seem to turn them down when they come to call. She chooses not to think too hard about whether that is because she feels bad saying no, or because she is simply lonely and it feels nice to talk with another person. When the door opens, she is surprised to find two well-dressed men on the other side. "Midoriya Inko?" the first asks, his hands in his pockets. She makes herself smile politely, trying to mask her uncertainty. "Yes, that's me. How can I help you?" "Midoriya-san, I am Detective Tsukachi and this," he gestures to the man standing just a half step behind him, "is my associate. Do you have some time to speak with us?" Inko stares, uncomprehending. Her brow furrows slightly as a lock of hair tickles her cheek. She brushes it away and frowns, trying to focus only on her confusion instead of the ocean of terror that is slowly rising to fill her. "You aren't the detective assigned to my son's case." No ma'am, I'm not. I'm actually here as a favor. Can we come in?" Inko's frown deepens as she says, "Can I please see some identification?" Something like surprise flickers across the detective's face, but it quickly smooths out. He smiles as he pulls his hands from his pockets and reaches for his belt. Of course. My apologies, Midoriya-san. She takes a moment to study the badge just like Rei had taught her to. She nods her thanks and returns it, then turns her gaze expectantly towards the tall man that stands behind the detective like he is trying to hide himself behind the shorter man's frame. He looks briefly panicked, then bashful. I am here as something of an independent party, ma'am. I work with the police sometimes, but I don't have a badge or official title. We are both here for the same reason, though. She looks towards the detective, who nods. The tall man pulls out a wallet, then his ID, and hands it over. Inko memorizes his name before handing it back with a quiet murmur of thanks. She offers them a wobbly smile, inexplicably numb and unsteady on her feet. Please come in. Can I offer you some tea? Water? Oh, I may have some snacks if you'd like. Her hands flutter as she leads them towards her living room. Izuku's picture smiles down at them from the wall, and there is a stack of missing posters settled on a side table. She offers a few to anyone who comes to her door, just in case. I'll take a glass of water if it isn't any trouble, Detective Tsukachi says, his smile bland and polite. Inko nods and turns to the tall man, a question in her gaze. Oh yes, the same for me please. She nods and hurries away to the kitchen to fetch the drinks. She takes an extra moment to brew herself some tea and to lay a few store-bought pastries out on a plate. She needs more time to settle her nerves and to brace herself. Her son's case has had no leads for years, not since Rei had come to her with the news that Izuku had helped her. Even then, that had been a dead end. It was a glimmer of hope that led them nowhere, but it had been enough to keep her going, and it had been what brought her together with her friend. She has confirmation that her baby is still alive, and if he is still able to smile, then she can too, if only for his sake. Now, though, with the detective and his associate waiting quietly in her living room, she finds herself nearly breathless with the swirling cloud of uncertainty about what news they might be bringing her. Izuku has been missing for almost 4 years, and aside from the tiny amount of comfort that her friend had been able to offer her, there has not been a single sign of her baby. What if they have come with bad news? Her knees nearly buckle at the mere thought. She doesn't know if she will survive if that is the case. There is a part of her that wants to cling to the uncertainty. If she never knows any differently, she can keep picturing Izuku the way that Rei had described him, thinner and paler, but holding out his hand to help a stranger in need with a smile on his face. Alive and whole, and isn't that better? A sudden wave of rage rolls over her. She swipes at her wet eyes, furious with herself for even daring to think such things. She is no coward, and Izuku deserves better from her. No matter what news the detective brings, she knows she must face it head-on for Izuku's sake. She tells herself that that is what he would want her to do. Be brave. Be brave like All Might and all the other heroes. The thought brings a smile to her face, no matter how fleeting. Izuku is the only one who has ever considered her a hero, and she failed him. Keeps failing him more and more every moment he is missing, and she isn't there to keep him safe. She piles the refreshments onto a tray and takes a few deep breaths. Forces her heart to calm its wild pounding in her chest and plasters a smile on her face. She walks straight-backed to the living room, her past experience as a waitress serving her well as she balances the tray without spilling a single drop. Sorry for the wait, she says, placing the tray on the table. The tall man looks at her, and she can't help but notice that his eyes are as startling as they are beautiful. He looks flustered and his hands fidget a little as he leans forward as though to help her. You didn't have to go to so much trouble, Yagi-san says. It was no trouble at all, Inko assures him, her smile becoming just a little bit warmer at the way this giant of a man flutters and frets over such a small thing. The detective is standing in front of Izuku's picture, studying it as though he is hoping to memorize every inch of her son's face. She is glad for that. Is this the most recent photo you have of your son? The detective asks, not turning away from Izuku's frozen smile. Yes, Inko says. It is from his school's picture day, just 2 weeks before he was taken. It took her 2.5 years to be able to say such things without breaking down. Now those words feel like fire burning away at her heart, but she is able to school her features and keep the pain contained. At least until these men leave and she is free to unravel in privacy. The detective nods and steps away from the photograph, coming to sit on the sofa beside his associate. Inko settles into the chair across from them. The detective lifts his glass of water to his lips and Inko folds her hands in her lap to hide the way they tremble. She waits for the man to gather his thoughts. I understand that you have become close with Todoroki Rei, Detective Tsukachi says at last, placing his drink carefully on a coaster. Inko nods, thrown further off balance by the unexpected question. The detective leans forward, fingers steepled and elbows resting on his knees. Todoroki-san has recently become indisposed. She reached out to my associate and me, and requested that we look into your son's case as a personal favor. Oh, Inko says. Alarm flares as she remembers the way that her friend flinches away from the gentlest touches and the bruises that she has seen scattered across her arms and Shoto's face. Are she and Shoto all right? The two men share a glance, and Inko's stomach plummets at the same moment that her heart leaps up to lodge itself in her throat. They will both make full recoveries, he says. I'm sorry, but that is all I'm able to say at this time. Inko nods and mumbles a soft apology as she leans across the table between them, hand held out to float the box of tissues that is just out of her reach closer. It makes more sense now, why she hasn't seen or heard from Rei for far longer than usual. She pulls a tissue from its box and dabs automatically at her nose, then her eyes, surprised to see that it comes back dry. She takes a deep breath and then gestures for him to continue speaking. The detective pulls out a small notebook and flips it open, eyes scanning the page briefly before he speaks. I understand that Todoroki-san met your son about 6 months after he disappeared. Inko nods, teeth worrying her bottom lip as she thinks about Izuku and Rei and Shoto, all of them missing from her life and their conditions a mystery to her. There was a man with him that night that fought off her attacker while your son led her away to safety. She nods again and he writes something down. Yagi-san leans forward a little, looking like he is trying to read the detective's notes over his shoulder. She wishes she could do the same. How old would Izuku have been at the time? He was taken 2 months before his 5th birthday, so 5 years and 4 months old, she tells him, fingers clenched hard around her tissue. She feels a little embarrassed, somehow. It seems silly to go into so much detail when the man likely already has access to that information. She feels like she is wasting time, like every unnecessary word that tumbles from her mouth and onto the detective's paper is time better spent on things that the man doesn't already know. She doesn't have anything else to give them, though. That was the last known sighting of him, Yai-san murmurs, eyebrows scrunching and his eyes darting from side to side as he reads. Detective Tsukachi shoots the blonde man a hard look, and it makes Inko want to laugh. Or maybe just scream. She is so tired of people treating her like glass. She just wants them to tell her what they know, ask their questions, and then go out there and find her son. It was, she confirms, though she knows that it wasn't a question. She tries to keep the accusation out of her voice as she says, he will be 8 in a few months, and there hasn't been a single lead since then. We will have to see if we can change that, Yagi-san says, his lips stretched into a smile that is soft and comforting, but does not fully reach his eyes. The expression is familiar somehow, but she can't seem to place it. She frowns a little, but dips her head in. Silent gratitude. She waits for them to say more, but the silence stretches on and fills the air between them. She shifts, uncertain and uncomfortable. She doesn't know what they are waiting for. Have there been any more leads? She manages to ask at last, gaze moving slowly between the faces of the two men before her, searching for some sign of news, good or bad. Yagi-san shifts, looking uncomfortable. Detective Tsukachi shakes his head, expression polite and professionally distant. I'm afraid there are no new leads at this time, he says. Inko nods and does her best to ignore the way her heart drops under the crushing disappointment. She feels numb again. No news is good news, right? They ask more questions, just confirming what is already written in the few reports that have been filed over the past 4 years. Inko answers them all, fighting to maintain the numbness because if she doesn't it will boil over into rage, which will mean tears and yelling. She doesn't know if she could stand the shame if she acted like that to people who are only trying to help. Their questioning doesn't take very long, considering there isn't much in her son's file to begin with. For one brief second, she is almost grateful. Then the guilt washes over her and she angrily pushes the thought away. Should I expect to hear from Detective Abe again? She asks, trying to shift her focus to any other emotion, any other topic. He may still reach out from time to time when I cannot, but I will be the primary detective on your son's case from here on out. Thank you, Detective Tsukachi. She hesitates, then asks, when can I expect to hear from Ray again? The man gives her a sad, pitying look. She has to bite her tongue to stop herself from shrinking beneath it. I'm afraid I can't answer that, Midoriya-san. She feels buried under the weight of his words, and it must show on her face because Yagi speaks up. Don't lose hope. If we hear any news on her condition, we will be sure to inform you. I will personally do whatever I can to make sure you are able to meet not only your son, but Todoroki-san and Shotoku-kun again. His smile is blinding, his strange eyes sparkling. Inko feels her breath catch in her chest. She can't seem to find her voice, so she just nods and returns his smile with a shaky one of her own. Beside him, the detective is giving his associate a long-suffering look. Yai-sen, he mutters, then shoots a look towards Inko and his mouth snaps shut. He sighs and fishes a card from his pocket, offering it to her. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out anytime. She accepts the cards, first from Detective Tsukachi and then from Yagi-san. She walks them to the door, trying to ignore the prickling sense of loss that is making her eyes itch. She just has to hold it together until they are out the door. As the detective steps outside, Yagi-san pauses and turns to her, one foot on the threshold of her apartment. He takes her hand and meets her eye, expression serious. She feels like she should shrink back from the touch, but his expression is so open and earnest that she finds herself frozen. I will do everything I can, Midoriya-san, so please don't fear. If you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to contact me. I will be here. She smiles and squeezes his hand, tears overflowing as the dam breaks. Shock flashes across his face, followed quickly by guilt. He opens his mouth, stuttering out a panicked apology, but she cuts him off. No, don't apologize. Thank you for coming over. I'll be in touch. She shoos him out the door, shutting it softly behind him. Back pressed against the wood like that will be enough to keep the tragedies of the world outside from invading, she tries to breathe through the waves of sorrow that are crashing over her. She can hear the men shuffling outside her door, their voices low and muffled, but she can't hold back any longer. Inko's knees can no longer hold her weight. She collapses, sliding down the door, hands pressed tightly over her mouth as she tries to quiet her sobs. It is just one more loss, one more mystery, one more piece of her heart gone missing without a trace. No one can tell her anything. There are no answers. She has no choice but to remain in the darkness until the light is returned to her life. For his 8th birthday, Izuku requests 3 things. Another video of his mom, a subscription to Heroes Weekly, and to have his hair cut by a professional. Stendhal grants 2 of those requests. Izuku hums happily to himself as he sits in the salon chair, legs swinging idly as he flips through the pages of his magazine. He is searching for any articles he can find on up-and-coming heroes. He feels fresh and clean, his hair lighter than it's been in years. It is enough to lift his spirits, mind wandering away from thoughts of his mom and instead towards all the heroes he missed the debuts of. He misses his days of scouring the internet for videos, but since the internet offers too many chances for him to reach out to others without Stendhal's permission, he has been banned from it until further notice. As much as he doesn't like it, he does understand the reasoning behind it. He's so well behaved, the lady doing his hair comments to Stendhal. Izuku grins behind his magazine, preening a little bit at the compliment. His expression falls as she continues. He did have some pretty terrible tangles and his hair was getting matted in some places, though. I take it he gets his hair from his mom? She sounds cross, like she is about to start lecturing the man that towers over her. Izuku goes a little stiff, but does his best to pretend that he can't hear the conversation. He does not allow his gaze to wander away from the magazine pages, doing his best to appear totally immersed in the articles on Endeavor's latest triumph in solving a case that had long been thought cold. Whatever that means. Yeah, he does. I guess I don't know how to care for it right. She's not around anymore. Izuku blinks back the tears that spring to his eyes at the words and hunches a little further forward. It is shocking to hear Stendhal discussing things so casually with a stranger, his voice calm and low. He sounds so earnest, so sad, like it actually bothers him that Izuku has been taken away from his mom. Izuku frowns, resisting the urge to sniffle as he brushes a curl away from his cheek. His mom still had to help him in the bath, back when Stendhal took him. He thinks about how she always knew exactly how to brush his hair without it hurting and the way he would whine and cry when the shampoo got in his eyes. It was silly of him to cry over a little stinging, but his mom would still coo and apologize and wipe away the suds with her gentle hands. He doesn't need help anymore, but he misses it sometimes. Endeavor's scowling face blurs before his eyes and the woman makes a sympathetic noise. It makes Izuku want to shout at her, to tell her not to sound so sorry for Stendhal. He's the reason she's not around anymore. I'm sorry to hear that. It must be hard being a single father, but you seem like you're doing just fine. Your son is one of the sweetest kids I've worked with. Their voices fade as they walk towards the counter. Izuku lifts his eyes to watch, and sees the woman giving Stendhal a big bottle of something and a new comb. It looks like the kind his mom used to use. He sees her smile, pink teeth shiny behind her black lips, and wonders if Stendhal is smiling back. He pays in cash and calls to let Izuku know that they're ready to go. Izuku feels clean and fresh and happy, but the woman's words won't leave his head. They linger and echo, gnawing at the back of his mind for the rest of the day. It isn't quite enough to spoil his day, not when Stendhal takes him out for ice cream and they talk about All Might's coolest rescues between mouthfuls. Still, once they go back to the safe house and the quiet of the space washes over him, he finds his mood beginning to sour. It doesn't take very long for Stendhal to notice, though he waits a few hours to see if it will blow over or not. With bedtime fast approaching and Izuku still only communicating through huffs and one-word responses, Kaizome heaves a sigh and settles himself in for a heavy discussion with the disgruntled newly 8-year-old. So, something's bothering you, huh? Izuku glances up from his quirk notebook, green eyes dull and shadowed by his newly styled bangs. He meets Kaizome's eyes and holds his gaze steadily for a long moment before he turns away, mumbling something that he knows Kaizome won't be able to make out. The man bites back another sigh, fingers twitching with the urge to pinch the bridge of his nose. He resists, unwilling to let Izuku know that he is getting annoyed with his attitude. He is not looking forward to when the kid hits his teenage years. You'll feel better if you talk about it, he tries, leaning forward. Heroes don't keep bad feelings bottled up, right? Izuku seems to consider that, eyes darting back up to examine Kaizome's face as though searching for answers there. The boy's mouth twists like he isn't sure if he wants to cry or not. Then he sighs and sits up straight, meeting his mentor's eyes with a stubborn look on his chubby little face. It is adorable. At the hair place earlier the lady called me your son. Kaizome grimaces. He should have known that Izuku had heard that. Izuku continues, cheeks puffed out and eyes wet. You're not my dad. I know, kid. You're right. I don't even know my dad, but I do know that you're not him. Izuku plows on, words tumbling from his lips like they have been building for years. I never needed a dad, and I don't want one now. I only ever needed my mom, so if you're not going to let me go back to her then you don't have any right to pretend like you're my family. I don't need you. Stendhal is surprised by how much the words sting. He keeps his expression carefully blank, nodding along as the boy stumbles and chokes over his words. There are tears rolling down Izuku's cheeks while embers burn brightly behind green eyes. Kaizome sighs and leans forward a little more, almost a bow but not quite there. I'm sorry, kid. You're right. I'm not your dad and I should have corrected her. Izuku looks surprised, like he had been expecting the man who has been raising him since he was 4 years old to fight him on the subject. He sniffles and wipes his tears away with the hem of his t-shirt. He meets Kaizome's eyes, and the anger is beginning to drain away as he asks, "Why did you let her say that, then?" He shrugs, feeling suddenly embarrassed. Izuku is watching him closely, cataloging every twitch and expression, analyzing them and storing them away for future examination. The kid puts his quirk to good use, that's for sure. It is no use lying to him. I don't know. It felt nice, I guess. Izuku's brow wrinkles with his confusion, prior anger already forgotten in the face of this new mystery. He pps his head to the side, waiting for Kaizome to continue. The man runs his fingers through his hair, sighing more deeply. I guess that I've just been raising you for so long now, it kind of felt like that was being acknowledged. It just felt nice, her saying that I was doing a good job. He can tell by the way Izuku's eyes narrow and his lips purse that that was the wrong thing to say. The boy calmly closes the notebook he had been writing in and slams the bathroom door behind himself as he goes to get ready for bed. Kaizome knows he messed up, but when Izuku emerges with his wet hair creating damp spots on the shoulders of his all-might footy pajamas and the new comb in hand, he knows he's been forgiven. They talk about their plans for their next patrol as Kaizome runs the comb carefully through Izuku's hair, apologizing each time the prongs snag on a knot. Izuku smiles and tells himself that his eyes aren't stinging every time he feels a painful tug. Izuku's first attempt at freedom starts small. It goes unnoticed by Stendhal, who is used to him wandering the surrounding alleys to check for witnesses or victims or more people who need help. It is their usual routine, only this time Izuku finds himself just a little further than normal. He searches for heroes instead of people that need help. Stendhal finds him 4 blocks away. Izuku smiles up at the man, says, "I cleared this whole area," and hopes that Stendhal can't hear the way his heart is hammering in his chest. The man just smiles down at Izuku from behind his mask and ruffles his tangle-free hair. Izuku does not protest as Stendhal lifts him up and carries him back to the rooftops to continue their nightly activities. He does not try his luck again for the rest of the week, but the next time he sees an opening he chooses to take it. Again, Stendhal finds him blocks away, and again he accepts Izuku's easy smile and happy declaration of having patrolled the surrounding area all by himself without suspicion. He even seems pleased that Izuku is taking the initiative to continue helping people while Stendhal is otherwise occupied with taking down the latest villain. It gives him hope that his plan will work. He just has to be patient and to have faith that a hero will find him. Several months pass and Izuku is patrolling larger areas, out of Stendhal's watchful eye for longer than he has been since the day the man stole him from the playground near his house. He rarely sees anyone, which is fine. He has known from the beginning that his plan was going to take time. He has been with Stendhal for 4 years, so a few more days, or weeks or months or years, is nothing to him. He helps the few civilians he meets that need it and hopes that a real hero will stumble upon the scene. He smiles at Stendhal and accepts the man's praise and trains harder than ever before in preparation for a time when he may have to run from the man who has taught him everything he knows. Some nights, when Stendhal ruffles his hair and smiles at him with pride shining in his dark eyes, Izuku can't help the churning sensation of guilt at the realization that he is betraying his mentor's trust. He tells himself that he isn't trying to run away. Not really. It's just that if a hero finds him wandering the streets on his own so late after dark and asks where his parents are, he definitely isn't going to stop them from taking him back to his mom. It is almost 3 in the morning and he is picking his way through an alley behind a large apartment building. The fire escape is rusted and crumbling, and the dumpsters are overflowing with trash. The smell that fills the air would have been enough to make him GG if he didn't already spend most of his nights in alleyways almost identical to this one. Still, there is something about this place that is making the hair on the back of his neck stand up. He is preparing to scale the fire escape up to the rooftops and onto the next filth-filled alley, when he hears a sniffle. Izuku whirls around, white-knuckled hand gripping his collapsible staff and adrenaline already pumping through his veins. "You don't live here," a small voice says, and his eyes focus on the girl that has stepped from behind a dumpster to face him. She doesn't sound accusatory or even curious. Her voice is flat and her expression is empty. She talks like she doesn't really care, like she is speaking just for the sake of alerting him to her presence. It unsettles him for reasons he can't place. "No," he says, slowly releasing his grip on the weapon. I'm just passing through." The girl nods like his answer is satisfactory, but neither of them make any move to leave. A business's neon sign blinks and flickers at the mouth of the alley, throwing bright splashes of color over the both of them and illuminating the girl's features. He can feel her examining him, taking in his weapons and his mask. He studies her in turn, mind working to put together pieces of a puzzle he hasn't seen before. She's close to his age, baby fat still clinging to her cheeks. Her hair is cut short and her feet are bare despite the glass that litters the ground. She is hiding behind a dumpster in a bad part of the city wearing nothing but her nightgown, which looks to be several sizes too large for her. There are cuts on her knees and on her feet, yet she does not seem to care. "Do you need help?" he asks her, taking a step forward. She shuffles back 2 steps in return, gaze never straying from his face as she eyes his mask with distrust. Izuku recognizes that look at least, and he pastes on his best comforting smile as he reaches up to slowly remove it. The girl does not react as he shows her his face, but the flickering neon reflects in her empty eyes. He waits for her to respond, his instincts telling him that she needs his help while his mind urges him to keep moving. Then, like a ray of sunshine breaking over the darkened horizon, a smile spreads across her face. "Someone hit you," she says, a dirty hand tracing over her own cheek. Izuku reaches up to touch the bruise that paints his face in splotchy greens and purples, taken aback. "What?" "Oh, don't worry. I won't tell. Someone hits me too." She sounds delighted. He watches, frozen with surprise, as she lifts the hem of her nightgown to show the bruising that covers her torso. Izuku feels sick as his eyes trace the shapes and colors, automatically putting time frames and severity to each one. The newest ones are still red and swollen, bruises not yet formed. Izuku is horrified. "I have an ice pack," he blurts. The girl drops her nightgown, hiding the wounds beneath the thin pink fabric. She looks confused by his declaration, though the smile does not leave her lips. Izuku drops his mask to the ground and kneels on the dirty ground, pulling his backpack off and fumbling with the zippers. "Did you want me to put it in the freezer for you?" she asks, inching slowly closer to him. "You'd have to wait until tomorrow night to get it back though." Izuku shakes his head, frustration mounting as he digs through his pack. He tells himself that he is going to organize it better when he gets home tonight. "It's for you," he says, then hums happily as his fingers wrap around the first aid kit. He pulls it out with a triumphant sound and opens it, happy to see the little plastic pouch. "You just squeeze it and it gets cold. It's pretty cool." Was that pun on purpose? He grins at her, and her smile begins to lose its sharp edge. She looks almost shy as she steps closer, tentatively holding her hand out for the ice pack. She looks like she is waiting for him to change his mind, to retract his offer of help and laugh in her face instead. He remembers feeling like that too sometimes, back when he still had friends that would tease and hurt him because he didn't know what his quirk was yet. "It's okay," he tells her, thinking about the videos that helped him through the pain back then. "But why?" "Because I am here." Her smile does not drop, but the tears that flow down her cheeks flash pink and blue with the neon lights. She makes him promise not to tell anyone about her, saying that she will disappear if he does. Izuku thinks it over and decides that at least this way he can help her. He reluctantly agrees not to tell. He visits her once a week to bring bandages and salves, and some nights just to keep her company. She asks to see his new bruises and cuts each time. He obliges on the condition that she shows him hers in return and lets him treat them. She giggles as he applies the antiseptic, amused by the stinging, and shows her fangs in a smile as he wraps gauze around her. The third week he asks Stendhal to teach him more advanced first aid, and finds himself with several new books on the subject and another hour added to their training sessions. He flips through the books until he finds a section on how to tell if ribs are broken. His mentor pretends like he's not spying on what Izuku is reading, but Izuku catches the way the man's eyebrows go through some complicated acrobatics, which he tries and fails to hide behind his newspaper. The fifth week he learns that her name is Himiko. She doesn't ask for his name in return and he doesn't offer it, though a part of him wishes that he could tell her. She takes the bandages he brought and wraps them around her face, insisting she'll be the mummy and he'll be the brave explorer who finds her tomb. He laughs as she chases him through the dirty alley, ducking behind dumpsters and hiding from the monster who wants to eat him. It's the first time in years that he's gotten the chance to play and it sets his heart racing with joy. 2 months pass and he has almost completely forgotten his plan to find a hero. Seeing Himiko is the highlight of his nights, and he knows that once he is no longer patrolling with Stendhal he will not be able to see her anymore. She is only able to come outside to play with him at night when her dad is at work, after all. In the 3rd month she asks about his quirk. My mentor thinks I have an analysis quirk, but it's not registered or anything. My friends used to make fun of me because they thought I was quirkless. Himiko nods and slurps her drink loudly, watching him with half-lidded eyes. They are empty again at the moment, but it doesn't bother him anymore. She offers it to him when she is done, but he shakes his head. She shrugs, then leans back against the dumpster. My quirk isn't registered yet either, she says. Izuku perks up. What is it? Dunno. It's gotta be something though, right? Yeah. All the signs are there of a mutation type, at least. Izuku's mind is racing with the information presented to him, searching through memories and the bits and pieces he has observed before now. Himiko grins at him and pulls her lips back to show her fangs. Life is beginning to bleed back into her yellow eyes. These are here for a reason. They spend the rest of the night theorizing about what her quirk might be. Himiko agrees to test his theories and does so with a smile, no matter how ridiculous his ideas are. She doesn't even get mad when Izuku's cat quirk theory ends up with her jumping from the fire escape and definitely not landing on her feet. As he checks her ankles and wrist for sprains, frantically apologizing as she laughs and assures him that she is fine, Izuku can't help but think that he's never had a better friend. He knows that Stendhal knows about her. He has seen the man lurking on the rooftops as the night wears to an end. Izuku leaves Himiko as the first hint of dawn turns the sky gray, and he is never surprised to find his mentor waiting patiently for him just 1 street over. Stendhal doesn't ask where Izuku has been. He just smiles and says, "It looks like you had a good night. Ready to go home?" Izuku doesn't know what would happen if he were to say no, so he goes home with Stendhal and listens as the man tells him about his night over breakfast. His smiles are real now when the man praises how far he has come, how much he has learned, how much potential he has. His laughter bubbles up from his belly and fills his chest with happiness on the nights he spends with his friend, treating one another's injuries before chasing each other through the neon-spotted darkness. Some nights they just sit together and tell stories, trying to find the stars through the light-polluted clouds that hang over the city. On the nights he doesn't see Himiko, Izuku is so close to living the life he always dreamed of. He is helping others, saving them when the actual heroes can't. He can be a real hero for the people he pulls away from danger and offers comfort to, even if he isn't beating up bad guys like Stendhal does. He doesn't think about the other things he knows Stendhal does when he's not around. He lays in bed each morning and smiles up at the ceiling, tired eyes watching as scant beams of sunshine poke through the gaps in the boarded-up windows and illuminate the room. He thinks that he is happier now than he has been since the day Kaken started bullying him for not having a quirk. He wonders what his best friend would think of him now. And then one day Himiko doesn't show up. He waits. The neon lights flicker and illuminate the dark blood that stains the space behind the dumpster where she likes to hide. Izuku feels his heart grow heavy in his chest as the minutes tick slowly by, turning to hours. Tears have begun to burn his eyes when Stendhal joins him in the alley. "Where's your friend, kid?" "Something's wrong," he whispers, breath hitching. He shoves his hands in the pocket of his hoodie to hide the way they tremble despite knowing that Stendhal won't berate him for it. "Maybe she was just too tired to meet you," Stendhal offers, sounding too uncertain to bring Izuku any sort of comfort. "She needs help," Izuku says, tears streaming down his cheeks and glistening in the flashing lights. He knows he is breaking his promise to her, but he pushes forward. "Please find her." And 2 days later, Stendhal does. He crouches in front of Izuku and cradles the boy's face between his hands, smiling in a way that Izuku has learned means comfort. "She's all right," Stendhal says, and Izuku feels like he can breathe for the first time in days. "She's in the hospital now, but she is going to be all better in no time." "What happened to her?" Izuku asks, and Stendhal's expression turns angry and dangerous. Izuku isn't afraid, because he knows by the unfocused look in the man's eyes that he is not the one who made Stendhal angry. "It doesn't matter what happened. I made sure it'll never happen again." Izuku is old enough that he is beginning to better understand what that means. He nods, wetting his lips. When can I see her again? Now his expression falls from furious to sad, and Izuku's heart drops at the sight. Stendhal heaves a sigh and pulls Izuku in for a hug, trying to preemptively cushion the blow that he is about to deliver. She is going to be moved to a new home, with people who won't hurt her. A different kind of hero is helping her now, but that also means... Don't say it, Izuku whispers, burying his face in Stendhal's chest. You won't see her again. Remember what? I told you, his mom hisses as she knocks on the front door. Katsuki rolls his eyes. Yeah. Don't say anything about his face or you'll make me model all your stupid girly outfits for a month. Whatever. He's got a dumb face anyways. He can practically feel her anger as it sparks, her fingers curling tighter around his hand. Sweat is forming on his palms from her warm grip, and he wants to wipe them on the leg of his jeans. When he thinks about the panicked expression his mom wears when she loses him in a crowd, he decides not to. He knows why she keeps such a tight grip on his hand, even though he is 8 and practically a grown-up at this point. It's annoying, but he can deal with it if it means he doesn't have to see his mom cry again. Her mouth opens, lips already curled into a sneer and cheeks flushed with anger, when the door swings open. Katsuki stares in confusion at the strange girl standing awkwardly in the doorway. His brow furrows. You're not Auntie Inko, he says. The girl's lips twitch up into an uncertain smile. You must be the Bakugos, she says, and steps aside to allow them entrance to the apartment. Katsuki glares at her as he shuffles past, but she only smiles in return. Midoriya-san is making lunch. His mom grins at the girl before shooing him off towards the living room to play. She then shoots towards the kitchen with a yell of greeting to Auntie Inko. Within seconds he can hear them bickering about what the spice level of the food Auntie Inko is making should be. The strange girl looks baffled, then shakes her head and turns her attention towards him. She smiles as she pushes red-streaked bangs out of her eyes. You're Katsuki-kun, right? My brother has told me a lot about you. Katsuki takes a second to scowl at her before he shoves past, stomping towards the living room. He hears her yell after him, sounding surprised. He rolls his eyes, then freezes in the doorway at the sight of yet more strangers crowded into the otherwise familiar space. Checking over his shoulder to make sure his mom isn't near enough to hear him, he crosses his arms over his chest and glowers at the newcomers. Who the F are you losers? From the kitchen his mom yells a warning to watch his language. He darts into the room, preferring to face these strangers over having his mouth washed out with soap again. It's not fair, considering his mom is the person he learned all the bad words from in the first place. The two unfamiliar boys look up from their cards, one grinning broadly while the other scowls. It's obvious which one of them is winning the game. The smiling one lays his cards down and says, I'm Tuya. The other boy frowns down at his cards again before heaving a sigh and leaning back. He smiles as he slides a hand through his white hair, slicking it back. Katsuki notices that it looks sort of wet, and there are crystals of frost stuck to strands of hair that catch the light and glitter. You must be Katsuki-kun. Shoto's told us about you. I'm Natsuo, and our sister's Fuyumi. I can speak for myself, Fuyumi says as she slips past Katsuki. She settles down on the sofa with Shoto, though she sits on the opposite end of it, as far from him as the plush pillows will allow. Katsuki eyes the newcomers, curious but hiding it behind an angry expression, before turning his attention towards Shoto. The other boy doesn't move. He doesn't talk. He just sits huddled on the sofa, head turned deliberately away from everyone else and a blanket draped over his shoulders like he's some sort of king. Katsuki storms up to Shoto, annoyed that the a-hole thinks he is too high and mighty to even say hello anymore. He stands before him, arms crossed and eyes narrowed angrily, doing his best to loom the same way he does with the stupid lackeys at his school when they get in his way. Hey, he says. Shoto doesn't so much as twitch. Hey. Katsuki can feel the other's eyes watching him, can feel the tension rising, but he doesn't care. He stomps his foot, hands sparking, and shouts at the top of his lungs, What do you want? Shoto snaps back, and he turns to look at Katsuki at last. Katsuki feels his anger drain away, replaced by surprise. His mom had told him that Shoto had been hurt, but she hadn't said how bad it was or what happened. Katsuki takes in the bandages covering half his face, the dark bag beneath his one visible eye, and the haunted look on the parts of his face that he can see. The expression reminds him of someone else. For a second, when he looks at Shoto, all he can think of is the last time he saw Izuku, hurt and scared, staring up from where Katsuki had pushed him into the dirt as he tried to protect some random weakling. It makes his stomach churn. He blinks and shakes his head as though to clear his vision, pushing away the intruding thoughts. Just as quickly as it had disappeared, his anger comes roaring back. He embraces it, preferring the heat of his fury over the chill of his memories. His wide-eyed expression is quickly replaced by a scowl as he leans forward, getting right in the other boy's face. Shoto flinches back, but Katsuki grabs hold of his collar and hauls him forward again, displeased with this new jumpy version of the boy. He reminds him too much of someone else, now. "Hey! Knock it off, you Jiden!" someone yells, but Katsuki doesn't care enough to check which one of the brothers it is. He wants to roll his eyes at the thought that someone would dare to talk to him like that. "You don't get to act like you're better than me," Katsuki hisses, teeth bared inches away from Shoto's face. "You're not. I'm going to be number one, so you can take your shitty attitude and your shitty quirk and shove it up your butt." This is how he has managed to rise to the top in school. Anyone who thinks they are better is cornered and beaten into SBMson. They have to know their place, and they have to know that Katsuki will always be at the top. It's the only way he is going to get better. The only way he can be the best. He has to be the best so that his mom and dad and Auntie Inko can smile freely again. They can't ever be happy if all they ever do is worry about him and wonder where stupid Deku wandered off to. Katsuki waits for Shoto to lower his gaze, to turn away and admit defeat. Their gazes lock and the moment draws on, but he never backs down. Then, much to Katsuki's shock, a tiny smile begins to twitch at the corners of Shoto's mouth. His tense frame relaxes as he says, "You're just as noisy as ever. You can let me go now. I already knew that. Besides, I don't want to be number one anyways." Katsuki catches the girl's shocked expression from the corner of his eye. She looks dumbfounded at her brother's words. One of Shoto's brothers lets out a low whistle while the other says Shoto's name, low and cautious. Katsuki huffs, blowing hot air into Shoto's face as his scowl melts into a broad grin full of too many teeth. He straightens up and the tension bleeds out of the room. "I'm glad you know your place," he sniffs, crossing his arms over his chest. There's another offended "hey" from behind him, but no one pays it any attention. Shoto rolls his one visible eye, then winces like it hurt him. "Just sit down. We'll watch a movie or something." Katsuki plops down in the center of the overstuffed green sofa immediately, jostling both of its current occupants. "Watch it," the sister grumbles from his right. Her attention is on her phone now that she's stopped acting like Shoto's some helpless baby that can't fight his own battles. He hates it when people hover. Katsuki jabs an elbow into her ribs just because. He doesn't feel bad when she yelps, rubbing at her side. He was here long before any of these losers were, anyways, so he can do whatever he wants when he's in Auntie Inko's house. She swats at him without looking up, ice crystals forming and then almost immediately melting, leaving Katsuki's shirt sleeve soaked. "You be," Katsuki's mom yells a warning from the kitchen. "Rat." His teeth are clenched, cheeks hot and sparks jumping in his palms. She doesn't seem to care. She glances at him from the corner of her eye, smirking. The two idiots on the floor are howling with laughter. "I think you need to chill out," Fuyumi says, right before Natsuo freezes him to the sofa. The room descends into chaos, ice exploding in chunks all around them as Katsuki fires off one explosion after the other. Natsuo keeps freezing his hands as he rubs them together to create more sweat, then his feet to the ground as he tries to charge him, and then his hair. Katsuki's not sure what purpose that serves. Probably just because. I see a hole." Katsuki spits, trying to free his socks from the carpet. Fuyumi is curled on her side, clutching her ribs as she laughs. Hey Natsuo," she says, gasping for breath. "You remember that time? Don't say it. That you froze yourself. Fuyumi, don't you dare. To the toilet seat? He really did that? Shoto asks, head curiously. Fuyumi nods, forcing her words through uncontrollable laughter. He was stuck there for almost 3 hours before anyone figured out where he'd gone. We agreed to never talk about that. Natsuo shouts, face cherry red against his white hair. He throws a wall of ice towards his sister, who melts it with a casual wave of her hand. Katsuki screams as the icy water crashes over him. Icy a-hole, Shoto ponders in that weirdly monotone way of his. Maybe I'll call him that from now on. Natsuo is too busy trying to pull Katsuki off of Fuyumi to respond. Fuyumi is still laughing. From the other room, Auntie Inko yells, "You 5 had better not be destroying my house." "We're not," Tuya calls back cheerfully, flames dancing merrily in one hand and Katsuki's phone in the other. He grins as he waves it at the blonde. "Get your hands off my sister or you'll never see this again." Katsuki turns away from Fuyumi and Natsuo, lunging for Tuya instead. He is shouting threats and obscenities, jumping to try to reach his phone, which the red-headed a-hole is holding above his head and far out of reach. From the sidelines, Natsuo is jeering as he creates little patches of ice at Katsuki's feet to try to trip him up. "You should give it up," Fuyumi calls, wringing water out of her hair. Tuya perfected that move when he hit his growth spurt. Her cheeks are flushed and she is smiling broadly. Shoto grins at her, another tiny little thing, and leans in conspiratorially. Through all the shouting, Katsuki hears Shoto say, "He hasn't changed at all." Katsuki whirls on him, shooting off a blast from his hands and practically foaming at the mouth as he shouts, "Yeah, well, you're the same freezer-burned BC as ever." It's like the air goes out of the room. Everyone freezes. The ice starts to melt as the temperature rises, and the deck of cards sitting on the table bursts into brilliant blue flames. Katsuki looks around, thrown by the sudden shift, and sees that the 3 older kids all have their attention focused solely on their youngest brother. Katsuki looks too, brow furrowed in confusion and agitation. The ice on his clothes is beginning to melt, yet Shoto seems completely frozen. His gaze is unfocused and glassy, mouth parted slightly as he stares at some distant horror that Katsuki can't see. His breathing is beginning to pick up, faster and faster, thin chest heaving and sweat beading at his brow. Katsuki looks around, waiting to see what Shoto's siblings will do. No one moves. Fuyumi's eyes are welling with tears. Natsuo looks panicked, gaze darting around uncertainly as though searching for answers. No one is doing anything, and Katsuki is confused and a little scared, so he reacts like he always does when faced with uncertainty. He gets mad. "If this is you trying to get out of cleaning up, you can think again," he shouts, stooping to pick up a chunk of ice. He lobs it at Shoto, who doesn't wince as it goes whizzing past his head and hits the wall behind him. Katsuki's wet sock hits its mark, though, slapping Shoto square in the face. Slowly, his eye refocuses and his breathing evens out. He blinks at the 4 of them, as though only now remembering that they are there. Shoto is still breathing as though he just ran a mile, but at least he doesn't look like he's going to fall apart anymore. He lowers his head, hugging his knees to his chest. "What the hell was that?" Katsuki demands, starting forward. He is stopped by an arm across his chest, and follows it to find Tuya looking at him. The older boy's lips are pursed as he silently shakes his head. "Can we just watch the movie now?" Shoto whispers. So they do. About an hour in, Katsuki hears Shoto's quiet voice as he mutters to himself, "Freezer burn." He turns to look, confused, and sees Shoto smiling to himself like he's just now getting the joke. Katsuki turns away with a huff, rolling his eyes. This guy has always been weird anyways. Stendhal hurts him, but it's an accident. It really is. They're 3 hours into training, and even though it's physically demanding, sometimes Izuku just gets bored. He is tired from patrol the night before. His mind is on the used math textbook that Stendhal had brought home for him to start learning algebra from. He isn't paying attention like he should be. There's one small misstep, a metal staff swung lower than he was anticipating. He trips into the blow instead of dodging it. There's a crack, eyes widening, face draining of blood, and then Izuku is on the ground clutching his leg. The skin is bulging around bone. He's read pretty much every medical text he's been able to get his hands on, but even without that knowledge it would have been easy to see that it is definitely broken. Stendhal is lurching forwards before Izuku even has time to process what has happened, before he is even able to cry out. Stendhal is cursing and apologizing in the same breath. It's broken, Izuku tells him, feeling slow and stupid. His brow furrows. Also, that was a very bad word. Stendhal ignores him and says the word a few more times. The pain is there, but it feels buried. It is threatening to rise from the fog of his mind and overwhelm him if he thinks about it, though. He tries to focus on anything else. He thinks of his mom and of Kaken and of Himiko. He goes over the math problem that had been giving him problems, trying to work around his uncertainty of what letters mean when mixed in with the numbers. He thinks of his patrol route, which he's pretty sure he won't be able to do tonight. Yeah, it is, Stendhal says. I'm going to immobilize it so we can get you to a doctor. I'm going to the doctor? Izuku is baffled. In the years he has been living with Stendhal, they have never once been to the doctor. Had that been an option the whole time? He hasn't even seen a dentist. Maybe he should ask if he can go to one, since his mom always said it was important to keep his teeth clean. He shakes his head, trying to rein his thought back in, but they seem to flutter away like paper cranes in a strong wind. Yeah, kiddo. We're going to the doctor. This is going to hurt in the meantime, though. But what if they recognize me? She won't. And even if she does, she's not going to say anything. Oh, okay. This is gonna hurt, Stendhal warns again, and Izuku has just enough time to squeeze his eyes shut before his guardian does something that shoots fire up his leg. Izuku cries out, and for the first time since he hit the ground he feels tears as they overflow and streak down his cheeks. You okay? That didn't feel very nice, Izuku gasps out. An undercurrent of hysterical giggles is threatening to burst from his chest at the understatement. I know. It's going to be okay. We're gonna get you to the doctor and she'll get you all taken care of, okay? Izuku nods, biting his lip to try to keep more cries from breaking free of his throat. He can't stop the pained little whimpers, though. Stendhal looks concerned, which just makes Izuku feel worse. I need to make some calls. I'll get you some ice before we go. Do you want anything else? I want my mom. The words are out before he can think better of it. He keeps his eyes shut tight so he doesn't have to see the way that Stendhal's face twists. There's a pause, then a sigh. I can't get you that, Stendhal says. I'll make you some hot chocolate though. Don't move. Izuku nods. He can hear Stendhal talking on the phone as he shuffles around the small kitchen, his voice low and urgent. Izuku ignores it and opens his eyes to stare up at the ceiling, gritting his teeth and doing his best to ignore the horrible throbbing in his leg. He thinks about the people he won't be able to help if he's not able to go on patrol. The feeling of guilt is almost worse than the pain. He feels a few more tears slip down his cheeks, hot and stinging. Stendhal returns and hands him a travel thermos and a medical mask. His teeth are clenched and he is holding his phone tight enough that Izuku worries vaguely that it may break. The screen is still lit up as it dangles by his side. They're ready for us, he grunts. Now we just have to get there. Izuku prepares himself for a painful journey. It's a clean break, so you can count yourself lucky. Any worse and my quirk wouldn't have been able to help. Dr. Yamaguchi is a large woman with graying hair and sharp maroon eyes. Her clinic is one of the few that will treat any clientele without asking many questions. The lines around her eyes had grown tight when Kaizome had shown up at the back door with Izuku in his arms, but she had made the wise choice to keep her mouth shut. Izuku is sitting quietly on the cot. He had watched with fascination as the doctor had examined his injury, her eyes glowing faintly as she found the break and began to heal it. His eyes had grown enormous with wonder and concern as her hair had faded, first to gray and then to white, and her face had wrinkled and sagged. The change had only lasted a moment before her form had reverted back to how it had looked when they had first arrived. Izuku wasn't saying anything, but Kaizome could see his fingers twitching with the desire to reach for a notebook and pen. He hasn't asked any of the questions on his mind, wary of saying the wrong thing. Kaizome can appreciate his dedication to secrecy, but a part of him wishes that he could just be his usual cheerful chatterbox self. The doctor seems to catch on that the boy in her care is uncomfortable, though she doesn't know why. Her severe expression grows softer as she fishes the X-rays from their manila folder and pins them up. She settles on her stool before swiveling around to face Izuku, considering him for a moment. She sighs and turns her attention towards Kaizome instead. He'll need to wear a boot for a bit, but I was able to speed up the healing process. He'll be back on his feet sooner and won't need any further medical intervention, as long as he takes it easy. Kaizome nods, arms crossed over his chest. She had offered him a chair when they had first been shown to the examination room, but he had declined, preferring to stand. He trusted this woman not to try any funny business, but that didn't mean that he would let his guard down. Dr. Yamaguchi hums thoughtfully as she grabs blindly for Izuku's file and flips it open, though she leaves it resting in her lap. Her attention is on Izuku again, and she leans forward to examine his leg further. As she works, she talks. "What is your favorite color, Yudai?" Izuku jumps a little and her fingers press into the muscle of his calf. He doesn't answer for a split second, confused before he remembers the alias they had given when checking in. He wets his lips nervously and says, "I like red and green. I'm not sure if I can decide which is my favorite." The doctor nods. "Well, once I'm done here, I'm sure we can find you a sticker with both of those colors." Izuku smiles shakily, thanking her. The doctor smiles back, eyes flickering between Kaizome and Izuku as she considers her next words. She meets Kaizome's eyes, holding his gaze for a second too long. Her gaze is too pointed to be anything besides a warning to stay quiet. She waits for the slight dip of Kaizome's head, the silent acknowledgement, then focuses on Izuku. Her expression is much kinder when she speaks to him. "Your uncle tells me there was an accident involving a bow staff. What were you doing playing with one of those?" Izuku hesitates, glancing over at Kaizome as though seeking guidance. He will find none. Kaizome is curious what his charge will do, and after a long moment Izuku gulps and says, "I want to be a hero, so I was training." The doctor's expression twists, brow wrinkling in confusion for just a moment before she can school herself. She takes a deep breath and the confusion bleeds away to concern. She purses her lips as she hums. "I see. Now, I need to use my quirk again. Is that okay?" Izuku nods, looking eager. He watches with rapt attention as Dr. Yamaguchi ages rapidly, her hair going white and thin, her body becoming frail and weak as her back hunches. Liver spots appear on the paper-thin skin of her hands, which have begun to tremble as they knead the air around Izuku's leg. He winces as the bone audibly grinds but does not take his bright eyes off of her. When she is done, the doctor sits back. She closes her cataract-ridden eyes and takes a few deep breaths. Slowly, the changes begin to reverse themselves. Once she is back to normal, sharp-eyed and straight-backed, Izuku lets out the breath he's been holding. Kaizome can practically see the cogs turning in his brain and smiles to himself, forever impressed by the boy's intelligence. "So you want to be a hero?" the doctor asks, slow and careful. Her tone sets alarm bells off in Kaizome's head, though he is uncertain where she is going with this. Izuku doesn't seem to notice. He nods enthusiastically, grin breaking over his face like the sun across the horizon. Her eyes flicker over to meet Kaizome's and he can almost swear that the look is accusatory. "And your uncle encourages this?" Kaizome bristles while Izuku just looks confused. "And why wouldn't I encourage it?" "Well, it's just that he's getting a little old to still be chasing impossible dreams. It's more cruel to allow it to continue, don't you think?" "What do you mean?" Izuku asks, wide-eyed and hurt. The doctor jolts like she hadn't been expecting Izuku to speak up at all. Her brow creases further, aging her yet again. "Well, it's just," she seems to struggle with the words. "Heroics is a very dangerous line of work. It might even be impossible for someone like you. There's a very good reason why there's never been a quirkless hero before." There is silence. Izuku's face is stretched into a rictus smile. His cheeks are pulled taut, bearing far too many teeth, and his eyes are vacant despite the tears beginning to pool on his lashes. Kaizome knows this is the face he wears when he is trying his very best to be brave. "Explain," he commands. The doctor looks increasingly more concerned. I mean that you don't know? Know what? Izuku's voice is very small. The doctor's eyes dart between Kaizome and Izuku. She wets her lips before settling her gaze on his charge, looking sad. She sighs and straightens up, flicking on the light of the board the X-rays are pinned to, illuminating the break in Izuku's bone. Kaizome swallows down his guilt and focuses on the problem at hand. Here, in your pinky toe, she says. There's an extra joint. Do you know what that means? Izuku shakes his head, but Kaizome feels like someone just dumped ice water over his head. The chill trickles down his spine as he prays that somehow the doctor is wrong, that perhaps there was just another break they didn't catch. As she continues explaining, he is forced to accept that this is not a mistake. Izuku is staring blankly ahead, eyes trained on the image of his foot but not really seeing anything. His smile is still in place, stretched painfully across his face. Kaizome clears his throat to draw the woman's attention away from his charge and pulls her instead into a discussion about treatment, side effects, and how long Izuku will need to wear the boot. The boy needs time to process the ways in which his worldview has shifted. Kaizome will need time too, but for right now, his only focus is making sure the kid's able to make a full recovery. Izuku is still smiling by the time they make it home. He hasn't said a word since the doctor broke the news. He won't even look at Kaizome and instead moves like a wraith to lock himself in the bathroom. Kaizome grits his teeth, wishing he had had the foresight to pee before they left the clinic. He hears Izuku crying behind the locked door and resolves to hold it as long as he needs to. An hour passes, then two. Kaizome scrolls idly through a forum for parents of quirkless children. He has already scoured the dark web, trying to get a feel for how much danger Izuku will be in if word gets out about his quirkless status. He doesn't like what he's seeing on either site. Reports of bullying, human trafficking and experimentation. Parents who are trying their best to hide the fact that they hate their kid for the shame their powerlessness has brought upon their families. Grainy recordings of quirkless people fighting one another in blood-stained arenas as the onlookers jeer and place bets. It all twists his stomach in different ways. Not for the first time, he wonders what Midoriya Inko would do if she were in his place. He can still hear Izuku crying every now and again over the sounds of running water. He knows it has to be cold by now and lays the extra blanket over the arm of the sofa in preparation for when Izuku finally comes out. Another 10 minutes pass with no sign of the bathroom freeing up anytime soon. He sighs heavily and heaves himself up from the sofa. There is a grocery store just down the street that he is sure will let him use their restroom, as long as he buys something. As always, he locks the door from the outside when he leaves. On his walk to the store, he decides that, for the first time since he brought Izuku home, he is going to cook. Izuku has to come out. Eventually. He spent the last 2.5 hours alternating between crying and washing his hair. The smell of his mother's shampoo wraps around him and he can almost pretend that he is back home with her, that she is waiting just outside the bathroom door with a smile he can't picture anymore to hug him tightly and tell him that everything is going to be okay. He wants to hide. He wants to keep pretending. He doesn't want to see the disgust and disappointment on his mentor's face. After all, the doctor had made it painfully clear that quirkless people can't become heroes. He can still remember the hatred in the eyes of his classmates before Stendhal took him, the way they had jeered and teased him back when they only suspected that he may be quirkless. He can still hear the worry in his mother's voice as she assured him that his quirk would show up eventually. Tucked away in the bathroom, he can at least pretend that the visit never happened despite the ache in his leg and the boot that sits nearby. It can't last forever though, and he has to face reality no matter how much he doesn't want to. Izuku gives his toes one last glare before he turns the knob and emerges into the living room, one foot bare and the other encased in the boot. Kaizome is sitting with his back to Izuku, scrolling through his phone and huffing with restrained laughter every few seconds at some post or another. Izuku can catch the curl of his smile on the corners of his too big mouth. It is not the scene that he was expecting to be greeted with, but it is an infinitely better scenario. Interest piqued, he wanders over to stand behind the sofa to sneak a glimpse of what Stendhal is laughing at. The laptop is open on the table and playing soft music in a language Izuku doesn't recognize. The small apartment smells like food and it is making Izuku's mouth water and his stomach growl. It is almost enough to pull his thoughts away from the revelations of the night. "Hey kid." Stendhal doesn't turn to look at him, but he doesn't sound angry. "You wanna see?" Izuku scrambles eagerly over the back of the sofa to sit by Stendhal's side, the bulky boot making his movements awkward and clumsy. He is pretty sure he nailed Stendhal in the back of the head with it, but the man doesn't say anything. Izuku presses close to his side, eyes wide with open curiosity as he tries to get a better look at the screen. He grins. An All Might meme smiles back at him. They spend the next 20 minutes scrolling through hero memes and candid pictures of various heroes making silly faces in the midst of battles. The Endeavor ones make Stendhal laugh the hardest, but Izuku thinks the best genist ones are funnier. There aren't any silly pictures of All Might, only ones where his smile gets bigger and bigger. Still, Izuku laughs so hard his stomach hurts and he almost forgets why he was so sad in the first place. Eventually, a timer beeps and Stendhal tells him to wash his hands and get the table ready for dinner. "What is this?" Izuku asks, eyes lighting up as a paper plate loaded with rice and meat and string beans is set in front of him. He can't remember the last time he had a home-cooked meal, though he likes to think that his mom might have made him all of his favorites once upon a time. "It's adobo," Stendhal tells him. He looks uncomfortable. "My mom used to make it all the time. It was one of my favorites when I was little, so I thought you might like it too." "I don't think you've ever talked about your family before," Izuku says. Stendhal shrugs, his eyes trained on his own food. "Never really saw the need to. They're long gone." Izuku doesn't respond. He takes his first bite and wonders what his mom would say if she knew he is quirkless. Would she make him special food too? The taste hits him all at once. It dances across his tongue, sharp and salty and clean and nothing like the fast food and takeout he's been eating for the past 5 years. He takes another bite and imagines Stendhal in the kitchen, working to cook this while Izuku only worked to shut him out. His vision blurs and he has to fight past the lump in his throat in order to swallow his mouthful. He wipes at his eyes, trying to hide the tears before Stendhal can see. Is this a final meal? He is so afraid that the moment the man remembers that he is powerless and unfit for heroics, he will be thrown out. Maybe it would be better. At least then he might be able to find his way back home, but for some reason the thought of Stendhal abandoning him makes his chest hurt. He doesn't want his old friends to be right about him. At least with Stendhal he is able to help people. He can be something more than a weak, useless crybaby. He can be strong enough that his mom doesn't have to look at him with tears in her eyes. Would his mom even want him back if she knew he is quirkless? Stendhal watches him, teeth clenched and lips pulled back into a grimace. Izuku can almost hear them grinding together. It just makes him cry harder. The tears slip past his already aching eyes and down his cheeks, burning as they go. He leans back so he won't ruin the food. A tense moment passes, silent besides the soft sound of his sniffling. Stendhal sighs, putting his fork down and leaning back in his seat. "Don't cry, kid. I'm sorry it tastes bad. You don't have to eat it, so just throw it away and we'll grab something from the corner store, okay?" Izuku jolts, waving his plastic spoon through the air as if it can ward off Stendhal's words. "No. It's good. It's really good. Thank you." The man's brow wrinkles with his confusion. He looks between the plate and Izuku's tear-streaked face, then his eyes trail down to the boot on his leg. "Then why are you crying?" "I'm quirkless." "Yeah, I get how that would be a shock. But I thought maybe you'd already, finished crying about it? Earlier? You were in the bathroom for, 3 hours. He looks so awkward that Izuku can't help but laugh, the sounds dry and choked as it rasps its way out of his sore throat. He shakes his head, ignoring the way Stendhal eyes the place the window should be like he would rather tear the bricks down with his bare hands and jump from it than take part in the impending conversation. Izuku understands because if he had the choice he would do the same. "Stendhal, can I still be a hero even if I'm quirkless?" The silence that meets his question is deafening. Stendhal's face is unusually pale, his red eyes widening in what Izuku can only guess must be shock. Or maybe disgust. Fresh tears spill down his cheeks. As his breath hitches, his heart catching somewhere in his throat as his stomach sinks to the floor. "I can't, can I? What will you do with me? I'm useless. I've always been useless. The table shakes as Stendhal slams his hands down onto it, making the food on Izuku's plate jump. He flinches back, the tears coming harder. Izuku. The man's voice is practically a growl. Calm down. Izuku apologizes through his sobs as the man rounds the table, grabbing him roughly by his shoulders. Izuku braces himself, not sure whether he is about to be struck down or thrown out. As awful and crazy as it is, he doesn't want to lose the only home he has known for the last 5 years. He doesn't want to be a disappointment to the man who has been caring for him for all this time. As useless as he is, he still wants to help. He realizes he is mumbling when he sees the stricken look on Stendhal's face. His mouth goes dry. Memories of his friends surface again, the way they had hurt him and taunted him and thrown around the word quirkless like a weapon. They had thought the way he talked to himself was creepy, just one more thing to make him a freak and an outcast. He thinks about the burn scar on his shoulder, the only parting gift he had received on the day he was taken, and wonders what new ways Stendhal might find to hurt him for being such a freak. The hug is a surprise. Izuku stiffens as Stendhal pulls him closer, muscular arms firm and warm around Izuku's small frame. He is completely enveloped in the embrace, and it strikes him as strange that he is only now reminded of how big and strong his mentor is. He can hear the man's heart beating and feel the way his chest rumbles as he speaks. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm sorry you ever thought that I would do something like that. I won't abandon you, not over something like this. Izuku is trembling, his breath hitching as he whispers, Promise? I promise. Quirkless or not, you'll still be the greatest hero this world has ever seen. I'll make sure of it. Izuku hiccups, burying his face in Stendhal's chest and wrapping his arms around the man. He pulls him closer and Izuku feels smothered and crushed and warm and safe. He doesn't mind at all. He won't be abandoned. He isn't useless or weak. He's quirkless, but Stendhal believes that he can still be a hero. That means it must be true. The house is massive and old, and it is only years of training that allow him to creep soundlessly through the halls. A single misstep would mean the creak of a floorboard or the noisy clattering of antique decorum crashing to the ground. He can't risk waking the home's occupants. After Izuku had gone to bed, Kaizomi had continued his research. He had spent hours combing through the videos and blog posts. He had watched the bidding for a quirkless girl rise from 10,000 yen to 1 million yen in minutes and saw the way that the interested parties demeaned the people they were bidding on even as they lusted after them. It was horrific and entirely expected. He had reconsidered his promise to Izuku, just for a moment. Would allowing Izuku to pursue his dream be what was best for him? He will be faced with villains and the dark underbelly of the world every day, each interaction promising something new and horrific. Each moment will be another chance for someone to learn of his condition and take advantage of him. Quirks are common. They can be fascinating individually, but as a whole they are boring. Almost everyone has one. Simply possessing a quirk is no more exciting than having skin, but the quirkless are a different story. They are rare, and rare means interesting. Interesting means valuable, which means that Izuku will be in danger if anyone ever finds out. He is only just beginning to understand that being a hero is not just about smiling in the face of danger and more about surviving it. He is far too young to be able to comprehend why being a quirkless hero is so much worse. He had grappled with the thought for hours as he had scoured the dark web and a variety of mommy blogs. Both had quirkless children on display, though the latter generally included a long-winded post about how the parent in question had sacrificed so much to accommodate their child. Both made him sick for very different reasons. He had thought about Izuku's mother as he read, wondering if Midoriya Inko would have been yet another parent who tried to convince the world she was a saint and was better than the others for putting up with someone with Izuku's condition. The mere thought curdles in his stomach, taking root and filling him with a quiet fury. Other people would have never been able to see Izuku's potential. They would have ruined him before he ever got the chance to shine and crushed him if he tried to rise above the station they had assigned him. The world won't see Izuku's potential, how he is the perfect amalgamation of every trait that can be found in the truest of heroes. The bullies he had called friends won't see his determination and strength. They will only sense his loyalty and exploit it, never returning his earnest offers of friendship. His mother will smile at how kind-hearted and generous her son is, but won't accept that with those traits comes his hard-headed stubbornness and willingness to sacrifice himself for the good of others. They will look at him and only see the extra joint in his pinky toe, never his true self. Izuku is perfectly suited to hero work in every way, yet somehow the universe has neglected to provide him with the one thing most believe a person needs to succeed as a hero. Stendhal's frown deepens behind his mask as he considers, once again, the kind of hardships his kid will face. The ridicule and the danger and the greedy, evil people that will look at him and see dollar signs or entertainment or something to tear apart and experiment on. But he also thinks of the way civilians look at the boy when he steps in to lead them away to safety, and of the warmth and unadulterated joy he can see shining in Izuku's eyes every time he is able to help someone. The world needs a hero like Izuku. He narrowly avoids tripping over a loose floorboard and shakes his head, annoyed with himself. The best thing he can do is be honest with Izuku about what he will be facing. The kid is smart and they can come up with a plan together. For now, he needs to focus on the task at hand. He arrives at the bedroom. The door is open and they are both asleep, oblivious to the unwelcome guest in their home. They are unaware that these will be their final moments on this earth. He watches them for a while, counting his heartbeats and their even breaths as he thinks about the way the doctor had healed Izuku without hesitation. He can't find a trace of guilt within himself at the thought of killing her. The killer who lurks in the shadows is not the same man who took Izuku to be healed earlier that day, just as the man who works days at a menial job is not the same as the man who stole a child from the playground all those years ago. The doctor has done nothing to earn his ire. She helps others without a thought spared towards money or social status. It will be a great loss to the world, but his kid's safety comes first. No one can know the truth about Izuku. Anyone who saw him at the clinic will not survive the night. He had had someone wipe the records clean the moment he and Izuku had arrived safely home that evening, and the clinic itself has already gone up in flames to destroy any physical copies there may have been. He draws his blade. His mouth waters and he wets his lips, muscles tensing. He breathes in, out, fingers tightening around the hilt of the sword. His targets shift in their sleep as if sensing his intentions. Dr. Yamaguchi's eyes flutter open. He moves. The doctor and her wife don't have the chance to scream. There is a knock at the front door, startling Inko. She pulls her attention away from the show on TV, checks her watch, and is surprised by what she sees. Flustered and embarrassed at losing track of time, she hurries to the front door. She hasn't even made tea for her visitors yet. The door swings open and Fuyumi and Natsuo stand before her. They look harried and tired, but both offer her a smile. Shoto and Tuya are noticeably absent. Inko knows what that means. Your father is back already? Trying to hide her worry, she clucks her tongue as she herds them inside, apologizing that she hasn't prepared snacks for their visit yet. They already know the layout of her small apartment by heart, but she waits by their side anyway while they slip their shoes off and put on the house slippers she had bought specially for them last Christmas. Natsuo's look like little pink bunnies and Fuyumi's are smiling green cats. Tuya's blue narwhals and Shoto's purple alpacas are carefully pushed aside so no one trapless them. His mission in Hamamatsu ended earlier than anyone expected. Fuyumi confirms, a note of displeasure in her voice as she moves further into the apartment, making a beeline for the kitchen to start the tea herself. Natsuo trails after her, muttering under his breath. Inko catches a few impolite words as she follows at his heels but decides that now is not the time to scold him for it. When she tries to offer her assistance in the kitchen, Natsuo shoos her away, telling her to go sit down and enjoy her day off. Fuyumi is already pulling ingredients down from the cabinets, which tells Inko that whatever is happening at their home is affecting her far more than she lets on. The young woman is notorious for stress baking. Inko will have to buy more flour before their next visit, because at the rate she's going, Fuyumi is going to use all 3 of the bags Inko keeps on hand for days like this. Natsuo hovers by his sister as he is known to do, insisting once more that Inko leave the kitchen to relax while he makes the tea and Fuyumi puts together some snacks. She tries one last time to protest, but knows a lost cause when she sees one. She settles herself at the dining room table. A few moments pass, the clatter of dishes filling her quiet apartment. She closes her eyes and lets herself enjoy the break from the muted monotony of her life. She misses the sounds of living any time she is alone. The apartment doesn't feel like home without Izuku, but she can't bring herself to leave. She can't shake the idea that one day her baby boy will find his way back home, and the thought of him returning to an empty apartment makes her heart heavy and stomach sick. So she stays. The door to Izuku's bedroom remains closed and she keeps the TV on to block out the silence. It helps, if only a little. Natsuo joins her at the table. His movements are silent, but he is kind enough to clear his throat so she is aware of his presence. Inko jumps anyways when she opens her eyes to find him sitting in the seat across from her. The tea kettle is set in the center of the table. He smiles, tired but kind, and it makes her heart ache. "I'm sorry your brothers couldn't make it today," she says. "Your father doesn't usually make Tuya stay behind, these days. Did he do something to get himself into trouble again?" Natsuo's smile becomes strained and Inko immediately regrets asking, well aware that she has worded her question all wrong. But she also knows that being able to talk about things helps Natsuo unwind, and that it lifts some of the weight from his shoulders in the same way baking does for Fuyumi. He looks away, gnawing his bottom lip. He dyed his hair again. Father didn't like the new look, I guess. He said it doesn't suit someone like Tuya. Funny thing is, I don't think he'd I don't think he'd care at all if me or Fuyumi dyed our hair. It's so stupid. There is bitterness masking the underlying hurt in his words. Inko reaches out and takes his hand. She smiles when he meets her eye, thinking about the millions of imaginary conversations she likes to have with Izuku as she considers all the paths his life may have taken if he was still with her. Would he have decided to dye his hair in an act of teenage rebellion? Or would he have been happy with sharing his hair color with his old mother? "Your hair is beautiful just like it is, Natsuo," she tells him. She taps a finger to her chin, humming thoughtfully. "Though I will say, the four of you should be allowed to do anything you'd like with your hair. I'd suggest going pink. It would complement your eyes." He warbles out a wet little laugh, his smile wobbly as he pulls his hand away. Running his freed hand through his hair, he pushes his bangs back and freezes the strands into place. He's done that for as long as she's known him, claiming he likes the extra shine the frost gives his hair whenever she tries to offer him hair gel. "I think Shoto would probably be better suited to pink. I've always wanted to try blue though." They sit quietly for a while after that, listening to the clank of mixing bowls and baking sheets as Fuyumi works furiously. Inko pours them tea. "What is she making?" she asks. Natsuo shrugs. "Hotcakes. At least 3 kinds of cookies, prot. I think I might have seen ingredients for a pineapple upside-down cake." Inko's brow furrows as she considers this. She's fairly certain she shouldn't have ingredients for most of those things in her kitchen, but she learned to stop questioning it years ago. Instead, she focuses on the mysteries that have a shot at being answered. "Hotcakes? Yeah. She started making those at all times of day lately. I don't know why." "Well, I've never had one of those pineapple cakes before. Is it good?" This is the first time she's tried making it. "I guess we'll find out together." From the kitchen, Fuyumi yells, "It will be delicious." Inko laughs while Natsuo rolls his eyes, and they pass more time discussing schoolwork and whether he has any plans for college yet. Fuyumi is right, of course. Inko declares it her new favorite cake on the first bite. The girl beams, a blush dusting her cheeks, and promises to make a larger one for Inko's birthday. Although the dark shadows haven't left her eyes, she seems happier now than she had been when they arrived. Inko tells herself that it has to be enough. The 3 of them sit and talk for a long time, discussing Fuyumi's plans for the future and teasing Natsuo about his latest schoolyard crush. They tell her Tuya has decided he's not going to college, but their father is insisting he attend a hero university once he is finished with high school. Shoto is still being homeschooled by private tutors, but he has secretly told his siblings that he wants to attend a normal school. The hours pass and Inko smiles and laughs and offers encouragement and advice whenever it is asked for. She tries not to interfere too much, tries not to seem like she is trying to fill their mother's shoes, but it is hard not to sometimes. They remind her so much of Rei, and though no one will tell her what has become of her dear friend, she can't help but consider what she would want for her children when they come to visit. All good things come to an end, of course. They have to leave eventually or risk their father's ire. She waves them goodbye, shuts the door, and the apartment is quiet again. Inko turns the TV on and the volume up as high as it will go. Yagi-san comes to visit with an update on her son's case once every 3 months. It would make more sense for him to just call, seeing as how their meetings are usually rather short. There is hardly ever anything new to discuss, and she hates the thought of him wasting his time traveling across town to see her, but she can't say she doesn't appreciate the company. When he makes his way into her apartment and takes his usual seat upon her living room sofa, Inko is wholly prepared for another 10 minutes of pleasantry followed by apologies for the lack of any new information. She smiles as she sits across from him. He smiles back and she notes that it is a little broader than usual. Yagi pulls a stack of photographs from his satchel and lays them across the table. Inko's smile freezes on her face. Her hands tremble as she reaches out to pick one up. The glossy surface reflects the dim overhead light, and for a second she can't tell what she is looking at. The image is grainy and there is no color to it, but if she squints she can just barely make out the figure of a boy or young man dressed in an oversized all-might hoodie. Looming a few meters behind him is the massive shadow of a man. She can't make out a single detail beyond that, but her breath catches in her throat all the same. All Might was always Izuku's favorite hero, she tells Yagi, her voice trembling. He nods, electric blue eyes never straying from her face. We haven't confirmed anything yet, he cautions. But there have been reports of vigilante activity in Narahata. Inko nods along as he tells her what little he knows about them. Almost all of the details he has are gleaned from subtext and context clues. Most people are unwilling to speak to police about the vigilantes who save them. It is common knowledge that a vigilante will be looked down upon and treated like a criminal, and most people aren't willing to risk getting the people who saved them into any sort of trouble. It is one of the reasons why tracking down Izuku and whoever took him has been so difficult. Yagi tells her of a new vigilante on the scene, one who started out returning dropped wallets and picking up trash, and has since progressed to stopping petty crimes. Reports say he is a young man, thin, dark hair and a plain face. He wears an all-might hoodie and a mask that covers the bottom half of his face. He is friendly and helpful and, according to almost every person who will talk to authorities, not very bright. Inko snorts out a laugh at the hesitant way Yagi says it. Izuku was far too intelligent a child, but he was always a little socially awkward. She wonders how that would come across to someone who doesn't know him like she does. Or like she did. She isn't convinced that the strange, awkward, friendly vigilante is her son. He sounds like he is older and taller than a 9-year-old should be. She doesn't know what Izuku's quirk is, though, so it isn't completely outside of the realm of possibility that he might have hit a quirk-related growth spurt at some point in the 5 years he's been missing. And the man this vigilante is often seen with. Brutal and powerful. The kind of person who won't hesitate to hurt someone to get what he wants, leaving victims and villains alike bloodied and broken. She can imagine that kind of man would have no qualms about kidnapping a little boy from the playground. The thought of such a horrible man having her sweet little boy at his mercy makes bile claw its way up her throat. Inko excuses herself to the bathroom and dry heaves into the sink. She's glad she hasn't eaten anything yet today, since it means the only thing she has to clean up is spit and bile. They swirl their way down the drain as she splashes water on her face and gargles a bit of mouthwash before going back out to face Yagi. He is watching her, brow creased with concern. If you need a break I can come back later, Midoriya-san. Call me Inko, she corrects automatically, the same as she has done every visit before. The next breath she takes shudders its way through her, not quite filling her lungs. I'd like to continue. Of course. Yagi wets his lips and turns back to the file on this mystery vigilante, which is thicker than her son's case file. The realization stings. Inko is expecting the Bakugo's visit. Mitsuki always gives her at least a day's heads up if she plans on dropping by, and Inko appreciates the extra time to clean up the apartment before they come over. She has the TV off so she doesn't miss their arrival. It is because of this that she catches the conversation between Katsuki and his mother. Awful thing to say, Mitsuki scolds, her voice carrying up the stairwell and through the paper-thin walls of the apartment. Well, it's true. Katsuki shoots back, almost yelling. He and his mother have the same volume control issues. I hate coming over here. There's a sharp stab in her heart. She hadn't realized he felt that way. Mitsuki is already laying into him, furious in a way that only she can be, but Katsuki speaks over her, yelling to be heard. His voice echoes and fills Inko's head as they draw closer. It's like a effing tomb in there. Stupid Deku disappeared and she can't decide if he's coming back or if he's dead. She keeps that stupid picture of him up on the wall like it's a shrine or some sheet, and his room is still the same as it was when we were 4. I'm sick of looking at it. There is a crack that sounds too much like a hand striking a cheek. Then there is only silence. They are at the front door, but no knock comes. Inko holds her breath, blinking hard to try to fight back the emotions that threaten to overwhelm her. Bile is rising in her throat, burning in her chest, and she is afraid that if she thinks too much about it she'll end up losing her lunch in the middle of the floor. Blood is rushing in her ears, drowning out whatever Mitsuki might be saying to her son. Inko feels her way over to the sofa and sits, staring blankly ahead for a long time. Distantly, she hears the knock on the door. And again. And again. Eventually Mitsuki and Katsuki leave. Her phone chimes a few moments later and she reaches for it without thinking. Mitsuki is texting her, worried, asking if she is okay. Inko says she is, apologizes, says she is out shopping and completely forgot about today. She is forgiven immediately. Mitsuki is just glad she's getting out of the house. They'll meet up some other time. Inko sits and stares at the picture on the wall. Izuku's smiling face stares back. Her hands ache to smooth down the flyaway curls on his head just one more time. She wishes she could kiss his cheeks while he giggles and squirms, and tell him she will give him a kiss for each freckle she sees. She counts the freckles in his photograph, just once more, just to remind herself. She stares until her vision blurs and tears make their familiar trek down her cheeks. The sound of that slap won't leave her. She wonders if Katsuki is crying too, hidden away in his bedroom. She can't bear the thought that he is hurting because of her. Is Izuku crying alone somewhere too? She cries until she falls asleep where she sits, cold and alone in the dark of the empty apartment. When she wakes up just after midnight, it is Izuku's 10th birthday. He has been missing for more than half of his life and they are no closer to finding him. There has been no hard evidence that he is even still alive at this point. Just half-truths and rumors of a brutal vigilante and the kid who accompanies him. There is no proof that it is even her son, but it is all she has to keep her going these days. In her mind, she replays Katsuki's words over and over again. She thinks about the way he looks at the picture when he comes to visit, face pale and twisted like he is looking at a ghost. She wonders if the twisting of his lips has always been guilt. She takes Izuku's picture off the wall. Tuya and Shoto will be here later, Fuyumi says as she toes off her shoes at the front door. Her kitty slippers smile widely as she puts them on, and Inko smiles along with them. How nice. I hadn't thought they'd be able to make it. Father's going out of town for work, so they'll be over once he's gone, Fuyumi tells her. It's unexpected, but I'm glad. I think Tuya and Shoto need the break. And where's Natsuo? At this, Fuyumi laughs and says, he has to go into school for weekend lessons. He's pretty much failing English at the moment. You know, my husband is working overseas so I've gotten pretty good at English. Maybe I can help him out, Inko offers. Fuyumi shakes her head, her grin growing wider. Trust me when I say that you do not want to teach him anything. He's a big baby when he's frustrated. He'll probably cry and then be so embarrassed he'll stop coming over to visit. Inko laughs as she leads Fuyumi towards the living room. The girl doesn't even glance towards the kitchen, which makes Inko feel better. She had worried that perhaps things were getting bad at home again when they had to cancel their last visit, but if the only Todoroki sister isn't itching to bake then things must be okay. Tell me how you've been. Inko urges as they settle themselves side by side on the sofa. I feel like it's been far too long since we last saw each other. It's only been 4 months, Fuyumi says, but she is smiling. Inko has to admit that it's kind of nice, being just her and Fuyumi. They can talk about makeup and fashion and romance, all things that Fuyumi's brothers would scoff at and tease her for. Inko thinks it must be hard, being left as the only girl in a house full of boys. The thought leads her back to a question no one has been willing to answer yet. Inko sighs and Fuyumi stiffens as though sensing the shift in Inko's mood. Inko catches her steel-gray eyes trailing towards the empty space on the wall, but she does not ask where Izuku's picture has gone. Inko doesn't know what she would have said. She doesn't know how to put into words the awful feelings that come with making the decision to allow those around you to move on, even if you can't. It feels like ripping the band-aid off a still-bleeding wound, but not having her son's smiling face around isn't anything new. She keeps his photo in her bedroom now, and it isn't so bad. Katsuki had been right, and now the living room doesn't feel as much like a memorial for the dead. For the sake of her visitors, she can push through the still-bleeding pain. That isn't the topic burning in Inko's mind right now, though. Fuyumi, dear, do you think you could just tell me your mother? Is she okay? The word doesn't quite fit. It can't encompass all the worry and love she feels, all the hours spent lying awake and praying that her friend isn't hurting or scared. Not knowing is just one more thing eating her up inside, and her nerves have been fraying for a very long time. Fuyumi considers her for a long moment, face serious and eyes distant, and in this moment she looks so much like Ray it hurts. Inko tries to smile, but she knows it comes off watery and sad. The girl sighs, fingers twitching like they're aching to wrap themselves a mug of tea or the handle of a whisk. She is obviously torn up about the topic, and Inko frowns and considers telling her that she doesn't have to answer, but decides against it. It has been years and she has grown tired of waiting for answers. Mother is... well, from what father tells us, she's sick. A deep, shuddering breath. She's the one who burned Shoto. Inko has to hold back her gasp, covering her mouth with both hands. It is a quiet, mounting horror. The more she thinks about it, the more she wants to scream. Are you sure? Fuyumi shakes her head, eyes downcast. Inko waits and waits, allowing the quiet to fill the space between them as the girl collects her thoughts. Her heart is pounding, blood rushing and filling her head with its soft roar. We're not allowed to see her, she says at last, voice barely above a whisper. Shoto won't talk about it, so we only have father's word. So no. I'm not sure. Where is she? Is she safe? She's in a hospital to receive treatment. Oh dear. Fuyumi, I'm so. The creak of the front door opening interrupts her and Fuyumi scrambles from her chair, obviously relieved at the break in conversation. That must be Tuya and Shoto, she says, gesturing for Inko to sit back down. Inko lets her go without a fuss, leaning back in her seat to consider what she has learned. She's known for some time that their home life isn't exactly good. None of the Todoroki family will talk to her, though. She can't go to the police with nothing more than her suspicions. Even if she could, she has the creeping feeling that it won't do any good. She hears movement from behind her and turns just in time to catch sight of the kids disappearing into the kitchen. There are hissed whispers and drawers opening and slamming shut, then the sound of the water running. Frowning, Inko pushes herself to her feet and goes to see what they're up to. Tuya has a wet washcloth over his face and Fuyumi is pressing an ice pack to his shoulder, though with the heavy jacket he is wearing Inko's not sure what good that will do. The step stool has been pulled out from its usual place and Shoto is balancing precariously on its edge, reaching up to find the snack cakes she keeps on hand for him. His tongue pokes out just a little and she can just picture the way he'll bite it off if he falls. With a sigh, she decides to tackle one problem at a time. Stepping further into the kitchen, she scoops Shoto off the stool and balances him on her hip. The boy is small for his age, and it is refreshingly easy to do so. Once he hits his growth spurt, she won't be able to shuffle him away from danger quite so easily. She tries to ignore the voice in the back of her mind that whispers that he's so tiny, it just makes it easier for someone to make him disappear too. She places him on the ground and uses her quirk to float his prize down from the top shelf. He has the decency to look sheepish as he accepts the treats, thanking her without raising his gaze from the floor. He doesn't meet her eyes anymore, not since his face was burned, but she hopes he can hear the way she smiles as she tells him to go wait in the living room. "Don't make a mess," she calls as he scurries away. "If I see any crumbs, you'll be the one cleaning it up." With that taken care of, she rolls up her sleeves and turns towards the two eldest children still lingering in the kitchen. Fuyumi eyes her warily, and it hurts to be reminded yet again of just how much these children are hiding. "Go keep Shoto company, and make sure he's not eating that entire box. He'll make himself sick again if he does." "We can't," she begins, expression open and helpless as she gestures vaguely towards her older brother. Inko shakes her head, and Fuyumi cuts herself off. "Don't worry about Tuya. I'll take care of him, okay? Believe it or not, I have a little experience taking care of injuries." It stings to speak about one of the dozens of ways she had failed Izuku, but her words are true. She knows more about how to fix up minor cuts and burns than she likes to think about. She'll never forgive herself for letting those injuries slide, but these days she can't bring herself to hold any resentment towards the boy she is certain was responsible. The knowledge is useful to have, at least. "Come on," she murmurs, taking the ice pack in his hand and leading him down the hall to the bathroom. Tuya does not lift the washcloth from his face. He settles himself on the edge of the tub, hunched over as she closes the door with a soft click. His breaths are rattling ever so slightly, and Inko tries to brace herself for whatever may greet her when the washcloth is lifted away. It's not enough to stop the gasp as his face is revealed. Burns litter his skin. They hang heaviest around his mouth and eyes, and while they are not severe, it is easy to see how much they are hurting him. The boy's eyes widen as she hisses out a string of curses. "Did your father do this to you?" she demands, hands curling into trembling fists at her side. Tuya stares, silent and wide-eyed. He looks so fragile, young and already so broken. So much like his mother. "This is what happens when I overuse my quirk," he tells her at last. His voice is scratchy and breaks halfway through. It is a stark reminder of his age, and it only serves to make her angrier. "Then tell me who made you overdo it. Who let you hurt yourself like this?" she asks, despite already knowing the answer. "No one," Tuya says, and the lie is apparent. He is shaking. Tears well up in his bright blue eyes. It reminds her of conversations she had years ago, sitting in this very bathroom. The only difference is that Tuya lies because he is scared, and Izuku lied because he was trying to protect the person who was hurting him. "I'm not angry with you, sweetheart. Please tell me." Tuya keeps his mouth stubbornly closed, and Inko can't think of anything to say to fill the silence. She gets the first aid kit and offers him a few Tylenol, which he swallows dry. She begins the process of cleaning and bandaging his wounds. They extend past his face, down his neck, and disappear under the collar of his shirt. It takes very little prompting to convince him to pull off his shirt and let her treat the burns that cover his back and arms. When she gets to his hands, she has to bite back her cry of horror. The skin appears to be rotting from his fingertips. It is black and charred around the edges, and the dead skin sloughs off as she runs the cool rag over it. The smell is like nothing she's ever experienced before, and she fights back the urge to vomit, turning her focus fully on doing whatever she can to help him. As she wipes the dead flesh off her hands and onto tissue paper, she fantasizes about finding his father and making him experience the same pain his son is going through, just in a much more sensitive place. She sanitizes the red pulp that's left of his fingers, and he hisses in pain. Apologizing softly, she begins to gently wrap each finger in soft gauze. As she works, she thinks, "Tuya?" He hums, head tilted back and eyes closed. He does not make another sound to indicate he might be in pain, but tears run down his face and soak into his bandages. They'll have to replace those as soon as she's done with everything else. Inko wets her lips and takes a deep breath, steadying herself. "Do you remember the first time you came to visit me?" "Yeah. Mom brought us over." His voice is just a whisper, as though he is afraid of being overheard. Inko nods, though he can't see it. "Yeah. She brought all of you over. I remember watching the four of you play for hours, and I remember thinking, wow, I wish I had an older brother like that when I was little. Shoto was so tiny, yet you were so gentle with him. And Natsuo, I don't think I've ever seen anyone so shy before, but you still managed to coax him out of his shell." Fuyumi never needed any help with anything. He chimes in, voice tight with pain but a tremulous little smile twitching at the corners of his blistering lips. Inko laughs, the sound wet and a little too harsh. Inko knows that isn't true, because Fuyumi has told her time and time again how much her big brother does for her. Tuya cracks an eye open to watch her, and though one of his eyebrows has been burned away, the other still furrows with his confusion. You take such good care of them. Anyone would be lucky to have someone like you in their lives. I've seen you take the blame for every broken plate and spilled drink. It's obvious how much Natsuo respects you and how much Shoto looks up to you. Fuyumi likes to act like she doesn't because the two of you are so close in age, but she really relies on you, doesn't she? I guess, he mumbles. Both eyes are open now, staring down at her with rapt attention. You protect them, and you do such a great job. I just want to make sure you know that it's okay to protect yourself too. I don't need protecting, he says, but his voice cracks. There's a sob building in her throat. The first time you visited, I knew the four of you were so special, Tuya. I promised your mom I'd take care of you. Please, let me keep my promise. Tuya is quiet for a long time, eyes glazed and distant. There's an emptiness in his expression that scares her. She's seen a dead body before. A few weeks after his disappearance, she had been called to the coroner's office to identify a body they thought was Izuku. Inko had marched into the room overlooking the freezer, stony-faced despite the tears that were already leaking from her eyes. She could feel herself wavering but refused to collapse yet. Refused to believe that the small body laid out on the sterile table and covered by a sheet was her baby before she saw it for herself. A kind police officer had let her hold his hand as the coroner prepared to pull the sheet back. No one asked her why her husband wasn't there with her. She was grateful. The officer gave her hand a gentle squeeze and nodded at the coroner. The first thing she saw was green. Despite her attempts at bravery, that had almost been enough to shatter her right then and there. She held firm, if only barely, and squeezed the officer's hand until she could feel his bones grinding against her palm. She forced herself to take a closer look. The child was too pale and his features were too sharp. No freckles, though his eyes and hair were the right shade of green. There was heavy bruising covering his body, but she could make out a birthmark she knew Izuku didn't have. She could understand how the mistake could have been made, though. In some ways, the resemblance was uncanny. She had broken down, collapsed to her knees right then and there. She was sobbing so hard she couldn't breathe, but somehow managed to shake her head when the officer asked if the boy was her son. She's never quite shaken off the guilt at the happiness she felt in that moment. He wasn't Izuku, but the memory of the dead boy would haunt her for years. His slack face and cloudy eyes would visit her in her nightmares. She doesn't know if they ever identified him. As awful as it is to think, in this moment Tuya reminds her of the dead boy. There is nothing behind his eyes and nothing in his face. He is empty, 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 just like the dead. I don't know how much longer I can do it, he tells her, voice soft like this is his most shameful secret. He presses the heels of his hands against his eyes, like he is trying to force back tears. His face remains slack as he speaks. I feel like I'm losing my mind. I just keep pushing and pushing because if it's not me then it will be Shoto. And if I'm not there to take care of them then it will fall on Fuyumi to do it. And Natsuo. I tell him everything. Natsuo is so strong. Stronger than me, but not even he can protect them. His quirk isn't powerful enough. Father will just push him aside, and I think that will really break him. So it has to be me. I have to protect them. I have to be strong, and I'm trying, and I keep trying but I just. He stops, chest heaving as the words catch in his throat and choke him. He whimpers, catches himself, and pushes on. I can't do it anymore. He tips forward, boneless and limp as a puppet whose strings have been cut. Inko catches him and holds him close as he curls into himself, biting down on his mangled fingers as he tries to keep his sobbing quiet. Even like this, he doesn't want his siblings to know the kind of pain he's in. Let me help you, she pleads as she rocks him, carding gentle fingers through his black hair. The dyed strands cling to her fingers and leave streaks of red. When she looks closer she can see that even his scalp has begun to blister and bleed. She can't stop herself from sobbing with him as he clings to her, Just this once. Hidden away, he allows himself the freedom to be the terrified, lonely child he is. It hurts, he confesses as she hums soft lullabies. And I'm so tired. I know, T. It's okay. You're doing so good, sweetheart, and I am so proud of you. Through fading sobs, he promises to tell her everything someday. She does not push the issue and instead lets him cry until he has no more tears left to shed. For now, this is what she can do for him. She replaces the gauze on his cheeks and fingers and they join his siblings in the living room. At some point, Natsuo had arrived. Inko guesses that Fuyumi probably texted him about the situation, because he does not look as horrified at the state Tuya is in as she had thought he would. He watches his brother approach with wide eyes before reaching out to wrap him up in a gentle hug. Tuya bites his lip but he does not cry. Fuyumi chews her nails as she watches, Shoto sitting on her lap. There is a burn on one of Shoto's cheeks that Inko hadn't noticed before, and a smear of frosting across the other. He silently offers Tuya an unopened snack cake. The five of them pile together on the sofa to watch a movie. Inko makes them all hot chocolate. They laugh together and they chat about unimportant things, and at some point Tuya tries to make popcorn and somehow manages to burn it so badly that the neighbor calls to make sure there hasn't been another fire in her apartment. Before they leave, Tuya tells her he's planning on dyeing his hair green next. Yagi calls to tell her that the Natsuhara vigilante is not her son. Inko is disappointed but not surprised. There hasn't been a solid lead in years. She doesn't know why she had let herself hope this time would be any different. If Katsuki complains about coming to visit her again, she doesn't hear it. She does pull Mitsuki aside to tell her that he doesn't have to come if he isn't comfortable with it. Mitsuki waves off her concerns, her smile easy and bright, and moves the conversation towards setting up a playdate for Shoto and Katsuki. In the next room over, Katsuki yells something about being too old for playdates. Inko laughs and complains playfully that her apartment couldn't handle another ice and explosion combo quite so soon. Katsuki doesn't say anything about Izuku's picture being gone, but she notices that he isn't as stiff as he has been in the past. His eyes dart occasionally to the blank space on the wall, but the pinched expression he usually wears isn't quite as severe as it has been in the past. She feels terrible for never noticing. She had always assumed that the dirty looks her cast towards her son's picture were just misplaced anger, a lack of understanding of how his childhood friend could have just disappeared without a trace. Katsuki is the kind of boy to be furious about the lack of answers, and seek someone to blame for that fury. It wasn't healthy, but she understood. She has also felt a sort of rage at the lack of closure, more times than she could ever hope to count. She has never blamed him for the perceived anger. Now, though, she wonders if Katsuki is keeping more bottled up inside himself than he lets on. Her life moves on, as it usually does. Izuku's photo dominates all the space on her bedside table. She sleeps on the sofa some nights because it hurts too much to look at it. Mitsuki and Katsuki and sometimes Masaru come to see her a few times a month. The Todoroki children send her texts and the occasional selfie, apologizing for having to cancel their visit yet again. She catches Tuya in the background of one of Shoto's clumsy photos, and she winces at the blank stare and oozing wounds she sees. She makes sure to send him pictures of baby animals and words of encouragement, just in case he needs them. Her texts go unanswered. She keeps Izuku's bedroom door closed and the television turned on. There is a knock on her door at 3:48 in the morning. She stumbles, bleary-eyed, to open the door. 3 ash-dusted children stare back at her, dry-eyed and haunted. She lets them in and one pair of blue narwhal slippers lay untouched at the entryway. The wailing of sirens echoes through the night. "I didn't know where else to go," Fuyumi tells her, voice trembling. There is a fire burning in the distance. Tuya's photo hangs in the living room. The remaining Todoroki siblings don't visit her again. "I'm leaving the door unlocked," Stendhal says, holding his gaze. Izuku's stomach lurches at the realization that this is really happening. In the past, when Stendhal had gone on solo jobs, the type he says Izuku is too young to know any details about, he would lock the door from the outside, leaving Izuku all alone in the apartment, unable to leave. At first it was scary and he would spend the whole time Stendhal was gone locked in his room, alternating between crying and trying to plot ways to escape. By the time he was 6 and had thrown himself more fully into his training and his role in becoming a hero, it became exciting. Stendhal not being home for a few days, or a week if he was lucky, meant he didn't have to follow his training schedule and could watch as much TV as he wanted. He had come to think of his time alone in the apartment as a well-deserved break from lessons and patrols, even if it made him feel guilty for not being able to be out protecting people. As Izuku grew older, though, the implications of being locked inside a windowless apartment without a way to escape began to dawn on him. When Stendhal left, Izuku began to wonder what he would do if the man never came back. What if he was hurt and couldn't, or wouldn't, tell anyone where Izuku was? What would he do if he ran out of food? Or what if there was a fire in the apartment and Izuku was trapped inside, unable to flee the flames? Worst of all, what if Stendhal just decided Izuku wasn't worth the trouble anymore? He could disappear forever and Izuku would remain sealed inside the apartment. The place he called home could very well become his tomb. When he was 10, Izuku finally managed to work up the courage to bring up his fears with Stendhal. The man had listened attentively, sharp eyes never straying from Izuku's tear-streaked face, and said he would think about it. 3 weeks later he announced that he had decided that it was time Izuku be allowed to have more freedom while he was out of town. It was more than Izuku could have ever dreamed of, and it was finally going to happen. Suddenly the air grows heavy and sharp. Izuku snaps out of his thoughts and back to attention, spine rigid and eyes wide. Izuku swears he can taste blood as a fear-inducing. Miasma permeates the room. This is how he knows his mentor is deadly serious. "I'll be careful," Izuku tells him, hoping that it is the right thing to say and terrified Stendhal will change his mind if it's not. "You remember the rules?" "Yeah, of course." He counts them off on his fingers. "No going out after dark, no patrolling without you, and I'm only allowed to leave the apartment for supplies or in case of an emergency. The other things, like not revealing his identity and not talking to heroes or police, don't need to be mentioned. Those rules have been in place since he was 4. They are so ingrained into his being that they don't even make the list anymore." "I'm trusting you," Stendhal says, layers of meaning hidden in those 3 words. "I know. Thank you. I won't let you down." Another pause. Stendhal stands by the door, fingers flexing. His leather gloves creak softly and Izuku wonders if he has enough spending money to buy some leather conditioner. The intensity of the room rockets up and his knees begin to wobble without his permission, but his mind stays on what excuses he can find to go out while his mentor is gone. He's used to the killing intent after so many years, and he knows Stendhal doesn't mean it anyways. Stendhal's blood-red eyes burn into him as though he can read Izuku's thoughts. "I know where your mother is," he says, and Izuku's blood runs cold. His voice is quiet and level when he asks, "Is that a threat or an offer?" Stendhal doesn't answer. He gives a wide smile and says, "Be good and stay safe." He slams the door behind him and Izuku doesn't see him again for 3 days. As promised, Izuku is good. As a reward he is allowed his freedom more often. His mother is not mentioned again, and eventually Izuku is able to forgive Stendhal for his thinly veiled threat. He wakes one evening to find Stendhal waiting with a box resting on his lap. He hands it over without a word and Izuku, still trying to blink the sleep from his eyes, accepts it without looking at the words on the lid. He opens it and feels his brain short-circuit. When he looks at his mentor, the man is smiling, genuine and excited, and it clicks in his mind that this is not a prank. He launches himself at Stendhal, arms wrapping around his neck as he babbles his thanks and Stendhal laughs. Izuku had never imagined that he'd be allowed to have a cell phone. At least not until he was a grown-up and no longer living at home. His mom had always told him a phone was too much responsibility for a child. On the first and only occasion he'd broached the subject with Stendhal, the man had told him in no uncertain terms that it would be too much temptation, too much of a liability, too much of everything it felt like. Apparently he was grown up enough to be trusted with all those responsibilities and temptations. Well, most of them anyways. The phone is heavily modified to make it pretty much impossible for him to use it in a way that his mentor wouldn't approve of. There is a keylogger and a tracker installed and set to send Stendhal notifications of his whereabouts and online activity every 15 minutes. The majority of the websites he tries to access are blocked, though Google still works, and if he tries hard enough he can usually find one that isn't to answer his questions. The emergency line is disabled and the phone can only make calls to one person, 3 guesses who. Izuku doesn't know enough about technology to say whether it's the work of a quirk or if it's just simple programming, but he has no idea how to override it either way. Not that he would try even if he knew how, of course. It's not like he has anyone to call, anyways. Still, even heavily modified, the phone gives him a freedom he hasn't dared to imagine for the last 6 years. He is able to go online and learn about anything and anyone he wants. He can just type in the name of the hero or villain he's most interested in that week and find more information on them than he could have ever dreamed. He'll have to ask for new notebooks soon, because his are filling up fast. There are entire cookbooks online and he can finally bake a cake for Stendhal's birthday, all by himself. He can just ask the internet what the weather outside is like so he doesn't have to guess how many layers to wear on patrol. He could even Google himself if he wanted to. He doesn't, of course. Partially because he knows Stendhal would see it if he did, and would be unhappy. Mostly because he realized that he doesn't remember his family name anymore. When Stendhal tells him they're going to be staying in a new city for a few weeks for a big job, Izuku immediately begs to be allowed to research the city's local heroes and crime rates. He is giddy with the idea of getting to explore somewhere new, and even if he won't get to patrol he will still be expected to keep up with his school-esque lessons and training. So at least he won't be bored while his mentor is gone. They take a few days exploring the area around the new apartment, spending their evenings finding safe routes to the nearest grocery store and checking alleys and abandoned buildings to make sure nothing is out of the ordinary. Strangely enough, Stendhal seems more concerned than usual. It is enough to set Izuku on edge too. Every spare moment in the temporary apartment is spent going over the ground rules. This is not the first time that Izuku has been allowed along to a new place for one of his mentor's long-term jobs, but it is the first time he'll be allowed to leave the apartment while the man is gone. It's obvious that Stendhal has his reservations about letting Izuku wander the city alone, but he has a job to do and prefers not to break his promise to Izuku if he can help it. As he gets ready to leave he asks at least 6 times whether Izuku remembered to bring his phone charger, and reminds him once more to make sure his mask and weapons are hidden securely on his person if he decides to go out, just in case. Izuku laughs and assures him yet again that he has everything handled. Stendhal nods as he double-checks his own arsenal to be sure he has all that he needs. "Be careful," Izuku says. Stendhal smiles at him. His tongue moves wetly behind his bared teeth. "Flipping the tables on me, kid?" Izuku shrugs but smiles back. "I'm not the one throwing themselves into dangerous situations." "How do you know it will be dangerous?" Izuku stares pointedly at the assortment of blades strapped to Stendhal's chest and the man laughs. He beckons Izuku over and as soon as the boy is within reaching distance, ruffles his hair. Izuku pouts and mumbles something about how much time he spent making it look nice. He can't hide his happy little grin though. "I'll be careful if you are," Stendhal promises. "I'll be able to check in every few days. You make sure you respond as soon as you get it and tell me you're safe too." "Got it, kid?" "Yeah, I got it. Don't worry, I'll be good." "I know you will." After one last lingering look, his mentor is gone. Izuku waits for a minute before locking the door behind him. With a grin, he throws himself onto the old mattress and pulls out his phone. Izuku stays awake that night listening to the strangely familiar sounds of the new city as he reads articles and forums on the heroes of Narahata. The mid-afternoon sunlight filters through the clouds, casting the streets in bright golden light and throwing the spaces between buildings deeper into shadow. The people she passes on the street smile at her if their eyes aren't glued to their phones, and the sky is a brilliant patchwork of rich blues and glowing whites. Kazuho eyes the skyline and imagines the sun breaking through at the exact moment her concert starts. She smiles at the idea. The weather is just cool enough that she can get away with wearing an oversized coat to hide her costume without having to worry about getting any weird looks from others. When it is time for her concert, she will simply slip into an alleyway to shed her coat and glasses. She has a compact in her pocket so she can do her hair and stage makeup, and then she'll be ready. She already has a spot picked out, but her eyes still scan the darkened alleys on instinct as she walks. It never hurts to have a backup plan, anyways. She hates having to use dirty or shady-looking places. She'd run into way too many junkies and weirdos when she was first starting out and would just duck into the first one she saw. There's no way she's going to be making the same mistakes again. Her eyes catch on something strange and she stops so suddenly that the man behind her runs straight into her. He curses under his breath and tells her to be more careful despite being the one to nearly flatten her, and she responds with an absent-minded apology. She is too preoccupied to feel properly chastened by his scolding because they're huddled in an alleyway between a retro record store and frozen yogurt shop, is a kid. 6 months ago she wouldn't have even considered getting involved. After all, it's not like the kid is bleeding or screaming for help. She would have continued on with her day without a second thought, but that was before she met Koichi. Now, she thinks about what he would say if he found out she walked away from someone who looked like they needed help. He would be insufferable and nag her for days, and she's not interested in the headache that would cause. And maybe, though she would never admit it, there's a small part of her that longs to be the hero for once. Kazuho looks around, searching for any sign of a parent missing their child. There is no one and nothing to indicate anyone else has noticed the kid, which means she can't even pawn him off on someone else. With a sigh, she begins her march towards the alley, the heels of her shoes clicking and alerting him of her presence before she can speak a single word. He looks up at her approach, all wide green eyes and freckle-dotted face, and her heart softens just a little more. She tries a smile, something gentle instead of her usual idle one. He immediately shrinks back, shoulders hunched as he tries to make himself smaller. In spite of that, she notices that his stance still manages to be wide and strong and his hands are held loosely at his sides. It reminds her vaguely of how the old geezer looks when he's training Koichi, how he is always ready to strike at a moment's notice. It makes her wary and she comes to a stop just outside of arm's reach, legs already tensing in case she needs to make a quick getaway. But, are you okay? The words do not come out nearly as smooth as she had hoped they would. She resists the urge to cringe at how stupid she sounds and winds up just clearing her throat instead. I just mean that you, look like you need help? The boy has lifted his head by now, staring at her with an expression that she can only describe as baffled. She steamrolls stubbornly on, already knowing her image can't be salvaged but determined to see train wreck through to the end. Are you lost or something? Hesitantly, the boy nods. The tight knot of anxiety in her chest begins to unravel, just a little. Lost kids are easy. Even someone like her can handle that. Do you want help? I'm not supposed to talk to anybody, the boy tells her. His voice is soft, like it's a secret. She pps her head, tries for a better smile, and says, I'm Hanayama Kazuho and it is very nice to meet you. Now we're not strangers, right? If anything, the boy's frown only deepens. He still looks beyond confused and Kazuho is beginning to feel awkward. Her smile is still frozen in place. It's only been a couple minutes but this interaction is not going at all like she had hoped and she's thinking that maybe she's a little out of her depth. Her cheeks are beginning to hurt and she wonders what the people passing on the street might think if they saw the pair of them facing off in the alleyway beside the Froyo shop. A high schooler cornering an elementary schooler in a place like this was probably suspicious, right? I can go find a police officer instead, if you're more comfortable with that. No. Please don't do that. His reaction startles her and warning bells begin ringing in her mind. She's dealt with enough weird stuff by now to recognize when she's about to throw herself headfirst into trouble. Still, this is just a little kid. She wants to make sure he's not in imminent danger at the very least. Just like that, the smile slides off her face. She groans and lifts her glasses to rub her eyes and buy herself another moment before she pushes on with the awkward encounter. Listen. Are you lost or not? Well, yes. I know the area. Do you want to get some froyo and you can tell me where you're trying to go? I can give you directions at least. When she settles her glasses back on her nose, she feels a shock of panic as the boy's features blur back into place. He is staring up at her with glimmering eyes, tears making steady tracks down his cheeks. He nods, sniffles, and mumbles out a soft thank you. Kazuho nods and turns on her heel, heading towards the shop. Without saying a word. She likes kids well enough, but she doesn't know how to deal with the crying. It's easier to ignore it since she's already doing her best to take care of the problem. Pick any flavor you want, she says. Then, with a glance towards her wallet adds, go easy on the toppings though. They charge by the ounce here. The boy looks awestruck. He spends a long time gaping at the different yogurt flavors and looks like he's about to go straight up feral by the time he sees all the toppings. Kazuho grits her teeth and wonders if she's made some sort of mistake. She's standing a little to the side of the register while the boy takes his time combing over all the different candies and syrups, and she's pretty sure he gets one single piece of every kind like some sort of bizarre desert sampler. While she waits, she pulls out her phone and shoots a quick text to Koichi to complain about the situation she somehow found herself in. She doesn't tell him that she all but threw herself into it, though. Can't have him getting any weird ideas about her wanting to take a more active role in any of his vigilante activities. Finally, the boy approaches the register. She pays for both of them and they head towards the least sticky, unoccupied table. The boy sits with his back towards the wall, eyes scanning the windows and darting around to find each emergency exit. Kazuho watches curiously and hums as she takes a bite, enjoying the chilly sweetness of it as she thinks about who else she's met that does the same sort of thing. She's no genius, but she's starting to put together a picture. She doesn't like the implications. You never told me your name, she says at last. Oh, sorry. I'm Yudai. He lifts a spoonful of candy-coated frozen yogurt to his lips, and Kazuho can pinpoint the exact moment the sugar hits his taste buds. His eyes go massive, filling with glee as a reserved little smile breaks across his face. She can't help but laugh a little in response and he startles, still bug-eyed and smiling, before he joins in. Do your parents not let you eat sugar? Only on special occasions. She laughs again as she watches him take another bite, swaying side to side like a drunk in his excitement. He is carefree and cheerful, and it is like the tear-stained boy from the alleyway is already nothing more than a distant memory. Don't worry, it'll be our little secret. My uncle will find out. He always does, but don't worry. You won't get in trouble. Kazuho hums absently, hiding her frown behind another bite. She nudges his leg gently with the pointed toe of her boot, meets his eyes, and smiles. I think meeting a new friend is a pretty special occasion, so I don't think you'll get in any trouble either. Yudai smiles at her, distant but sincere. Comfortable silence stretches between them as they eat. Koichi is texting her, asking if she is all right and if she needs any help with getting Yudai home. She doesn't respond, partly because she is flustered by the attention and partly because she doesn't even know where the kid is trying to get yet. She waits until he is almost done with his treat before she speaks again. Do you know your address? Yudai doesn't bother to reply verbally. He shakes his head, spoon dangling from his mouth and curls flopping with the movement. The threadbare sleeve of his oversized hoodie trails through some melted purple yogurt, and he immediately licks it from the fabric. Kazuho's nose wrinkles with distaste. Someone so odd shouldn't be this adorable. It's almost enough to make her jealous. Can you give me any landmarks? Anything at all to go off of? He thinks, then nods. It's a temporary housing facility. Tall building, near a bakery with broken windows and a really big adult store. Kazuho chokes on a popping pearl and Yudai watches with a vaguely concerned look until she manages to dislodge the DMN thing. The girl behind the register is looking at them now, so she smiles disarmingly and waves. The cashier rolls her eyes but goes back to minding her own business. Kazuho sticks her tongue out at the girl's back before turning her attention back to the boy seated across from her. Are you sure you don't want to go to the police? I'm pretty sure they have people there specifically to give directions. I'm sure, Yudai says, setting his jaw. Kazuho checks her phone and grimaces when she sees the time. She tucks it away and checks the pockets of her coat to confirm she still has her makeup, then nods to herself. She's passed through areas that could match what he's describing while chasing down trigger addicts, so she has a few ideas where his apartment could be. Not enough to give him directions though. The place sounds shady as hell, so it's not like she's about to just let him wander around all by himself. I'll help you out, she promises. But I have something I need to do first. You can tag along, but you'll have to hang out with the rest of the crowd until I'm done. Okay? He nods, wide-eyed with curiosity, and follows her lead as she scarfs down the last few bites of frozen yogurt before bolting out the door. She takes his hand and rushes 3 blocks over to the area she had scoped out earlier in the day in preparation for her concert. There is no sign of hesitation as they duck into the alley, and his eyes go massive when she drops her coat to reveal her costume. She is suddenly aware of how short her skirt is. It's usually a non-issue since she's so high above the crowds, but it feels a little weird to have a kid watching her change into her idol persona up close and personal. Could you turn around? He flushes red and obeys immediately. She huffs out a sigh of relief before crouching down to start on her hair and makeup. She keeps one eye on his back. If she didn't know any better, she'd almost say he's guarding the entrance of the alley for her. She smiles a little at the ridiculous thought of this tiny kid trying his best to be her own personal bodyguard. Hey, Hanayama? You can call me Pop Step when I'm in costume. Pop Step? Yeah. Are you a hero? Every line of his body has gone tight, and if she squints she can just barely see the way his fists tremble at his sides. She purses her lips and takes a deep breath before answering. Nah, nothing like that. I'm an idol. I do pop-up concerts. Pop-up concerts? Yeah, like singing and dancing for a crowd? I guess you could also call it busking. Anyway, I'm not technically supposed to be doing it because I use my quirk to add a little extra flair. If anyone says, the police are on the way, the show gets cut short. She laughs, a little embarrassed, and watches as his shoulders slump. She can't tell if it is with relief or disappointment. Weird. She straightens up, fixing her bangs, and feels her idol mask slide comfortably into place. She snaps a quick selfie to post to her Instagram along with the location. Her followers will be able to find her. It's the best way to alert them to her shows since she can't exactly advertise them ahead of time. You can turn around now. The look of pure awe that crosses his face when he sees her makes her blush. You look like a different person. That's amazing. Kazuho winks and strikes a pose, knowing she's practically sparkling at this point. She grins and teases, I'm much prettier this way, huh? Yudai PPS his head, looking adorably confused, and says, I think you were pretty before too. Kazuho is pretty sure her blush could stop traffic. She laughs, waving him off and wondering who gave this kid permission to be so cute. I'm going up to the roof. Wait here for a couple minutes and then go join the crowd. I'll get you after the show and then we can go find your home. Sound good? He nods, fluffy hair bouncing with the movement. It makes her want to reach out and ruffle it. As hard as it is, she resists the urge. Instead, she tenses the muscles of her legs, takes a little hop, and lets her quirk propel her to the rooftop. Hello everybody, she shouts, voice echoing from the cheap little microphone she'd bought herself when she'd first started performing. There is a smattering of cheers and applause from below, people only just beginning to gather for the show. She surveys the crowd, grinning and waving and twirling. She catches sight of a head of green hair ducking between bodies, hanging at the fringes of the slowly growing group. They cheer as the first note slips from between her glossed lips. Exhilaration fills her, bubbling in her chest as she pours her heart into the performance and does her best to let her feelings shine through. She wants to make the people supporting her just as happy as she feels while singing and dancing, using her quirk to leap between buildings and high into the sky. This is one of the few things in life that can get her heart pounding with joy instead of fear-induced adrenaline. It's a different kind of high than she gets while helping Koichi and the old man hunt down wannabe villains. Her concerts are just for her and her fans. They're just because she wants to do them and because they make her happy. Even if there will always be idols better than her out there, at least she can make her fans smile like this. She can make a difference in their lives, no matter how small. Thankfully, the cops don't show up and ruin things. The concert ends with her thanks and a teaser for when the next one might be. The people whoop and holler as she leaps from the roof and falls gracefully to the earth below, quirk cushioning her landing. Her heels hardly make a sound as they meet the concrete and the shadows of the buildings hide her away as she pulls out her stuff from its hiding place and slips her coat on. You were amazing, a voice gushes. She jumps, startled by the sudden presence. She hadn't noticed his approach at all. She feels suddenly shy, slipping from pop step into plain old Kazuho again. Did you really like it? Yudai's green eyes shine as he smiles up at her, nodding like a broken bobblehead. His enthusiasm is infectious and she's already riding an after-show high, so she ignores any sense of propriety and reaches out to ruffle his fluffy hair. She's glad he doesn't seem scandalized by it. If anything, he almost seems touch-starved by the way he freezes up before leaning into her hand. Your song was really pretty, he tells her once she stops petting his head, already busy finger-combing his hair back into place. Your quirk is so cool. I haven't seen one like it before. Oh, thank you. It's nothing special though. I can just jump high. Yudai shakes his head, eyes bright and mouth pulled into a knife-sharp grin. She can almost see his brain working behind his eyes, so she waits, curious. There's so much you could do, Hanayama. Your quirk is amazing. It looks like it affects your gravity when you're in the air. It doesn't make you fly, but it slows your descent so you can stay airborne significantly longer and so you won't have a hard landing. You have to push off of something solid to activate it, right? Does it have to be stable, or could you carry sheets of paper or something like that and use it midair to get higher? And do you have to jump, or would you be able to use our quirk to give a kick extra power? What even affects your quirk? Does the amount of sleep or what you ate or the weather have any effects? Have you noticed you can get higher when you have more energy? Is there a difference in your abilities when you're performing versus your daily life? And what about? Kazuho covers his mouth with her hand, suddenly wondering if maybe this is why his parents don't let him have sugar. For a second he keeps going, mouth moving beneath her palm in a way that gives her the heebie-jeebies. She waits until he's gone silent before removing her hand and wiping it against the side of her coat. Smiling and shaking her head, she can't help but laugh a little. Has anyone ever told you that you have a serious case of word vomit? He nods once, eyes downcast. The expression is such a far cry from the glowing excitement from just a second before that she feels her heart plummet and land firmly beneath her own sharp heels. Another laugh, this one just a little more forced, and she tries again. Don't get me wrong. That was really cool and I hadn't even thought of most of that stuff. You just talk really fast. Sorry. I just get excited. That's totally fine. We can talk more about it while we look for your place if you want. It'll be dark soon and I want to make sure you get home safe way before then. His impossibly bright smile is back and she can't help but return it. She offers her hand, and he clutches it tightly as they begin the long walk to his apartment. He lives in an office building? Kazuho groans, leaning back on the heels of her hands as she considers throwing her drink at Koichi. He doesn't sense the imminent danger he's in, but Knuckleduster does and inches back a bit to avoid the splash zone. He disguises his crooked grin behind his beer can. No, I'm pretty sure he's staying in one of the surrounding apartment buildings. He just had me leave him at the office building so I wouldn't know where he lives. Stranger danger. Koichi says, nodding like he said something wise. It makes her want to smack him right between his lazy, half-lidded eyes. I guess? I don't know. The whole thing just felt super weird. From the corner of her eye she sees Knuckleduster perk up, suddenly way more invested in the conversation. She rolls her eyes and grits her teeth. Not trigger weird, old man. Could you be normal for once? He barks out a laugh, loud and grating. What part of our lives is normal? You knew what you were getting the first day we met. You made your weird agreements with Koichi, not me, she sniffs, turning her nose up and crossing her arms with as much attitude as she can manage. He cackles and she leaps to her feet, using just the barest hint of her quirk to cover the distance from her spot to the edge of the rooftop Koichi's apartment is situated on. The city stretches out before her and her eyes seek out the area she dropped Yudai off at 2 days earlier. It feels a little silly, but she wishes that she had thought to get his number so she could check in and make sure he got home safe. She hasn't seen him since, which isn't surprising, but she sort of wishes they would bump into each other again just to set her mind at ease. While they were looking for his place she had let slip when and where her next concert would be, so maybe he'll show up. Then again, he did say he was only in town for a little while for his uncle's job. She doubts they'll meet again. Kaizome has been spending his nights in the spectator stands, watching the fights below. He's attended each match for the last week, scoping out the area while getting a feel for what kind of security they have, as well as trying to determine which of the fighters are here willingly and which aren't. There's a kid somewhere in the mix, Tanaka Minato. Barely 18 and picked up off the street as he was walking home from his part-time job. His mother had gotten out of the vigilante game more than a decade ago, but she still has people who owe her favors and friends in low places. Her past injuries make it dangerous for her to try to undertake the search on her own, and her 3 youngest children still need her at home, so she had given him a call. Her request is simple: bring Minato home safe. He's been told that if that isn't possible, then he is to retrieve her son's body and wipe the ones responsible for his death off the map. At this point, even if he does manage to get the kid out alive, Kaizome is still planning on razing the place to the ground on his way out. He's seen more than enough to justify it, and he knows that this is the kind of thing that heroes can't get near thanks to a lot of red tape. It sees him off, but it's fine. That's what people like him are here for, right? The woman next to him howls with glee as a teen with purple skin gets sucker-punched, chain link rattling as he hits the cage surrounding the arena. Kaizome's face twists with disgust beneath his mask as the woman jostles against him, bare shoulder brushing against his own. The man on his opposite side is doing the same. He hates them both. Despite the muggy heat of the crowded stands, he slips his leather jacket over his shoulders to escape the feeling of their sweaty skin. The boy in the ring spits black blood before rushing his opponent, knocking her off her feet. He's smiling, and even from this distance Kaizome can see that he's missing a front tooth, the whole leaking black like an oil spill. The woman's ram-like horns are caught in the wire surrounding the arena and she snarls in fury, thrashing like a wild animal and kicking out whenever the boy gets within striking distance until she is able to pull herself free. Kaizome loves a good fight as much as the next person, but he finds himself increasingly disgusted by these displays. There is no greater good to be served here. These people are not fighting for honor or to protect others. They are beating the shit out of each other for nothing more than the amusement of the crowd, and when there aren't enough willing participants, the people in charge find someone and force them to take part. He looks forward to tearing this rotting shithole to the ground. Once, when he was still brand new to helping Stendhal with his hero work, Stendhal had told him that it is important to know your limits. Always push yourself, but try not to take on more than you can handle unless there is no other choice. After all, if you're dead then you can't help anyone. Having the ability to follow through and finish the job when saving someone is just as important as jumping in when you see someone who needs help. Izuku had listened intently at the time, nodding his head and taking notes. It's easy to follow those rules when he's out patrolling with Stendhal. After all, the man prefers to handle the really violent things by himself while Izuku waits on the route to watch and learn, jotting down notes and coming up with more efficient ways to handle certain types of quirks, or else he shimmies down the fire escape once the criminal is engaged to help escort the victim away from danger. He's happy to help in those ways. Stendhal can handle the bad guys while Izuku helps scared people feel safer. When Izuku is out on a grocery run, he happens upon the scene of a mugging. He sees a man pinned up against a wall, face bloodied and trembling with fear, and all his restraint and good sense fling themselves right out the window. Stendhal's not here to step in, which means it is up to him to help now. There's a split second of hesitation while he tugs his mask into place, but it is there and gone in the blink of an eye. He shouts, rushes forward, and immediately starts swinging. The mugger never knows what hits him. He drops the victim and takes off almost immediately, spooked by the unexpected flurry of hits and kicks. Izuku knows that a lot of petty criminals commit misdeeds out of desperation, and because of that a lot will give up at the first hint of hero interference. He would have been in trouble if the guy had decided to fight back, but heroes need to step in to help when they see bad stuff happening. He took a risk, and he knows that he is lucky that the mugger was just looking for an easy target and didn't decide a wallet was worth more than anyone's life. Izuku pushes the what-ifs aside and offers the whimpering victim a kind smile, hoping he can see it in his eyes since the actual smile is hidden by his mask, and offers a hand to help him stand. He walks with the bloodied man until the police station is in sight, then he leaves without a word. Groceries forgotten, he heads back to the apartment. He can't stop smiling the whole walk back. "Hey kid." I'm still alive. How was your day? Hi. My day was good. I went out to get groceries. Good. Did you run into any trouble? The lady at the store asked why I wasn't at school, but I just told her I'm homeschooled. She didn't seem suspicious or anything. Stendhal sighs, breath crackling through the phone line and making Izuku itch. He sounds exhausted and Izuku can't help but feel a little bad for worrying him. Maybe he shouldn't have said anything? Don't go back to that store for a few days. It's better not to draw any attention. Yeah, I know, don't worry. I'm being careful. Good. Oh hey, did we ever buy a first aid kit for the apartment? I can't find it anywhere. It's under the sink where it always is. A pause, and Izuku can practically hear the cogs spinning in his mentor's tired mind. Stendhal heaves a great sigh and Izuku winces, imagining the pinched expression on the man's face. Why? It's nothing. I just burned myself a little when I was cooking. Be more careful, please. If you burn the building down, we won't get the deposit back. You paid a deposit? Even though we're only here for a month? That seems silly. A soft, throaty chuckle, like he's trying not to be heard. It essays, but that's just the way the world works, kid. Maybe someday somebody can do something to change it. You like to take action, so maybe that someone will be you. Now it's Izuku's turn to laugh. The sound echoes off the walls of the empty apartment. He tries not to feel too lonely. We'll be way too busy saving people to fix house renting problems. You're probably right. Maybe in our next lives. After all, there are all different kinds of heroes, right? Yeah. There's the sounds of muffled voices in the background, and Stendhal mutters an annoyed-sounding curse beneath his breath. Izuku frowns, worried and wondering where he is. Okay kid, I've got to get going. Do you need anything from me? Nope, I have it all handled. I'm doing really good. Glad to hear it. Stay safe, kid. I'll talk to you in a few days. You stay safe too. I will. The line goes dead. Izuku lowers the phone from his ear and lays back on the mattress, watching the shadows on the ceiling stretch long and dark as the day passes him by. Izuku comes home covered in welts and bruises 3 days in a row. He patches himself up in the empty apartment, smiling and humming softly to fill the silence. Despite his injuries, he hasn't lost yet. He doesn't go looking for trouble, but it seems that he just has a knack for stumbling upon people in danger. If he sees someone who needs help, there's no way he can turn his back on them. Besides, it's daytime and he's not actually patrolling, so he isn't even technically breaking any rules. He thinks about the faces of the people he's helped, and about the desperation shining so plainly in the eyes of the criminals he's stood up to. The minor injuries are definitely worth it and he's happy with what he's been able to do for the victims, but something is still bothering him. Izuku spends the next 2 days feverishly researching and scoping out local charities before making his way to the library. He prints out the names and contact information for several local organizations that offer various kinds of aid to those who need it, making sure that none of them will turn away people with criminal backgrounds or have a history of quirk discrimination. He looks it over once again to double-check that all the information is correct, then prints another 25 pages of the same thing. He tucks them safely away into his backpack to hand out to the people he finds with bloody knuckles and knives in their hands, the ones with sad eyes and hungry faces. He wants to help everyone, not just the most obvious victims. He just knows that that's what a hero is supposed to do. Tanaka Minato is dead. He hears whispers of a drag overdose, downers and uppers and whatever the F else they use to control him mixing in the kid's system and ultimately causing a painful end. After just a little snooping, Kaizome finds his body cooling in the basement of the building next to a bloodied form, who Kaizome barely recognizes as the woman who lost the last match. He carries the boy's body out to the back alley and hides it beneath the mountains of trash bags, then pulls out his burner to send the boy's mother a quick text explaining the situation. He shuts the phone off, double-checks to make sure the kid's not going anywhere, and strolls back inside. The guards know him by now even if they've never seen his face. They nod as he passes by and he returns the gesture. As soon as their bored eyes have strayed away, focusing once more on the empty hallway as they wait for something to do, he draws his knives. One blade sinks into the back of the shorter one's head and he goes down like a bag of rocks. The second guard turns with his mouth half open and an annoyed expression that quickly gives way to fear as he realizes what has happened. Stendhal is upon him before he has a chance to shout, blade sinking deep into his chest. He twists the knife and the guard lets out a gurgling noise, pain overtaking the fear before he passes into oblivion. His purple eyes are already glazing over by the time Stendhal steps back to clean his blade. Red eyes survey the bloody scene and Stendhal's lips curl into a scowl. Neither man even bothered to put up a fight. It's pathetic. He shoves both bodies into the nearest utility closet but doesn't bother trying to clean the blood from the floor or walls. It's a waste of time since it's already beginning to sink into the porous concrete, and he doubts anyone will notice a few more dark stains in the already filthy hall. He turns and stalks back to the spectator stands, pulling his jacket closed to hide the blood that has found its home on his black shirt. He finds a break in the writhing mass of screeching bodies and disappears into the crowd, scanning slowly through the building as he confirms the locations of his targets. His eyes lock onto the box seats, high above the crowds, where he knows the mastermind behind this whole mess sits during matches. Between glances he counts 4 people. His target sits towards the front, leaning eagerly forward to watch the bloody show. 3 bodyguards stand at the ready, which is 1 more than usual. The first guard has some kind of fire quirk if the flames circling his body are any indicator, and the second has a mutation-type quirk that appears to give him 4 arms and a few additional eyes. The third figure stands further back, cloaked in shadows. He can't tell from this distance what kind of abilities they have, so he will just have to take them out first to avoid any unforeseen issues. It's a pain, but nothing he hasn't dealt with before. He sinks deeper into the crowd, slipping between bodies until he reaches the back wall. He slinks along it, finds the door and the staircase he knows leads to the box seats above. The leaders aren't stupid enough to leave the door unlocked, but they are hubristic enough to leave it unguarded. It takes little effort to jostle the lock until it pops open, and he can't help but think that this is far too easy. Whether it is a trap or simply arrogance, he has never been one to shy away from a job, so he makes his way up the stairs. There is a hallway at the top lined with half a dozen velvet drapes blocking off the individual boxes. He approaches, silent and careful, a knife resting comfortably in each hand. The steady beating of his heart does not falter. From behind the first curtain, he hears someone say, "I swear I heard something. If it's that piece of sheet Niori again." The person does not get to finish their threat. The curtain parts and they find a knife in their throat, and flame begins to lick up the heavy black velvet with the last sputtering ember of the flame user's quirk. He hears a shout of alarm from the box. Stendhal curses as he dives forward. One of the 2 remaining bodyguards leaps to intercept him, clawed hands swiping just millimeters away from his face as he tries to attack. The palm of his hand grazes Stendhal's shoulder and the guard spits curses as the hidden razor in Stendhal's shoulder guard slices through delicate flesh, leaving a smear of blood resting atop the leather of his jacket. Stendhal grins as he dips his fingertips into the blood and raises them to his lips. The guard collapses to the ground and Stendhal does not hesitate to drive his sword through the man's back, striking the heart with well-practiced accuracy. He turns towards the remaining guard, who stands just to the side of Watanabe, the ringleader of this whole operation. The woman is shouting for help, but the roar of the crowd drowns her out. His grin widens at the thought that her own creation will be her undoing. The guard does not move as he draws his wakizashi. The slide of metal on metal rings through the air, cutting through Watanabe's cries. The last guard is grinning at him now, sharp teeth on display, and he allows himself a split second to look her over. He is surprised to find that this final guard is nothing but a child, brown hair shorn short and ragged, still dressed in her school uniform. "I'm not in the business of killing children, but I will if I have to," he warns, and her smile only widens. "Save me," Watanabe orders, clinging to the girl. She shakes the woman off, happy expression never faltering and eyes never straying from Stendhal. She has somehow managed to find his gaze and hold it despite the mask that hides his features. "I'm only here to observe," she dismisses, waving a hand carelessly as she shakes the sobbing woman off of her and steps back. "I love a good show." He eyes her dubiously as he steps forward. She settles into Watanabe's gaudy, throne-like seat, one leg thrown carelessly over the armrest. Her single visible eye sparkles as she watches. Watanabe is trying to scramble over the tall glass panel that blocks her box off from the rest of the arena. He grabs a handful of the back of her shirt and throws her to the ground. She yelps as her head bounces off the hard floor, curling up on herself as she yells at him to stop. Though her ability to charm the weak-willed has helped her in her climb to the top, her quirk is useless in this situation. She doesn't make another noise as he drives his blade through her throat. Though he has no need for it, he wipes a splatter of blood from his mask and brings it to his lips. His grin breaks from ear to ear as the taste fills his mouth. It tastes like vengeance. "So what are you gonna do now?" the girl asks in a cheerful sing-song tone. Her cheer feels out of place. "Kill as many of these sick FS as I can and then burn this place to the ground," he tells her honestly. Her eye lights up and she claps her hands together in excitement. "Oh, that's way more fun than this silly battle royale stuff. Tell you what, I'll help you out, but after that's all done, there's a couple jobs I want to hire you for." "Absolutely not. Go home, kid." Her wide grin immediately morphs into a childish pout. She crosses her arms and the leg thrown over the armrest kicks out wildly as she grumbles to herself, seemingly uncaring of the way the hem of her skirt flips up. The black velvet curtain is still burning, and the cheap wood of the hastily constructed box seat is beginning to glow red with the heat. The girl seems unconcerned by the imminent fire. "Well, I think I'll help you anyways. You'll change your mind when you see what I can do. I don't care what you do. Just don't get in my way." "Okie dokie," she sings, watching as he backs out of the room. Her single eye never blinks and her sharp teeth flash in the light of the growing fire. It's unnerving. It's quick work to clear the other 5 box seats of their occupants. Not a single one of them is prepared for an attack, and only 2 of them have quirks that might have been able to help them in a fight. It's ironic that these men and women with no knowledge of how to fight or protect themselves are the ones behind this operation. He pauses in the last box to clean his sword and plan the best way to thin the crowds below him once and for all. The people watching these spectacles are just as much at fault as the ones who ran the whole thing. While the heat from the fire licks at his back, he considers the best way to take out as many of them as possible and still get out alive. As he takes a step towards the front of the box, he catches movement from the corner of his eye. The high school girl sits atop the clear glass divider of Watanabe's box seat, looking vaguely like she's hovering in the air above the writhing masses below. She leans precariously far out and waves wildly at him. He rolls his eyes and vaults over the side of his own box, landing in the midst of the crowd and crushing someone beneath his weight. He ignores her screams of agony, as does the rest of the crowd. No one notices as he draws his blade and begins to slip through the crowd, leaking murderous intent. Before he can get too far, he feels a tingle down his back, a sixth sense that years of vigilante and mercenary work have helped to hone. He looks up to see small insects circling above him, their abdomens swollen and glowing. Turning, his gaze seeks out the girl as she floats high above the rest, smoke and flames billowing all around her. Seeming to sense his gaze, she gives another little wave before holding a finger to her lips in a shushing motion. The insects swoop lower, gentle glow turning suddenly blinding. There are exclamations of confusion and worry. Someone yells, "Fire!" just as the carnage truly begins. The explosions, though small, are devastating in such a tightly packed space. Stendhal can't say he's not impressed by the sheer amount of death that the kid's quirk results in. He switches out the knife in each hand for his swords as the people rush past him, none of them realizing yet that the exits have been locked. The insects swarm them as they scream and thrash, desperate and terrified but still believing they may survive if they can only reach the doors. They're dead wrong, of course. Kaizome takes care of the stragglers and the ones that have the quirks necessary to survive the initial blasts. He stands in the red-soaked hell's cape and basks in the glow of the fire, head thrown back and smile splitting his face in two. Blood drips from the point of his sword and the tips of his fingers. High above him, the girl is laughing. The desire to join her bubbles up in his chest, still giddy from the adrenaline and the bloodlust. He is not proud of the feeling but cannot deny that in this moment it feels as if this feeling is all that he lives for. "Wanna hear me out now?" the girl calls down to him. He considers her for a moment more, iron dancing on his tongue and heart pounding in his chest. "Make it quick," he says, and her sharp-toothed grin flashes in the firelight. Kaizome's phone chimes with a notification. He wipes blood on a dry patch of his pant leg before he digs his main burner out of his liquid-proofed pocket. A quick glance at the screen tells him that Izuku sent him a picture message. He drops Tanaka Minato's body immediately, worried that his kid might need something. The crunch the boy makes when he hits the ground doesn't bother him. He's sure the boy's mom won't notice the damage, considering it's already hard to tell where one injury ends and the next one begins after weeks of being forced to fight for his life. Kaizome opens the message and breathes a sigh of relief when a picture of a bowl of purple batter greets him. "Trying to make a roll cake. Wish me luck. Smiley face. Good luck. Let me know how it turns out. It's going to be delicious." Delicious? Delicious. Delicious. Thanks. Smiley face. G2G. Be safe. I'll send you a pic when it's done. Looking forward to it, kid. Have fun. I will. Bye. He smiles as he tucks the phone away again. He thinks about how nice it is to have a reminder that there are still good things in life as he bends to pick up Tanaka's body again. Her parents like to laugh about how she has had her whole future planned out since she was 4 years old. Her mom has always said she is precocious and driven, while her dad prefers to call her determined and headstrong. The kids at school, on the other hand, are all under the impression that she's quiet and shy, since she never wants to go out on the weekends or join their clubs. Some might even call her snooty, from the way she ignores them in favor of burying her head in her books and her homework. If she ever bothered to ask Koichi what he thinks, she is sure that he would give her that vacant smile of his, the one that makes her stomach clench and her heart race. He'd say something stupid about how mean she is to him, and then probably compliment her on her gentle nature all in the same breath. He's stupid like that. Knuckle Duster, on the other hand, has never once hidden his thoughts. He likes to roll his eyes and tells her that she's just a dumb kid, but there's something fond and a little bit sad in the way he ruffles her hair as he says it. The people that know her may see her in a lot of different ways, but naive has never been one of them. Kazuho knows exactly what people think when they see her in her idol outfit. Her mom had warned her from a young age to be careful of how she dresses, what she says, how much makeup she wears, and who she smiles at. Kazuho isn't ignorant of the world. She knows exactly how short her skirt is, how the fabric clings, and how much skin she's showing. It was made to ensure that all eyes would stay on her. She's the one who designed it, after all. That doesn't make it any less uncomfortable when people shout obscene things at her, or try to take peeks up her skirt. She likes to pretend she doesn't hear them. It's easy when she's so far above them, wind in her hair as she leaps so high that it feels like she's flying. Their words get snatched away by the sound of blood rushing in her ears. The eyes that seek her out with hungry gazes are nothing more than specks amongst the crowds that look at her with wonder and excitement. She can ignore the weirdos and the creeps when they're hidden within the sea of eager onlookers and smiling fans. She's always considered it just a hazard of the job, and one that she's prepared to live with. After all, most idols have the occasional strange fan, right? She can handle it. Except she isn't expecting them to find her after her show and corner her in the alley she's using to get changed in. 2 of them, both bigger than her, with grins that make her skin crawl. She can feel her heart hammering as she breaks out into a cold sweat, but she forces a wide smile all the same. "Hi boys. Did you want an autograph?" Her voice comes out high and strained, and she has to hide her wince. She knows they don't. They don't answer except to laugh as they move closer, caging her in so she can't run for the entrance of the alley. Her eyes dart towards the strip of clear sky far above her, but the sudden chill of fear has left her legs weak and trembling. Still, she lifts her chin defiantly and clenches her shaking fists at her side. She reminds herself that she's faced down meatheads hyped up on trigger more times than she can count, trying to convince her heart to slow its jackrabbit staccato. A couple run-of-the-mill assholes shouldn't be a problem, right? But this is different. The trigger addicts are always single-minded, slow, and focused only on the issue they see in front of them. They're usually not doing bad things because they're actually bad people. When the men in front of her look at her, though, She can see the sharp glint of intent in their gaze. They want things from her that no trigger addict does, and it is far more threatening than any mindless property damage could ever be. She's scared and she wishes that Koichi and Knuckleduster were here. The thought makes her feel weak and helpless, and she hates it. Her gaze darts towards the sky again, and she takes a deep breath, the muscles of her legs tensing. So she could just... She yelps as one of the men rushes towards her in a blur of what can only be quirk-enhanced speed, shoving her backwards and further into the shadows of the alleyway until her head cracks against the brick wall. Tears spring to her eyes, from both fear and pain. Her attackers are laughing, jostling her left and right as they pass her dazed form between them. The rough bricks of the building leave scrapes on her bare skin as she is shoved from one large pair of hands to the next. Get away! They laugh at the way her voice breaks, at the tears that burn their way down her cheeks. Don't touch me! Her mind is racing, but the pounding of her heart and rush of blood in her ears drowns out her own thoughts. All she can focus on is the way every inch of her is screaming no 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 no. The fear is overwhelming, pulling her down as she lashes out blindly, crying out as large hands catch at her thin wrists and squeeze until she sobs with the pain of it before she is passed to the other pair of grasping, kicking hands. She's drowning and she's scared and they're hurting her, they're going to. Pop step, a voice calls, young and worried. It echoes in the empty air above her head and breaks through her panic. She blinks away tears and tries again to pull herself away from the man who has one hand on her shoulder, the other on her waist. He doesn't let her go and she sobs at the anger burning in his eyes as he glances away to see who has dared to interrupt. Get out of here, the man with one long horn commands. He sounds more amused than worried. You're gonna get hurt if you stick your nose where it doesn't belong, kid. Get help! Kazuho yells, right before a hand slams itself over the lower half of her face, muffling her voice and covering her nose. She can't breathe, and the panic rushes back in at the realization. She tries to scream as she thrashes, trying to break the many-handed hold on her. The taste in her mouth makes her want to puke. Let her go, the kid says, closer now, louder. Through tears, she manages to make out the blur of green hair and the red of his hoodie. A new kind of horror washes through her as she realizes the kid now rushing towards the massive men is Yudai and he isn't running away. The grip on her loosens and with one last desperate lurch, Kazuho manages to break away. She stumbles towards Yudai, desperate to get to safety, trying to pull him with her on instinct alone. Her fingers find his hood and she runs, dragging him along behind her as she tells him, run. Let's go. They're close to safety, almost to the daylight beyond the cavernous walls of the alley, when someone grabs a fistful of her hair and pulls. She screams as she stumbles, just barely managing to keep her feet beneath her. With all the strength she can muster, she pushes Yudai ahead of her, shoves him towards the light, prays he will escape and be safe. But he doesn't. The little monster wheels back around, fists raised, mouth open as though to shout. She can't hear him over the roaring terror in her mind. He rushes the second man, dodging the clumsy fists aimed towards his head and returning with his own flurry of strikes. The sight terrifies her more than anything else. She already knows she will never forgive herself if she lets him get hurt. The grip on her hair pulls back, twisting her neck at a painful angle and tearing her eyes away from the fight. She hears the man Yudai is going after scream and curse, making terrible promises of pain. Heat flares to life in her belly, angry and hot and spreading to fill every part of her in an instant. Moist, rank breath is on her cheek as the man pulls her back towards him, the grip on her hair loosening as he does. She takes a deep breath, lets the power build until it burns, and strikes. Her heel connects with something soft and fleshy. He screams as he goes flying backwards from the force of her back kick, and dark satisfaction curls in her belly as he hits the wall and goes silent. She doesn't plan to wait around and see whether the second man is going to help his buddy or not, but when she turns she sees Yudai standing over his prone form. There is a split second of frozen shock as she takes in the sight, tries to figure out how he could have possibly won that fight when the man had such a massive size advantage. Then she shakes her head and tells herself it doesn't matter. Rushing forward, She grabs hold of the kid's hand and pulls him along with her as she sprints towards the illusion of safety that the street offers. He protests, but she ignores it. There is a pressure building in her chest and it escapes her throat in a burst of horrid sound. She isn't sure if she's laughing or crying. All she can focus on is the feeling of the concrete beneath her feet and the burning of her lungs and the sweaty hand clasped tightly in her own. "I know somewhere safe," Yudai says, and at the slightly hysterical shout he gets in return, he picks up speed until he is the one leading the way. He doesn't let go of her hand. They end up on a fire escape that is only barely clinging to the side of an old concrete building. Rust flakes down and nestles itself into her mussed hair. She releases the pink strands with trembling hands and shakes them out. Her scalp is stinging. Yudai sits and watches her, green eyes full of worry. "Why didn't you run when I told you to?" she asks, not yet able to meet his gaze. "You needed help," he says with a shrug. "You could have gotten hurt." "So could you?" "That doesn't matter. I had it handled. Besides, you're younger than me, so it's my responsibility to keep you safe. I can't do that if you're running into trouble like that. Do you have any idea how awful I would have felt if you'd been hurt?" The kid looks baffled, brow furrowed and head ped to the side as though her words aren't computing. She waits for him to say something, apologize, to promise not to do it again. Her shoe makes a hollow tapping noise as she bounces it irritably against the platform. After a long moment he speaks. "Of course it matters." "What?" "You said it wouldn't matter if you got hurt." "Of course it would." Kazuho groans and drops her face into her hands. She shakes her head and tries to swallow down the lump in her throat. "That's not the point. You're just a kid, Yudai," she says, voice muffled by her hands. His small form abruptly presses against her side. He's rubbing small circles on her back, like he's worried she's going to be sick. "So are you." The first sob rips from her throat. It is so vicious and sudden that it startles even her, but Yudai doesn't so much as flinch. He waits patiently by her side as she weeps, head resting on her shaking shoulder and hands still rubbing those gentle circles on her back. It is comforting, grounding, and she cannot be anything but grateful for it. "I couldn't do anything," she confides through the tears, breath shuddering on every inhale. "I was useless and weak and they were going to." "It's okay," Yudai tells her. "You're safe now. You did great and you got out okay. Do you want me to walk you to the police station?" She shakes her head and thinks that it's funny how their roles have been reversed since the last time they met. "Do you still have your phone? I can call someone for you." She takes a deep, shuddering breath and shakes her head again. He hums and she isn't sure what he means by the sound. "I'm fine," she lies. "I just need a minute." "Sure." They sit quietly, Kazuho trying to catch her breath while Yudai waits and offers his silent support. His hand, small and warm, does not feel restricting or threatening as it rests gently on her back. The honking of cars and the shouts of a couple arguing in one of the apartments above their heads echo around them. The familiarity of it is soothing and Kazuho feels herself finally beginning to calm down. "Thanks," she whispers once the crushing weight has begun to lift from her chest. "Don't mention it." There is something serious in his tone, so she shifts around until she's able to see his face. He stares back, unblinking and seemingly unbothered by her searching gaze. The silence between them doesn't feel quite as comfortable anymore. "You're a weird kid," Kazuho decides and Yudai grins. "I get that a lot." "Huh," she says. "I made a cake. Do you, want some?" She's so taken aback by the sudden question that all she can do is nod. Yudai nods back, drapes his jacket over her shoulders, and tells her to wait here while he goes to get it. It's not like she has anything better to do, so she stays where she is and tries to ignore the fear she feels the moment she finds herself alone. She hates how pathetic she is. The arguing couple sounds like they have moved on to something else. Kazuho flushes and turns her attention to her phone. Koichi has sent her a handful of texts complaining about the training the old man is putting him through, and a slightly blurry picture of a cat he apparently stopped to pet at some point today. The small smile that had been twitching at the corners of her mouth dies an abrupt death as she tries to find the words to tell Koichi about how her day has been going. She's typed up the text, deleted it, and then rewritten it 7 times by the time Yudai reappears. She nearly screams when she notices him beside her. She hadn't heard his approach at all. He grins sheepishly at her and she can tell he wants to appear apologetic, but the mischievous way his eyes sparkle ruins the ruse. "Here you go," he says, placing a plastic takeout container in her lap. His smile is shy but proud. "It's an ube cake roll." "Thank you," Kazuho says as she opens the lid, eyeing the cake inside. It looks suspiciously purple. The sincerity of her words surprises even herself as she blurts out, "It looks delicious." Yudai's smile gets brighter and his green eyes shine as she takes her first bite and hums with delight. They talk as they eat, passing the cake back and forth between them. It's not about anything important, school and the weather and the little oddities of this city. The idle chatter eases her nerves and she can feel the last dregs of her panic finally drain away. She is grateful for this weird little kid, though she won't say so out loud. She doesn't want to encourage him too much. "Oh," he says, perking up. Kazuho stares incredulously as the palm of his hand has a sudden violent meeting with his forehead, as though he's suddenly remembered something. "I have something else for you." "You do? What is it?" He digs through his pockets, exclaiming happily when he manages to locate whatever it is he wants to give her. "Close your eyes and hold out your hand." She obeys, baffled but amused by his antics. A small, warm hand takes hers and he wraps her fingers around at something. She frowns, brow creasing with confusion. "Yudai, what?" "Open your eyes." She stares at the unassuming little item resting innocently in the palm of her hand. It glints in the sunlight and she blinks several times, half expecting to find it transformed into pretty much anything else. Once it becomes apparent that her eyes aren't playing tricks on her, she drags them away, back towards Yudai's smiling face, and feels her confusion turn itself suddenly to exhaustion. "Yudai." "Yeah. Why am I holding a knife right now?" He looks at her like she's just said the strangest thing he's ever heard. "I noticed you didn't have one earlier. You should always carry one with you. You know how to use it, right?" Kazuho shakes her head and tries to hand the weapon back to him. Then, she thinks better of giving a sharp object to an elementary schooler and pulls it back. Yudai seems to take this as her deciding to keep it, and he beams. "Don't worry. I'll teach you the basics today. The rest you can study on your own." "I really don't want to," she tries, but he's already muttering to himself, voice low as he considers what she needs to know and which forms to use and all manner of things she doesn't really understand. He's not paying her any attention. Kazuho sighs and lays back on the steps of the fire escape, hair spread around her head like a pink cloud and the cold metal digging into the bare skin of her back. A scrape she hadn't realized she had stings. She kind of gets why heroes give their capes costumes. Yudai's hoodie covers her bare shoulders, but it'd be nice to have a blanket right now. "Who taught you how to use a knife anyways?" she asks over his soft voice, eyes on the sky. Predictably, she gets no answer. The sigh she heaves is one more of reluctant fondness than exasperation. The knife is warming up in the palm of her hand. It looks well used but well cared for. The silver blade glints when she turns it this way and that, reflecting the blue of the sky and the pink of her hair, and the strange realization that she's only really held dull kitchen knives before hits her. It's actually kind of pretty, and the more she thinks about it, the more she realizes that she's actually kind of excited to learn. Knuckleduster might be willing to teach her more if she asks him nicely. She smiles at the thought, realizing just how excited she is at the idea of getting to learn to fight like Koichi does. It hits her then that Yudai's muttering has stopped, and when she sits up she realizes he's watching her expectantly. "You ready?" Yudai asks, smiling so wide that her cheeks hurt just from being close. She looks back at him, considering, and then shrugs. A smile twitches at the corner of her mouth and her grip on the hilt of the knife tightens. "Why not?" She tells him to call her Hachisuka, sharp teeth flashing in a wide grin and green eyes shining with mirth. He's definitely not going to call her that, he decides as he waits for her to get to business. She babbles at about 100 words a minute while she hands him a thick manila envelope, and once he realizes she isn't saying anything relevant to the job he does his best to tune her out. It is 2 in the morning, he hasn't had nearly enough coffee, and her chipper attitude is so fake it's putting him on edge. At least when Izuku acts like this it's genuine. She's starting to piss him off, and this is only their second meeting. You want me to kill all of them? He asks as he flips through the pages, just to confirm. Oh yes. Feel free to make it as messy as you want. He hums, eyes scanning over the long list of names. They're all punks and criminals. Society will benefit from their removal. It will take time, but he's confident he can do it. Izuku seems happy enough here, so he's not worried about the kid being upset that they're staying a while longer. I'll need half of the payment up front, he tells her. Of course. Her voice has dropped to a low purr. He rolls his eyes behind his mask, not interested in whatever games she's wanting to play. You'll have the first half tomorrow, and if you do good then my boss might even throw in a bonus at the end. I'll start tomorrow then. Ah, bummer. I was hoping to see you in action tonight. Her statement is met with silence. She is circling him now, getting a tiny bit closer with every rotation. His skin prickles and Kaizome tucks the folder inside his Kevlar vest for safekeeping, turning slowly to keep the girl in his line of sight at all times. His fingers brush against the cool metal of his blades and it helps to ground him. Do you need anything to help you get the job done? She asks. There is a faint buzzing sound underlying her words every time she opens her mouth. I have connections. He considers the offer, wondering if she would ask for any additional favors in return for the use of her organization's resources. She is watching him, unblinking and smile unwavering, waiting for his response. The wind sweeps the hair out of her face and he notes that her eye patch has several blue stickers on it. They are childish, stars and hearts and flowers. It feels out of place, but he supposes that that is the purpose. Blood, he decides at last. Her visible eyebrow arches and her green eye shines with a keen interest. Some particular blood, or will anything work? I'm pretty sure my neighbor has a couple cats I could drain. There is a teasing tone to her voice, but he can sense the way her interest has been piqued. Even so, there is a sense of condescension to her words, a feeling that she is simply humoring him the same way one would a child. I need the target's blood. Okay. That's easy. I'll bring that to you tomorrow when I give you your first payment. Fine. He nods stiffly, ready for this meeting to be over. I'll find you tomorrow. You have my number if you need me before then. Okay, she sings. I'll see you then. He tries to ignore the creeping feeling of her gaze on the back of his neck as he walks away. The sooner he completes this job, the better. The night has been unusually quiet, which probably has something to do with the inordinate amount of vigilantes running around the area. Not that he's complaining, of course, because the less crime there is, the less paperwork he has to fill out and the sooner he can go to sleep when his shift is over. As long as he doesn't get tangled up in their messes, he's happy to let them handle things. Not a lot of people in his profession would be too pleased with the situation, but he's not that worried about it. Many of his peers have accused him of lacking the drive to climb the ranks of heroes, and honestly, he's totally fine with that. He has no interest in smiling for cameras or playing nice with reporters and civilians. He's here to get his job done, maybe save a few people if he's lucky, and then go home. Simple and straightforward. A siren wails somewhere in the distance, and if he looks up and squints he thinks he can see the red and blue light reflected in the top windows of a faraway building. He pauses, one hand to the comm in his ear, waiting for the dispatcher to request the help of any hero in the vicinity. The seconds tick by, and he accepts that there will be no call. He sighs as he slouches against the wall of the nearest building, hooded eyes scanning the almost empty street in the seediest district of the city. Cats are fighting somewhere nearby, and the yowling is echoing through the streets. If he tilts his head and listens carefully, he thinks he can hear the sound of someone arguing inside their apartment. Other than that, the streets are quiet and it is weird. He can't complain though, the less work the better. He lets his head fall back and watches the darkened sky with half-lidded eyes, wishing he could see stars through the light pollution. Trying to visualize the map he had glanced at before he left for patrol, he finds himself wishing that he had paid more attention to this new patrol route. Nemuri had told him to call if he needed to, but the absolute last thing he needs is her laughing at him for getting lost. A soft sigh escapes his lips, and the remnants of it drift up in the chill of the night air. follow it up and land on something suspicious. Legs are dangling off the edge of a tall building, swaying slightly with the breeze. If Hizashi were to ever ask, Shoyuta would shrug and say he considered ignoring it, letting whoever it is carry on with their night uninterrupted. The truth is that the idea never crossed his mind. Before he even fully processed what he saw, he was off to find the quickest route to the roof. His boots make no noise as he stalks across the dirty, tar-coated concrete. His heart pounds the closer he gets, and it registers in his mind just how small the person dangling themselves from the edge is. It's a kid, maybe 8 or 9 if he's guessing right, and they're just sitting there, staring out over the city with a distant expression that sends chills creeping up Shuta's spine, socked feet kicking softly into the void below them. He sits beside the kid, just a few feet away, but he doesn't turn to look at him. His lips are moving, soft words escaping him so quickly that they're jumbled up and incomprehensible. Shoyuta waits a long moment, curiosity beginning to creep in on the edges of his worry, before it all becomes too much. If the kid is thinking this much and this loud, he's still undecided about the whole jumping off the roof thing, and that means Shoyuta has a chance to change his mind. Either that, or Shuta's misread the whole situation and the kid is just recklessly idiotic. You thinking of doing something stupid, kid? The boy screams. Shoyuta jumps about a foot in the air as well, then has to make a grab for the kid to keep him from toppling headfirst off the side of the building. Sorry, the boy all but shouts, still sputtering from the shock of almost going head over heels towards the concrete below. Shoyuta stares at him, barely able to believe what he's hearing. His hand stays fisted in the back of the boy's shirt, just in case. Don't apologize, he says, and it comes out harsher than intended, more like an order than a platitude. The boy doesn't flinch. In fact, he laughs, which is not the reaction Shoyuta is used to getting in this kind of situation. Sorry, the kid says again, and Shoyuta feels his eyes roll towards the heavens once more. The kid smiles at him, wide and sheepish and no longer dangerously close to the edge of the building. He slowly releases his death grip on this boy, watching closely for any suspicious movements. What were you doing? Just thinking. He waits for more, but the kid stays quiet. Despite his seemingly relaxed posture, he has edged himself a little further away, just outside of Shuta's reach, and that sets more alarm bells ringing inside the hero's head. It's not unusual for a kid to want to keep distance from a stranger, but there's something about the whole situation that feels off. His instincts are practically screaming that something is wrong, and he's learned through a lot of trial and error to trust them. What were you thinking about? He asks, and the boy turns his whole body to look at him. In the dim light, Shoyuta can just barely make out the way his tiny face has wrinkled in confusion, and really, he can't blame him. If he were an elementary schooler and some random man cornered him on a rooftop at but 0:00 in the morning, he would also likely be very confused. And probably a lot more concerned, now that he thinks about it. I was wondering how Gang Orca is going to do on the next set of hero polls, the boy says at last, which is not what Shoyuta was expecting to hear. He shuffled himself away and settled down to sit cross-legged on the ledge, his left knee hanging out into open air. The sight makes Shuta's skin crawl and he considers yanking the kid away again. Something tells him that the boy would just be ornery if he tried, though. There doesn't seem to be any immediate danger of the kid jumping, so instead he adjusts himself to mirror the kid's pose and leans forward, elbow on his knee and chin resting against his fist as he studies the boy in front of him. The wind howls through the spaces between buildings, cold and dangerous. The capture scarf around his neck moves when the breeze catches it, and he is already calculating how quickly he could use it to grab the kid if he loses his balance. He's so tiny, Shoyuta has no doubt he could be swept away by a strong wind. He takes a deep breath, considers the words, and shrugs. Probably not very well, if we're being honest. He's a good hero, but he's not the type that usually ends up highly rated so early in their career. Because of his quirk, the boy says, matter-of-factly. It surprises Shoyuta, though he does not let it show. Exactly. That doesn't seem very fair. Maybe not. I don't know if he cares much, though. He seems like the kind of guy who's more concerned with helping people, instead of placing in the top 10. You really think so? Yeah. That's good. I like heroes like that. Me too. The boy hums thoughtfully and tilts his head, eyes catching what little light can reach this rooftop space. They glitter, sharp as uncut emerald, and Shoyuta has the unnerving feeling of being dissected and studied. He does not fidget as he meets the boy's eyes, watching as he assesses him. It's eerie, the way he can practically watch his thoughts spin through the kid's head. In the end, he must not be found wanting, because the boy blows out a long breath that ends in a raspberry. His shoulders slump, not in defeat, but instead releasing a tension that Shoyuta hadn't even noticed was present until the moment it was gone. He wonders what else he may have missed. "You seem like a nice guy," the kid says, smiling so brightly that Shoyuta can see it clearly even in the dim light. "What do you need, anyway?" Shoyuta is baffled. He doesn't answer, just allows the silence to swell and take over, hoping the accompanying discomfort may be enough to spur the kid into revealing what the hell he's talking about. The kid just goes on smiling as he continues, completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere. "Did someone tell you about me?" Shoyuta grunts, neither confirming nor denying. The boy uncrosses his legs, wobbling a little as he does so and making Shoyuta want to tear out his hair. His fingers wrap around the end of his capture weapon. The cold nips at a hole in his pant leg, and he is reminded that he needs to ask Kizashi for help in stitching it up. Then the boy swings his legs over the edge and leans backwards to grab something, legs held straight out over the edge of the building to keep him balanced. Shoyuta is going to have a goddamn conniption at this rate. He is going to die of a heart attack right here on the ledge of some shitty warehouse because some stupid reckless child thinks he's a circus performer. It feels like watching a kitten who's just learned to climb, wobbly and fearless and fragile. This kid is going to give him anxiety, and Shoyuta is sending his next therapy bill to the parents. Without thinking, Shoyuta reaches out to steady the kid, who blinks up at him with something like surprise before it morphs back into a cheery smile. He nods his thanks and goes back to rustling around in his backpack, pulling out a folder decorated with All Might's signature colors. He swings his legs and sits back up, totally unaware of the way Shuta's heart does several uncomfortable flips in his chest. "Here," the boy says, flipping the folder open and pulling out a slightly wrinkled paper. He shoves it toward Shoyuta, who does not take it. "How about we move away from the edge of the roof first," he says. He's not begging. Of course not. But if this kid wobbles one more time, he's going to have an aneurysm, and that just means more paperwork he'll never get done. "Oh sure. I'm sorry, I didn't even think about the fact you might be scared of heights." Shoyuta doesn't correct the assumption, waiting silently for the kid to walk away from the danger he's in before following behind him. His worry has finally begun to dissipate, now edging towards a mild curiosity as the kid gestures him over and offers the paper again. He takes it this time, looking over the contents and feeling his eyebrows climb as he takes in the list of contact information for a variety of charities and shelters in the area. He isn't sure what to say, so he just grunts out something resembling a thank you and hands the paper back. "Did you need help finding somewhere to sleep tonight?" the kid asks, expression open and earnest, and Shoyuta pinches the bridge of his nose to ward off a headache as he debates whether to set the record straight or just let it go. "I don't need any help," he settles on saying. "Do you?" "What do you mean?" the kid asks, wide-eyed like he can't fathom why someone would ask him that. "Why are you on the roof at this hour?" "Oh, my uncle's out right now and it gets quiet in the apartment, so I just like to come up here to listen to the city. It helps me think." Left alone often, allowed free range while his guardian is out. Eager for conversation and wants to help others. He'd make an easy target for someone with bad intentions. Shoyuta files the information away, taking in the kid's easy smile and relaxed posture, and he thinks that this kid needs to learn to not be quite so trusting. He sighs, shoving his hands deep into his pockets and letting his shoulders slouch. "Get down from the roof, kid, and stop talking to strangers. It's not safe." The boy has the audacity to laugh as he nods and takes a step backwards, towards what must be the stairwell into the building. Shoyuta watches him with narrowed eyes, already knowing that he's not going to be leaving the building until he knows that the boy has both feet safely at ground level. Then, the thought occurs to him that children shouldn't be walking around the city in the dark at this time of night, and he grimaces. "Wait, let me walk you home," he says through gritted teeth, already dreading what he is sure will be a time spent with the kid chattering away in that far too cheerful tone of his. Instead, the boy just stares at him incredulously for a second. He shakes his head and says, "Sorry, but no way," before he runs for the stairs and is swallowed by the dark. "Strange kid," Shoyuta mutters as he stares at the yawning stairwell, wondering if he should go after the boy or not. Something about the whole interaction felt off, his instincts telling him that there is more than just the time and place inherently wrong about the situation. He thinks back to the crumpled paper, suddenly wishing he had kept the list. He wonders if it has anything to do with the sudden decrease of petty crime in the area. If so, he hopes the kid is being careful while he's playing hero. Shoyuta pauses, lips pursing as he goes over the conversation in his head again. He groans as he remembers his last words to the boy, one hand freeing itself from his pocket to cover his eyes. Now that he has a moment to think about it, he does have to admit that he could have phrased his offer better. It's not surprising that the boy ran off, because even Shoyuta can admit that he sounded suspicious. He cringes at the thought of the boy running home to tell his guardian about the strange man who tried to walk him home. Thank God he's still underground, because if he had been a daylight hero he would have never heard the end of it. This is why he's never going to work with kids, they're way more trouble than it's worth. Still, if he makes a point to patrol this area more often and keeps his eyes on the rooftops a little more, it's not like there's anyone who will know. Technically, Izuku is only supposed to leave the apartment when it's absolutely necessary. There had been an unspoken understanding that he could go out to get groceries, or maybe step outside for some fresh air once in a while. He's supposed to be staying home, doing his self-imposed schoolwork and running through training exercises. And he does do that. He trains and he studies and then he trains some more. But now that he's tasted freedom, well, there's only so much he can think to do when he's cooped up inside. If he goes out for a run, or to practice leaping from building to building, or to keep an eye on the streets, then that should still count towards his training. Besides, if he never mentions it to Stendhal, then his guardian won't ever have any reason to worry anyways. So Izuku goes out into the daylight when his studying is over and he's gone through every kata and drill that he knows. He wears a beanie and medical mask, and keeps his knives hidden beneath the folds of his oversized sweatshirt. He avoids the police like their lives depend on it, he has suspected for quite some time that they really do, and tries to avoid talking to anyone he doesn't have to. He tells himself that Kazuho doesn't count as just anyone, because she helped him and he helped her back, so he isn't really breaking any rules by spending time with her. It feels nice to be outside during the day. He loves the feeling of warm sunlight on his face as the chilly breeze ruffles his hair, but he's not always a big fan of all the people he runs into on the streets. He's spent the majority of the last 6 years alone in the apartment with Stendhal or stalking the empty streets late at night, so it feels strange to be around the crowds of daytime wanderers. Anytime the bustle and crush of bodies around him becomes too much, he can just duck into an alley for a few moments of peace to collect himself. It's in one of these alleys that he finds a woman crouched between two dumpsters, trembling slightly with her eyes rolling in their sockets. For a moment he just watches her, every inch of him on high alert as he assesses the situation and tries to find any sign of someone else being in the alley with them. He breathes out a soft sigh of relief when he doesn't find any trace of an immediate threat. He steps closer to the woman and crouches down to her level, arms wrapped loosely around his knees. She is talking to herself, lips barely moving and words so low that he can only hear her now that they're so close. There's no sign of injury and he wonders if maybe she's just sick. "There was a bug," she mutters to herself over and over, trembling and rocking slowly back and forth. The bug did something. "Ma'am?" he calls, voice soft so as not to startle her. "Do you need help?" "Help," the woman rasps back, sounding disoriented. Her head tilts, falling to rest on her shoulder at an uncomfortable-looking angle. Her voice is rough and dry, and when her eyes finally stop moving in her skull to focus on him, their gaze is clouded and distant. She doesn't look at Izuku so much as she stares right through him. "I can help you," Izuku tells her. "I can walk you to the hospital or a police station if you want." The woman shakes her head, still twisted at that awkward angle. Izuku winces at the sight. It looks painful. Her tongue darts out to trace over her chapped lips. It looks wet but shriveled in her mouth, and almost black in color. He wonders if it is part of her quirk, or just part of whatever illness is making her so sick. "Don't want that help," she mutters. Her orange eyes are trying to focus again, and Izuku does his best to hold still, trying to make it easier for her. That's weird, he thinks. Weren't her eyes brown a second ago? Suddenly, she reaches for him. He stiffens as her hand wraps around his wrist, and he watches with a furrowed brow as her nails lengthen and sharpen until they're tearing through the fabric of his sleeve and digging painfully into his skin. He tries to shake her off, but she is deceptively strong for such a small woman. "You're hurting me," he says, trying to hide the sudden fear in his voice. "No," she tugging him closer. "You can't help me." Her eyes are a toxic yellow now, slitted pupils blown wide as she blinks at him. Her face is warping, twisting and elongating and growing bigger and bigger as she leans closer. Her breath is hot and sticky on his face, and he flinches away. A pointed black tongue lolls from her mouth, saliva dripping from it and landing on his knee. He bites his lip to muffle his cry of pain as it burns through his pants and reaches the skin beneath. "Let me go," he commands, trying to be firm despite the way his voice cracks and shakes. "You're hurting me and you need to let go." The woman wails, high and warbling and loud enough that it makes his head hurt. Tears spill from his eyes at the noise, dripping down his cheeks and splashing on the hand that has swollen so much that it has gone from holding his wrist to encircling his entire forearm. She throws her massive head back and acid spit hits the wall and sizzles. A drop hits his face and a sob escapes Izuku's lips as he tries again to tug himself away from her bruising grip. "Where is it?" the woman cries, voice garbled and barely intelligible with the way her mouth has twisted. "Give it back." "I don't know what you're talking about." Izuku screams, voice cracking as his heart lurches with fear and her enormous hand squeezes tighter around his wrist. He thinks he can feel the bones grinding together and, as he struggles more desperately against her hold, he wonders if he is about to have another broken bone. Teeth gritted, he draws his knife. The blade slices the back of her hand and the woman, now more beast than human, screams and gives his wrist one last vicious squeeze as she flings him away. He collides with the brick wall, bouncing off of it and hitting the ground with a whimper. Wrist held tight to his chest, Izuku curls into a ball and wheezes as his lungs try to remember how to hold air once again. His uninjured hand is still curled around his knife, now stained with blood. He waits for the woman to attack, praying that he will have enough strength to move, to defend himself. She watches him warily, silent but for the mournful rumbling deep in her chest, like there is another whale building there and just waiting to escape. Acid drips from her mouth and sizzles on the ground beneath her. There is no humanity left in her yellow eyes. They are deep and dark and empty. Glass shatters beneath her feet as she takes a step towards him. Suddenly, there is a voice from the mouth of the alley. Someone is shouting, asking if everything is okay. She turns towards the sound. Izuku hears a scream and, just like that, she's gone. He stares after her for a moment, wide-eyed and shocked as he tries to process what just happened. More people have begun to scream, the sound echoing around him but almost vanishing under the roar of blood rushing in his head. He wants to lay down and cry for just a moment more, because right now he feels small and weak and scared. Waves of panic and relief fight for their place in his chest, making it difficult to breathe. His lip is bleeding. The taste fills his mouth and makes him jijji. He grimaces and spits, red staining the pale concrete of the ground. More screams and the sound of something being broken filter through the panic, and he forces himself to move. Painfully, slowly, he pushes himself up from the ground and stumbles towards the street. Izuku gapes at the disaster zone that greets him, shocked by the amount of destruction the woman has caused in a matter of minutes. There are shards of glass covering the sidewalks from broken store windows, deep gauges clawed into the street and sides of buildings, and a car crumpled against a light post. Had he read the situation wrong? Is she a bad guy, or did she just lose control of her quirk? As he watches her howl and leap on top of a moving car, causing it to veer onto the sidewalk, he decides it doesn't matter if this is accidental or intentional. He has to find a way to de-escalate the situation and get her help before she hurts anyone else. The knife feels heavy in his left hand as he keeps his right one tucked tightly into his side, fingers trembling and wrist throbbing where she had grabbed him. His thoughts are running at 1,000,000 miles a minute as his eyes scan the street, cataloging every hazard and each civilian that could become a casualty. He can hear his heart pounding in his ears, loud enough that it blocks out all other sounds. He takes a few deep breaths and holds his knife tighter. If he can get her attention and lead her somewhere with fewer people, he can at least keep innocent civilians from getting hurt. Judging by the jerky, stumbling way she moves, he's guessing that she isn't used to this form. In just the few moments since he stumbled upon her in the alley, she went from someone barely bigger than him to a hulking, massive creature easily over 7 feet tall. He can use that to his advantage. He hopes, it shouldn't be too hard to get beneath her and trip her up. Once she's on the ground, he'll just need something to restrain her with. He pulls his sweatshirt off, gritting his teeth as his wrist is jostled, and makes quick work of cutting it into strips. Armed with nothing but a knife and a handful of tattered red fabric, he finds himself wishing that Stendhal was here to help him. He's scared of what this woman will do to him if his plan doesn't work, but he knows he can't let himself think about that. Right now, there are people who need his help. "Hey!" he shouts, waving the shredded remains of his favorite sweatshirt above his head. "Over here!" Her eyes snap towards him, and he suddenly realizes that he really did prefer the empty glaze from the alleyway over the feral fury in her expression now. It's too late to back down though. Her attention is on him, and he notes with a distant sort of relief that the nearby civilians are using this chance to run to safety. There's not a lot of time to be happy, though, because the next thing he knows she is down on all fours and charging towards him. Izuku yelps and turns on his heel, sprinting away from the business district and towards an area he knows is mostly empty construction sites. He can feel her nipping at his heels and he pushes on, running as fast as he can, and his legs are burning and he is gasping for breath, but he is almost there. Just a little further, then he can use the tight spaces to his advantage and he yelps as sharp nails rake over his back, and he knows without looking that his shirt is now ruined too. First his favorite sweatshirt and now his only piece of Sir Night-Eye merchandise, all destroyed in one day. He'll find time to be disappointed later. Tears blur his vision as he puts his head down and tries to go faster, heart pounding and lungs screaming from the exertion. He can feel her, so close that her hot breath burns the back of his arms. He knows she is reaching for him, hungry, angry, and he is scared. Stendhal, he thinks, only because he can't find the necessary breath to scream right now. "Where are you? Duck, kid," someone shouts. Izuku hits the ground just as something goes whizzing above his head. From behind him, he hears the woman bellow and a new, deeper voice return the sound. Izuku rolls to his feet and whirls around to see 2 men fighting the woman, one gliding on all fours around her feet and tripping her up. The second man seems to be just beating the crap out of her with his bare hands. "Huh," Izuku says breathlessly, brow furrowed as he watches them fight. It is brutal and efficient. He gets the feeling that Stendhal would approve, but he can't help but wince as the big man lands a hit that sends the woman to the ground. He follows it up with a kick to the head. She doesn't get back up after that. When the big guy turns his attention towards Izuku, he doesn't put his weapons away. Likewise, Izuku doesn't bother to hide his knife as the man stalks towards him. His companion is still back with the woman, and he seems to be struggling with tying her unconscious form up. At this point, Izuku isn't sure if he should make a run for it or offer the guy the remains of his sweatshirt. There's a part of him that is hoping they might be heroes after all. Who else would have stepped in to stop her? "What are you doing here, kid?" the man asks when he gets close, voice low. It sounds like he's trying to growl. Izuku can't say he's all that impressed. Running away from her, he answers honestly, tilting his chin towards the unconscious woman. The man seems to consider him, head ped and fingers flexing around the grip of his weapon. His eyes are hidden by his mask, but Izuku can imagine the way they must be narrowing behind it. He isn't quite sure what the man wants from him, but he can tell by the tilt of his head that he has noticed the bloodied knife clenched in Izuku's hand. "You on any drags?" he rasps, leaning uncomfortably close. His breath smells like cigarettes. Izuku wrinkles his nose as it wafts over his face. "What?" "Answer the question, unless you want things to get messy." Izuku considers just leaving without answering, then remembers the weapon in the man's hand and thinks better of it. He shakes his head and takes a step back. No, I'm not on any drags. I'm going to go now, unless you have a reason to detain me. The man leans back, and Izuku can see the way his brow rises with surprise even through the fabric of his mask. Something like a smile is twitching at the corners of his mouth as Izuku takes another step back, trying to put distance between them. A rock clinks beneath his foot, the sound strangely loud, and he is reminded just how far from other people they are. Not so fast. You can go, but you have to show me your tongue first. Before Izuku can question the strange request, the man's hand shoots out and grabs his face. Gloved fingers squeeze his cheeks, puckering his lips even as Izuku clenches his teeth and tries to shake the man off him. The man's other hand grabs his wrist as Izuku swings for him, blade glinting in the sunlight. His attention flickers briefly towards the weapon Izuku had been aiming at his shoulder, and a bark of harsh laughter escapes his lips. With a twist sharp enough to make Izuku grunt in pain, the weapon clatters to the ground. You're a feisty one, huh? He growls, teeth flashing in a too-wide grin. He drags Izuku closer, crushing Izuku's hurt wrist between their bodies. He can't help it, he cries out in pain. The man's fingers close tighter, and the insides of his cheeks burn as they're cut against his teeth. He wonders if this is going to leave a bruise as the man leans close, head ducked slightly to get a good view inside his mouth. Izuku whimpers, eyes squeezed shut and mind whirling with strategies to break the hold, which direction to run, how to escape before this crazy man can do anything worse. Hey, someone interrupts, slow and languid and sounding like they might feel just a little bit awkward about the whole situation. I think you might be hurting him. Izuku's eyes flutter open at the same moment that the man releases his grip, letting Izuku stumble and fall backwards onto his butt. He takes the opportunity to scramble for his knife, holding it in shaking hands despite having already seen that his skills aren't enough to protect him from the big guy. The knowledge makes tears of shame and frustration prick at his eyes. Sorry about him, says the same lazy, cheerful voice. The newcomer is grinning at him while rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. His pants have acid burns in them and there is a streak of blood smeared across his cheek. That is not what makes Izuku's eyes go wide though. Any sense of self-preservation is suddenly lost as excitement takes over. His mouth moves before his brain has time to catch up and he blurts, "Is that a limited edition Silver Age All Might hoodie?" "Yeah," the newcomer replies, effortlessly matching Izuku's enthusiasm. He casts a pointed glance towards the other man and says, "I'm so glad someone noticed. That one is super hard to find. I don't know how." He trails off, cogs clicking slowly into place in his mind, finally placing the guy amongst the dozens of articles and forums he had read when researching the hero and villain activity of the city. His mouth drops open. "Oh my God, you're the hauler." The excitement disappears immediately, brown eyes growing dim as he shakes his head and sighs, sounding exasperated as he says, "No. Why do people always mess that up?" Even though Hoodie Guy is obviously just talking to himself at this point, Izuku feels his face turn red with humiliation as his heart sinks. The fleeting glimmer of hope he had felt dies a quick death. Even if the thought had briefly crossed his mind to ask someone experienced with crime to help him get back to his mom, he can't justify putting civilians in danger just for his own sake. "Sorry," he mumbles, head hanging low. "No worries. Most people make that mistake, to be honest with you." Izuki's lips pursed as a thought occurs to him, eyes drifting from the ground to look between the two men, then to the woman lying motionless behind them. He would have been worried if he hadn't caught the slight movement of her chest rising and falling as she breathes. "If you guys are just normal people, how come you stopped her?" His eyes dart towards the big guy and narrow, suspicious and untrusting. "What did you want with me anyways?" "I'm just a guy who wanted to make sure you didn't get hurt," Hoodie Guy says, smiling at Izuku with all his teeth. It is sort of a weird look, but Izuku finds himself comforted by how genuine he seems. "I'm looking for people who are addicted to a certain drag," the big guy says, shrugging like he doesn't realize that Izuku would have been traumatized by the interaction if he were pretty much anyone else. "Do I look like someone who does drags?" he asks, honestly curious. "Yes," comes the immediate reply. That's good to know that, I guess. The younger guy has his face in his hands, shaking his head slowly. He is groaning like his stomach hurts. Izuku wonders what his deal is. You guys won't get in trouble for fighting her, will you? I'm quirkless, so the police can't actually do anything to me since I'm not technically breaking any laws, big guy says, attention already drifting away, completely unaware of the way his words have sent Izuku's mind spinning and his heart racing as something he never realized is spelled out for him. You can't get in trouble for crime fighting if you don't have a quirk? Pretty much, he says as he turns away and wanders towards the woman again. She is beginning to stir, low groans scraping against Izuku's skin and raising goosebumps. Hoodie guy clenches his teeth, cringing a little as he glances between Izuku and his companion. You might want to get going, kid. His interrogations aren't all that pretty, so I'll need to call the police before he gets started. His eyes drift towards Izuku's wrist, swollen and already beginning to turn purple. Do you need me to take you to the hospital to get that looked at? No thanks. I can get there on my own. Okay, he says, already turning away and pulling out his cell phone. Izuku hears the big guy's voice, low and rough as the decimated gravel beneath his feet, hissing and spitting at the snarling woman. Hoodie guy doesn't seem all that concerned, and he's already dialed the emergency number, so Izuku supposes that everything is officially handled. Okay, he says, tucking his knife back into its hidden sheath despite the dried blood on the blade. It's going to be a pain to clean later, but he just doesn't have the energy to worry about it right now. Bye. Bye, kid. Maybe I'll see you around. Izuku opens his mouth, not quite sure yet what will come out in response, but before he can say anything, Hoodie guy is turning away, speaking loudly into the receiver in order to be heard over the growling and the wailing and the yelling going on in the background. Izuku shrugs and walks away. He doesn't go to the hospital. Kazuho lets loose a string of curses that would make her mother blush when she hears the story later that day. She swings and hits Koichi, who groans and rubs at his shoulder, complaining under his breath. The old man dodges her kick, but only by a hair. It seems like her lessons are really paying off, but she'll let herself be proud later. Right now, she's too busy debating using the building they're standing on to launch herself straight into the sun. She just needs to figure out a way to take these two morons with her. That was you, you idiots. Queen Bee has been following the newest plaything around for most of the week. It's kind of boring, what with him spending so much time tracking down his targets and making careful plans to take them out, but the last few moments when he slices them open make the waiting all worthwhile. He is clean and precise and has taken out 4 of the targets in under a week, 2 of which were hopped up on some of the experimental serums. It's a much better track record than the killers for hire that they've had her recruit before. There's no denying that he's a professional. She's disappointed that he's only had to use the blood she so graciously provided him twice. It would be way more fun to watch the target cry and plead, completely helpless without fully understanding why. Maybe she can request he use the blood from now on. The empty window frame she's perched and shudders as something big and solid hits the side of the building. Queen Bee hums as she leans forward, dangling by her fingertips as she tries to get a good look at the chaos below. The wind whips her hair out of her face and the buzzing in her head gets a little louder, displeased with the chill. She quiets them with assurances of a cozy cafe soon, a place where they can warm themselves while she writes up the report on which serums have yielded the best results in this trial so far. Below her, one of the other test subjects is rampaging. She laughs when she sees that all the serum has done is mutate his quirk a little bit. He's bigger and probably a little stronger than usual, but he's still just a dumb rock. Remind me to cross star 23C off the list, she tells one of the bees flitting agitatedly around her head. It makes for a good power boost, but not quite what we're looking for this time around. She's glad this one's on Stendhal's kill list. It will make things easier for her, since all she has to do is make sure the guy actually dies. After that, she can just leave it up to the police to dispose of the body. She doesn't envy them. Wiping viscera off the walls is never fun. She giggles and leans further forward to get a better view of the show. The ledge of her precarious seat is digging into the tender flesh of her thighs and her shoulders ache as she dangles her full weight from shaking fingertips. Even the scrapes on her knees seem like they're stinging worse than usual today. She's glad she won't have to deal with the consequences of putting this kind of strain on the body. Once things get bad, she can just ditch it for a newer model. A roar echoes from beneath her, the sound amplified by the close quarters. The subject has chased someone into a parking area and is currently swatting at the guy like a particularly stupid child swinging a hammer in a game of whack-a-mole. Oh my god. Do you think TR-23C lowered his intelligence, or has he always been this stupid? She asks the air, not bothering to hide her amusement, and the bees hovering around her buzz in agreement. From her vantage point and through the eyes of her bees, she can see Stendhal approaching, slinking through alleys until he's close enough to watch the fight unfold. She tips her head, feeling the wind whip her hair against her cheek, and wonders aloud, do you think he's going to step in or just wait until the wannabe hero is dead? The nice thing about Stendhal is that he keeps her guessing. Her bosses are always complaining about it, but she loves it. Things get boring when they are too predictable, but no matter how much she tries, she can't seem to pin down the guy's moral code. There seems to be no rhyme or reason behind his actions. She never knows if he's going to kill a witness or let them walk away unscathed, whether he'll make a death slow and painful or quick and merciful. His movements are unpredictable, and he's faster than anyone without a speed-enhancing quirk she's ever seen. It's impossible to tell whether he's meticulously planned each step out or if half of what he does is entirely on a whim. Even the first time they met, he was in the process of burning down a building and killing everyone present over one boy too weak to keep himself alive. The juxtaposition had caught her attention, made her want to study him more and have him work for her. It is everything else about him that made her want to keep him around to see more of the chaos he can bring. If all goes according to plan, she'll have a big hand in that chaos. Much to her delight, she hasn't been disappointed by him yet. Once she figures out what makes him tick, Queen Bee is sure she'll lose interest in the man, but in the meantime he excites her. Even now, watching as he chooses to work with the little wannabe, she feels a giddy sort of elation rise to fill her chest. She sends another one of the bees down to get a closer look, watching as Stendhal and the wannabe in an all-might hoodie work together to send the big idiot running. They chat for a moment before Stendhal is off, and the wannabe watches him go with a smile and eyes sparkling with adoration. It is hilarious. Later that night, Queen Bee finds herself wishing that the all-might wannabe had somehow managed to find them again as she watches Stendhal kill the test subject as he is scared and running for his life. Watching him drive the knife through the man's eye makes her smile, and she cups one hand over her own eye socket, which is once again covered by a patch. Imagining the face of the wannabe as he sees his new idol slaughter someone makes her heart flutter. She loves seeing pedestals crumble. When he is done and has stepped back to wipe the blood off his knife, she sends a bee down with a note and a vial of blood. He scoffs as he glances at her words, then crumples the note in his hand and holds the vial up to the dim light of the street lamps. Though she hasn't seen the face behind the mask yet, she likes to imagine he's squinting at the blood, face all twisted into a scowl as he searches for any sign of meddling. He won't find any, of course. A long moment passes before he pockets it and turns his eyes to the rooftops, searching the skyline for her. When his masked face turns at long last in her direction, she gives him a jaunty wave. He turns away in disgust, and she marvels at how rude he is. People who think they're special always think they're above being polite. She giggles as she watches him walk away, already on the hunt for his next target. His dedication would be way more admirable if he wasn't so goddamn annoying. He's gonna be in for a rude awakening one of these days, she tells the bee darting around her ear. It buzzes in waspish agreement. And then he just swooped right in like wham, swoosh, bam. And the guy just ran away. Just like that. Koichi swings his broom handle like a sword, eyes sparkling as he regales Knuckleduster and Pop Step with the tale of how he and Stendhal teamed up to take down the villain. Pop Step doesn't look up from her homework, but absent-mindedly hems and haws at what she hopes are appropriate moments to encourage him to continue. She's still set at him about the whole thing with Udai, but the more he talks, the less likely he is to run off and get himself in trouble. It works out well for her and saves her a lot of time in the long run, since she has to help him out every time he buries himself too deeply in sheet. She wonders, briefly, if this Stendhal person is the reason there hasn't been as much crime as usual. Her schoolwork is suffering enough as it is, so she's happy for the temporary reprieve from their extracurricular hero activities. Knuckle Duster, on the other hand, is watching him with a dangerous sort of intensity. Several newspapers are laid out on the pockmarked table in front of him, edges held down by knives and beer cans to keep them from fluttering any time the broom swings too close. His eyes are dark and calculating, and the scar that carves deeply across his face wrinkles at the edges as he frowns. The black and white image of a burning warehouse stares up at him from the paper, along with the blood-splattered windows of an office building. The headlines declare murder and mayhem, death and destruction. He watches Koichi ramble and sing this newcomer's praises, and he wonders. It's the first time he's been out of the apartment in almost 2 weeks. He had wanted to wait a while to let his wrist heal and to train more, but he's almost out of food. Plus, he's been so bored while cooped up inside that he's been practically crawling out of his own skin. Still, the feeling of people brushing past him and jostling against his still sore wrist makes him flinch. Hey, Yudai, a voice calls, and Izuku jumps when he recognizes the alias. He turns, squinting against the light that reflects off the glass sides of the building stretching as far as the eye can see on either side of him. A hand is raised above the sparse crowd, waving at him. Izuku pauses, wide-eyed and uncertain, before he tentatively waves back. Hoodie Guy beams as he jogs over while Izuku desperately racks his brain trying to remember if he'd actually introduced himself last time they met. It is you. Awesome. I wasn't sure if I had the right guy or not. Hello. Just call me Koichi, Hoodie Guy interrupts, voice high and reedy. Then, he holds up a hand in a silent request for Izuku to wait. Izuku shuts his mouth, patient but befuddled, as the man doubles over and wheezes as he tries to catch his breath. The seconds tick by and the people passing them have begun to give them strange looks. Izuku feels his skin crawl at the sensation of eyes on him. He clears his throat, wondering if he should just walk away, and asks, "Are you okay?" "Yeah," the guy says a moment later as he straightens up, and his smile is wide despite the sweat that has collected on his brow. "I just got done running with a buddy. He's kind of fast, so I'm just a little out of breath still." Izuku nods and waits expectantly for a second longer, but Koichi doesn't say anything else. An awkward air hangs around them like a heavy shroud. "Did you not need something?" "No. I just saw you walking alone and thought you might want some company." "Oh," Izuku says. "No thanks." The smile falters, but Izuku barely has time to feel bad before Koichi is moving on. "That's fine. I did also want to take the chance to say sorry again for how the old man acted last time we met. When Kazuho heard about it, I thought she was going to murder us herself." "You know Kazuho?" "Yeah. She's a friend of mine. We work together sometimes and hang out a bunch." A pause, and he frowns as though a thought has just occurred to him. "Now that I think about it, she and the old man are both at my house more than their own these days. Maybe I should start charging rent." Izuku narrows his eyes, reassessing his initial impression of this man. It's hard to imagine Kazuho being friends with someone like Koichi, but then again he supposes that Yudai and Pop Step make an odd pair as well on the few occasions they've spent time together. He squints at Koichi, picturing him in his baggy hoodie and joggers next to Kazuho when she's done up in her Pop Step outfit. "It's kind of funny. How did you guys meet?" Izuku asks, curiosity overriding caution. Koichi grins, brown eyes scrunching at the corners. It's the kind of smile that reminds Izuku of someone, though he can't put a finger on who, and he finds his defenses lowering even though his heart aches with every beat. He is familiar with this kind of pain. It is nostalgia and quiet yearning for something he lost years ago and has since forgotten. It's the taunting of a memory that has slipped through his fingers, no matter how desperately he may have tried to hold on to it. He's not sure whether he wants to cling tighter or find a way to banish these feelings once and for all. "Where are you headed?" "I'll tell you the story while we walk." "I don't want you going out of your way," Izuku says, ducking his head shyly. It feels strange to even think about accepting company from this person he barely knows, but he can't help but feel at ease with him. "It's no problem. I've got some time to kill before my evening classes anyways. Besides, if Pop ever found out I didn't take the chance to show you I'm sorry about how things went last time I saw you, I think she'd kill me. As he speaks, Koichi's eyes flicker towards Izuku's bandaged wrist. The reminder makes Izuku's nose scrunch with distaste and Koichi laughs, rubbing nervously at the back of his neck. He is sweating a little bit despite his lack of a hoodie and the chill of the day. He seems high-strung and Izuku isn't sure how cautious he needs to be right now. He licks his lips, feeling the rough material of his mask scrape across his tongue, and decides the air on the side of safety. It's no big deal, Izuku says, shrugging and taking a step back. I've got to get going though. Are you sure you don't want me to come with you? This area isn't the safest place to be alone. The insistence is making him nervous. He's seen Stendhal hunt down and beat up enough creeps to know the signs. And though Koichi seems genuine, there's a little voice in the back of his mind that is warning him to be wary. It's not just for his own sake either, but for Koichi's as well. If Stendhal ever learns that Izuku has been talking to strangers, particularly adult strangers who keep seeking him out and won't take no for an answer, he's going to be angry. Being near a civilian who cares even just a little bit too much is a good way to get an innocent person hurt. Thank you for your concern. Izuku takes another step away and something sticky squishes beneath his shoe. He ignores it as it tries to suction him to the sidewalk. Koichi watches him go with wide eyes, worry apparent in the slump of his shoulders and the crease in his brow. Izuku can tell from the bottom of his heart that Koichi is sincere in his desire to help. A hint of a smile ghosts its way across Izuku's lips. You'd make a good hero, I think. Something strange passes across Koichi's face. He stays rooted where he is, watching as Izuku moves further away. Do you like heroes, Yudai? He asks, hands held loose and empty at his sides. Izuku hesitates for just a second, then nods. Before Koichi can get another word out, Izuku turns on his heel and hurries off. Koichi watches him disappear around a corner and wonders whether his friend might be willing to meet a fan. Kaizome is on his 4th cup of coffee, but he still doesn't feel right. It's barely past midnight, but his thoughts feel scattered and his head is foggy, like he's been up for days despite having slept a whole 5 hours earlier. He scowls into the lukewarm muck in his travel cup before taking another begrudging swallow, wishing it were hot enough to burn the roof of his mouth. He's only halfway through, but he's already dreaming of his 5th cup. From somewhere behind him, Hachisuka has made her appearance. She is humming. Her bugs are buzzing along, offbeat and off-tune, and the dissonance is making his skin crawl. If she would just shut up, then maybe he could think clearly. Maybe she wouldn't be so infuriatingly cheerful if she was missing her other eye. Worn leather brushes his fingertips and he jolts, surprised to find that he had reached for his sword the second the thought had crossed his mind. The lack of self-control is unsightly and his scowl deepens as he forces his fingers to unclench. Hachisuka giggles, and he knows she has seen him slip. He lowers his mask to cover his mouth, noting with displeasure that he has dropped his cup. The coffee creates a dark puddle beneath his feet. You called me here, so get on with it already, he commands, voice scratching its way from his dry throat. He's been running himself ragged for weeks now, hunting down one target after the other, cutting down entire organizations full of filth and worthless rot. The blood is sour when it fills his mouth, revolting and impure, but the feeling of cleansing the world is as sweet as ever. Hachisuka tuts, the sounds directly next to his ear. It takes everything in him not to flinch away in surprise. He hadn't heard her get close. Eager to get home? She asks, up on her tiptoes so she can lean her cheek against his shoulder. He steps away, stiff and breathless at the contact. Something is wrong, and the fact that he hadn't felt her approach scares him. Everything is off-kilter, hazy around the edges, his movements disconnected and dreamlike. He hates the way he is overwhelmed and overworked, hates that he hasn't seen Izuku in almost 2 months, hates that he has to answer to the whims of some demented high schooler just because she's the go-between for whatever organization it is that has hired him. He just has 3 more targets. They should be easy to take care of, nothing more than low-level thugs. He just has to finish the job. Then he can go home. Then he can close his eyes and rest, unbothered by fears and worries and uncertainties for a few blessed hours. Oh wow! Hachisuka says, and his eyes snap open. He hadn't realized they'd slid closed. If I'd known you had a kid, I would have asked the boss to give you some paternity leave or something. What are you talking about? He asks, keeping his voice calm and level. He does his best to pretend like his heartbeat hasn't tripled its pace, and to ignore the way cold rushes through him like his blood has been replaced by ice water. His fingers rest on the hilt of his sword again. Your kid? Did you forget or something, dummy? She is all but shouting at this point. Kaizong grits his teeth, too tired to play her games right now. What? Izuku is really cute, isn't he? He whirls to face her so fast that the world goes black around the edges. His sword is drawn and pointed at her, tip hovering mere inches from her slender neck. The sharp-toothed smirk on her face doesn't waver for even a second, and her single green eye is glittering. A bee buzzes by his ear and goosebumps break out across his skin at the sudden thought of it crawling inside, working its way through his ear canal and digging its stinger into his eardrum. His jaw creaks as he grinds his teeth harder together. How the F, do you know that name? She grins and lifts her hand, waving his own phone at him. Seems like you're losing your touch, Stendhal. I think you deserve a day off. Why not go home? Have a nice meal or something. Her eye darts towards the screen and her lips stretch further, showing off sharp incisors. The bee's buzzing grows louder. Looks like little Izuku-kun's been really into baking lately. That's adorable. He has to fight to control his breathing, has to fight against the rising tide of panic that wants to overwhelm him and send him running back towards the apartment immediately. It is quickly overshadowed by a fury that fills his chest like a lead balloon, anchoring him to the spot and forcing him to remain in this moment. He grinds his teeth. He wants to kill her. Instead, he lowers the point of his blade and holds out his free hand. Despite his attempts to appear calm and unaffected, his voice still shakes a little as he says, "Give me my phone back." Hachisuka watches him with cold regard for a moment, eyes dead and empty despite the smile that is still frozen across her lips. The phone screen goes dark in her hand. Say the magic word. Please, he snarls, brushing his pride aside with ease. The seconds tick slowly by. He can feel the rage growing and see it in the way his knuckles have gone white around the hilt of his trembling sword. Hachisuka can see it too, and he has no doubt that she can feel the heavy intent in the air. Her eye patch bulges as something moves behind it, restless and hungry, and the sound of buzzing increases tenfold. And still, she smiles like the dead. His patience is about to snap, his precariously held control wavering when, finally, she shrugs and tosses the phone at him. He catches it and shoves it deep into his pocket with barely a glance towards the black sheen of its darkened screen. Only then does he slide his sword back into its sheath. Whatever. That's not what you're here for anyways. I just wanted to let you know the boss said you can take the weekend off. It's taking a little longer than usual to get the blood for the next target. I don't need you to get me any blood. I'll handle it myself. Not if you want to get paid, you won't, she sings, and it grates on his already frayed nerves. As much as he enjoys purging the world of the kind of filth they have employed him to kill, he might even go so far as to say that it's a passion of his. The money is really the only reason he's still forcing himself to push forward through the exhaustion and deterioration. It is enough to keep a roof over their heads for a year and then some, which means he'll be able to take fewer jobs. He could spend more time cleaning up the streets and training Izuku, building the boy and the world up to their full potential simultaneously. As when the offer was first put before him, it is still too good to turn down. Fine, he bites out. I'll wait. Contact me when you fulfill your end of the deal. Okay. Say hi to Izuku-kun for me. He flips her off as he walks away and ignores the way her laughter sends chills up his spine. He circles the city for the rest of the night, senses on high alert. Once he is sure he is not being followed, he allows the tension to bleed from his shoulders and stops to rest next to an air conditioning unit on the roof of an apartment he could never afford to live in. His head is pounding. When the sky is alight in the gentle pinks and oranges of dawn, he begins the trek back to the apartment. It's weeks sooner than he had intended, but he has to move Izuku to a new location. He doesn't know what will happen if Hachisuka and whatever shadow organization that employs them both find Izuku, but his gut tells him that it will not be good. Kaizome knows that if that ever happens, his heart will be left broken one way or another. The door opens without a sound and Kaizome slips his boots off, padding silently into the apartment on bare feet. His eyes trace the controlled mess, the knives laid neatly across the scarred table and the dishes piled in the sink, and he smiles. It looks like Izuku has really made himself at home. The smile falls when he remembers why he's here. His mask finds its home on the table next to the knives and he moves deeper into the small space. The TV is playing a cartoon he doesn't recognize, the volume low as the characters dance and flicker across the screen. He watches for a moment, head tilting as he tries to figure out which hero each animated counterpart is meant to parody. The colors become overwhelming quickly and he instead turns his eyes to Izuku, who is out cold on the floor in front of the TV, mouth hanging open and the remnants of a microwavable dinner sitting next to his head. Kaizome snaps a picture before tucking the phone back in his pocket. It only takes a nudge for Izuku to sit bolt upright, eyes massive and fingers wrapped tightly around the hilt of a knife that Kaizome hadn't even noticed. He blinks slowly up at him, hair sticking out at every angle and sleep-addled mind working slowly through what he's seeing. As soon as it clicks, a wide smile breaks like the dawn across his face. "Welcome back," he says, scrambling to his feet and slipping the knife back into the pocket of his oversized hoodie. His sleeves are pushed up and Kaizome's eyes hone in on his wrist. Izuku is oblivious to where his attention is. "Is your job all done?" "Not yet. I'm taking the day off, then it's back to work." "Have you been behaving yourself?" "Yeah. You've been gone a while so I've had to go out and get food and stuff, but nobody's given me any trouble." "Oh yeah? Then why's your wrist bandaged?" Izuku goes bright red. He tucks his hands behind his back like he's hoping that Kaizome will forget about the yellow and green bruise poking out from beneath the ace bandage if he can no longer see it. Izuku drops his gaze, biting his lips as he stares shamefaced at the floor. Kaizome waits, silent and still, allowing him a moment to collect himself. He knows how much the kid hates disappointing him. Finally, Izuku sighs. "There was a lady. I thought she was sick but it turns out she was just on drags. She grabbed me and it hurt my wrist a little bit. That's all." Kaizome feels a rush of exasperated affection. He already knows the answer to his next question, but he asks anyway. "Why were you close enough for her to grab you in the first place?" "I was just going to offer to walk with her to the hospital. It's not like I knew she didn't need that kind of help." "Hey, watch the sass," he snaps, then sighs and shakes his head. "You're unbelievable, you know that?" Despite the heat in his words, there is a smile twitching at the corners of his lips. Izuku is too busy hanging his head to notice, though. "Are you angry?" he asks, voice small. A long moment passes in silence, then Kaizome huffs out a fond little laugh and drops his hand to rest on Izuku's mess of curls. Some distant part of him notes that the kid needs a haircut. The green strands are long and twine around his fingers and he thinks about how easy it would be to close his fist tight, to throw the boy to the ground and rip his hair from his scalp and make sure he knows the consequences of breaking the rules. All it would take is a few curled fingers. Izuku whimpers, and Kaizome jerks back to reality. His eyes widen as he realizes that his nails have begun to dig into Izuku's scalp. He does not pull back, but loosens his grip just enough to ease the pain. Izuku is staring at him now, eyes wide and wet and glimmering in the dim light the TV casts. Maybe he is a little angry. But it's fine. He is fine, and he knows Izuku was just trying to do the right thing. The sort of thing Kaizome has been training him to do for years. Sometimes it is okay to break the rules, if it is for the sake of someone else. He takes a couple deep breaths. The shadows are deep and endless, but when Kaizome smiles the fear fades immediately from Izuku's face. "How can I be angry when you were just trying to help someone? Come on. I'll check it out and redo your bandages, and then I need to rest. Don't think you're off the hook for breaking a rule, though. We'll talk more after I wake up, okay?" Izuku nods, and Kaizome follows with heavy steps as he leads them to the bathroom, flipping on the lights as he goes. They'll figure out the logistics of moving after he's done with his 12-hour nap. But why? Izuku whines, feet swinging furiously beneath the table. Kaizome watches the way his toes barely brush the floor and wonders yet again if the kid is supposed to be this small. Are all preteens this tiny, or is it just Izuku? Does he need to feed him more vegetables or something? Because this apartment might have been compromised, Kaizome tells him, forcing himself to be patient despite the way the kid's temper is beginning to get annoying. They're both lucky that he's feeling more like himself after getting some sleep, because this conversation would be going much differently if he wasn't. Though with the foggy feelings still lingering in his head, he's beginning to suspect he must have a fever on top of being sleep-deprived. Izuku's pout fades away, replaced by wide-eyed worry, and Kaizome hurries to say, "We'll be staying in the city until the job is done. We'll just have to find somewhere else for you to stay, just to be safe." Izuku chews his lower lip, mulling the situation over with the same attention he gives most things that catch his interest. Once upon a time, Kaizome had thought the gears turning behind the kid's eyes were a sign of an analysis quirk. Now, he knows Izuku is just far too intelligent for his own good. It makes him proud. While he waits for the kid to process the situation and work through the hundreds of thoughts running through his head, Kaizome casts his eyes around the barren apartment and begins planning their day out. It shouldn't take too long to pack the necessities, but cleaning everything so there's no trace left behind that they were ever there will take much longer. "Are we in danger?" Izuku asks, and Kaizome snaps back to attention. With a jolt, he realizes that the shadows are just a little longer than they were before. He ignores the creeping dread that wants to rise in his gut and instead gives Izuku a long, assessing look, letting the tension build until he is sure the boy is ready to actually listen and absorb his words. "We are only in danger," he says slowly, "if you do something to put us in danger. As long as you do what I say, we'll both be fine. Now start cleaning up so we can get going." Izuku's tense frame begins to relax and he nods, a familiar determined look crossing his face. Having something to do, a way to feel useful, usually helped to get him out of his head enough to relieve some of the anxiety his spiraling thoughts might conjure. He already knows the basic drill when it comes to clearing out a temp apartment, so he doesn't need any further commands to start cleaning up the dishes or to pull out the bleach and start wiping down every part of the apartment he can reach. Kaizome sits in the recently vacated seat and lays his weapons out before him, focusing on cleaning any blood he may have missed and sharpening the blades. "Was it villains who found us?" Izuku asks as he wipes down the cabinet handles. Then, before Kaizome can form the words to answer, he says softly, "Or was it the heroes?" He doesn't get an answer to that, after all. Kaizome focuses his attention back on the task he has assigned himself, and tells Izuku to finish up and start packing. There is a long stretch of silence, and when he glances back he can see that Izuku is still waiting, expecting a response. Kaizome wants to roll his eyes, but instead he resigns himself to being the adult in this interaction and purses his lips, jerking his chin towards the pile of laundry besides the TV, a silent command to get started. With a heavy, dramatic sigh, Izuku abandons the bleach-soaked rag on the countertop and stomps his way towards the dirty socks. Kaizome hides his smile behind a fist, then goes to strip any blankets they have off the bed. There's a lot to get done, and he doesn't want to wait around to see what that bug quirk beach will do if she manages to find his kid. Tensei is not the kind of hero most people would recognize on the street. The majority of his public appearances involve his helmet and armor, both of which do a great job of hiding his identity. On top of that, his face is actually rather plain. He can acknowledge that he is perhaps a bit broader in the shoulders and a little taller than the average person, but there are plenty of Japanese men built like American linebackers out there. He gets looked over most of the time, and all things considered, he really does prefer it that way. He's seen the way some of his fellow heroes with more distinctive appearances are followed around by fans and reporters, and he is grateful that he can slip into the crowd by simply bowing his head or hunching his shoulders. It makes going jogging much easier, which is great since that means he doesn't have to hide that he's got a running buddy now. Koichi seems like the kind of guy who wouldn't want any reporters looking too closely at him, and Tensei respects that, just like he respects the fact that his friend would rather continue his vigilante work than join the Ingenium agency. He would never push, but if asked he won't lie. He is still holding out hope that Koichi will change his mind about that someday. It would be nice to have him around more. They're cooling down after their Tuesday run, Koichi red-cheeked and glowing in the pale early morning sunlight as their pace slows to a brisk walk. Most of the time their runs consist mostly of Tensei stealing glances at the way Koichi's warm brown eyes shimmer when he makes a joke that the other man is too out of breath to properly laugh at, or at the way his lips curl and his slightly crooked teeth flash when he grimaces at the sweat stains on his shirt, or how he does this tiny fist pump literally every time he manages to get even a step in front of Tensei during their impromptu races. Today, however, Koichi seems distant and distracted seems too gentle a word. He's run into 3 parked cars and tripped into 2 holes already. The first time was funny, but now it's just concerning. Tensei considers whether he should bring it up or not as he stretches, arms above his head while he shakes his hands out and does several high steps. He knows he must look ridiculous, because this is the exact stretch that always makes Koichi snort out a breathless laugh after every run. His brow furrows and he makes his decision when Koichi's frown doesn't so much as smooth out. "Hey, I don't mean to overstep, but is everything all right?" It's a testament to the turmoil his friend must be feeling that he doesn't immediately paste on a smile and insist that he's fine. Instead, Koichi takes a deep breath and turns to face him head-on. "I have a favor to ask," he says, and Tensei stiffens. If Koichi hadn't already had his full attention for the majority of their time together, the look in his eyes now would have ensured it. Tensei has never seen him so serious. He takes a deep breath and Tensei watches his hands curl at his sides, fingernails scratching nervously at the smooth material of his track pants. Tensei wets his lips and prepares himself for whatever he may be about to entangle himself in. "Anything you need," Tensei says, and he means it. Despite the sincerity, Koichi still seems to hesitate. Tensei smiles encouragingly and waits, trying to ignore the way he can feel the tension rising in the air around them. "How do you feel about kids?" Just like that, Tensei feels his brain short-circuit a little bit. Surely Koichi isn't suggesting. That's not what friends usually do together. But what if he's been misinterpreting their relationship this whole time? His heart rate has skyrocketed. Koichi has brought him to an absolute standstill, freezing him in place more surely than any ice-quirk-wielding villain he's faced in the past. Koichi stops beside him, staring at him expectantly like he doesn't even realize the gravity of his request. Tenya is still a kid, so he's definitely not ready to be an uncle yet, but maybe in a few years? Plus, Koichi should really finish college before making any big life decisions like that. Isn't this moving way too fast? Their friendship is still fairly new, for goodness sake. In his panic, all he can manage is a small, strangled, "What?" "Well, there's this kid I know who seems to really like heroes, and you're the only real hero I know, so I was wondering if maybe you'd be willing to say hi sometime." Tensei blinks, processing the explanation much slower than his quirk would suggest. Then, with a sudden rush of relief, he laughs. Koichi watches him with wide brown eyes, and it is obvious by the expression on his face that he has no idea what to make of the response. "Sorry," Tensei says, smiling so wide that his cheeks hurt. "You just had me really worried. I thought you were asking for something more serious." "It is serious. A kid's happiness might be at stake." Okay, you're absolutely right. That is very serious." The answer is, of course, yes. Koichi's answering smile is like a weight lifted from Tensei's shoulders, and together they find the cleanest curb to sit down on to talk. Of course, the weight gradually settles itself back down, once he hears more about the mysterious Yudai. "This kid almost got himself killed," Tensei says slowly, shaking his head. A strand of sweat-soaked hair falls into his eyes, but he doesn't bother brushing it away. "Why didn't you insist on taking him to the hospital if he was obviously hurt?" Koichi gives him a strange look, one that Tensei isn't sure how to read. His fingers are once again uselessly picking at the slippery material of his pants while he tries to find a way to put his thoughts into words. "It's not hard to explain. You've come across people who don't want to be saved before, right?" "Yeah, of course." "Well, he was kind of the same way. That first time we met he asked me if I was a hero, and when I told him I wasn't really one it was like you could just tell he was going to refuse to let me help him. Not in a normal way either. Like he would fight if I tried and it would just make things worse. He just hurt himself more trying to avoid accepting any help. I see, Tensei says. His elbows dig into his thighs as he leans forward, cradling his chin in his hands while he considers Koichi's words. So something weird is going on with this kid. Yeah, exactly. I saw him again a couple days ago, walking around during what I'm pretty sure are school hours. He just ran off again when I tried to offer to walk with him to the grocery store. He was alone again? Yeah. There's a lot of trigger activity in that part of town too. It makes me worried. I wouldn't want Pop going there alone, let alone some elementary schooler. Tensei grimaces, trying to imagine Tenya wandering through the worst parts of Narahata on his own. As much as he loves his brother, he's pretty sure the kid wouldn't last 5 minutes. The thought of any kid finding themselves in the middle of a trigger attack makes him feel a little woozy, and the fact that Yudai has already been caught up in one is even worse. So you thought that having a licensed hero talk to him might do some good. Koichi shrugs, looking a little embarrassed. It's endearing, if Tensei is being honest with himself, and he can't help the small smile that finds its place on his lips. He claps a hand on his companion's shoulder and apologizes through choked-off laughter when it jolts the smaller man forward. Well, you arrange the meeting and I'll be there. In exchange, I want you to do me a favor too. Koichi blinks up at him, honeyed eyes narrowing like he doubts he can do anything worth a favor for Tensei. Still, he nods and says at a volume just short of a yell, "Yeah, of course. First, I want you to try to be more careful." Koichi opens his mouth to protest, but Tensei steamrolls right over him. And second, when you see Yudai next time, see if you can do anything at all to convince him to be a little safer. I know it will be hard, but it's important. Why? It's kind of being kept hush-hush, but there've been a lot of suspicious murders going on in the area recently. They look targeted, so your little friend probably doesn't have anything to worry about, but they're weird enough that everyone's a little on edge. How so? From what I've heard, it looks like most of the victims didn't fight back. It's like they just laid down and didn't move at all as the killer did. Well, let's just say it's not pretty. An entire Yakuza faction was wiped out and there wasn't a single trace of any of them so much as lifting a finger to defend themselves. Oh yeah, that is pretty weird. Do you think it's trigger-related? Tensei laughs, bumping shoulders with Koichi as he asks, why? Looking for even more to do around town. Of course not. If it were up to me, I wouldn't have anything to do with that mess. It takes everything in him not to roll his eyes. From what he's seen, Koichi is the kind of guy who can't leave anything well enough alone. If he hadn't gotten tangled up with trigger cases, then his desire to help would have landed him in some other mess. From what he's heard, before the Crawler made his debut, there was a very similar person going around calling themselves the Gentleman. Someone like Koichi was always going to find himself drawn to vigilantism and hero work. We haven't seen any evidence yet that it's connected to the kind of things you like to meddle in, but just be careful, okay? Koichi frowns but gives a sharp little nod. Tensei returns it, then hefts himself to his feet. His engines give a little sputter of protest and he huffs, reminded of the strain he put on them during a villain attack just a week prior. The sound makes Koichi huff out a laugh, so he considers it worth it. It gives him enough confidence to ask a question that's been on his mind for a couple weeks. You want to go get some breakfast with me? Ah, sorry, Koichi says, and Tensei feels his heart plummet as embarrassment rises to take its place. If he notices, Koichi is kind enough not to say anything. I've got to get to class. My Friday classes are evening ones, so maybe next time if there's nothing else going on. Yeah, no worries. I'll see you around. As Koichi turns to leave, a sudden thought occurs to him. Before you go, do you think you could give me a quick description of Yudai? I'd love to keep an eye out for him around town. Oh, Koichi says, rubbing sheepishly at the back of his neck. Whenever I see him, he's always wearing a medical mask and a hat, so I can't give you a very good answer to that. He's short? Elementary school aged. Green eyes and green hair, I think. Well, that's better than nothing. Sorry, Koichi says, grimacing. I'll see if Pop can do any better. She's spent more time with him than I have, anyways. Tell her to be careful too. Yeah, I will. I'll text you with what she says. Koichi glances at his watch and abruptly goes white as a sheet. Tensei does his best not to laugh. Running late. I've been late to the last 3 classes. I think the teacher is going to fail me at this rate. Then get going. Koichi laughs and turns to go, throwing a cheerful goodbye over his shoulder as he does. Tensei doesn't scold him when he drops to all fours to use his quirk. An education is very important, after all. Tensei watches his running buddy glide away with a small smile and tries to place why he feels so desperately disappointed. He only allows himself to wallow for a moment more before he shakes his head and forces himself back into a more positive frame of mind. He sets up a reminder in his phone to text Koichi when his class is over. He doesn't have Pop Step's number and is well aware that the other man will forget to talk to her. With that set up, he allows himself one last lingering look towards the sky. He breathes in the morning air and the lingering sour smell of sweat and the smog and stench of the city. There is a long day of patrols ahead of him, but spending the morning with a friend is a good way to get things started. He is already looking forward to their next meeting, and hoping that when it comes he'll also get the chance to meet the mysterious Yudai.